Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Weapon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kyuka twirled one of her jacks around her finger as she walked up the steps to the arena. Spiral walked up on the other side, his hands flexing and stretching. Mike announced, for our fifth match, we have Jack Sabbath of 1A facing off against Spiral of 1B. As Midnight re-explained the rules, Kyuka flexed her fingers and allowed her jacks to hang loose. You'd better not go down easy. You wouldn't be a good hero if you got knocked out in seconds. Spiral called back, same to you. Midnight threw her arm down. Fight. The two fighters rushed forward, Spiral's hands already spinning. Kyuka noticed that as they got faster, they basically turned into drills. You sure that's safe for a school tournament? We're trying to fight, not kill. Spiral winced and jumped back, his arms stopping. He clenched his fists, and his arms started spinning again, but this time the tips were blunted. Sorry, force of habit. Kyuka shrugged. Fair enough. They charged again, Kyuka internally bemoaning her inability to bring her gloves. The two fighters clashed in the center, with Spiral throwing punch after punch and forcing Kyuka to dodge and weave around them. Mike shouted, "Holy cow, is this a fight or a dance sequence? Look at Jack Sabbath go. Can anything touch her?" Kyuka leaned back to avoid another punch from Spiral, and he stumbled, off balance from overextending. In that moment, she struck. Leaning back even further, she placed her hands on the ground behind her and swept her right leg upward, catching Spiral in the chin and sending him reeling back. Kyuka pressed her advantage, quickly running after him and following up with a short jab to his ribs. He spun on his left leg in an attempt to deliver a roundhouse, but she grabbed his leg, used his momentum to carry herself behind him, and then locked her feet onto the floor and followed through, tossing him towards the boundary line. Spiral slid to a stop just inside the ring. He quickly lifted his left leg, spun it, and stabbed it into the ground, before repeating the process with his right leg to lock himself in place. If I can't overpower you, then I'll just have to outlast you. Kyuka scoffed. You do realize you just trapped yourself, right? Spiral went pale as Kyuka ran forward and jumped, landing on his shoulders and quickly grabbing his head. He immediately started spinning his upper body, trying to disorient her or shake her off, but she held firm. Grinning, she plugged her jacks in his ears and pulsed her heartbeat directly into his skull, making him dizzy and forcing him to stop spinning before he threw up. As Spiral was trying to reorient himself, Kyuka planted her feet in the backs of his knees and pulled, bending him backwards until her back was touching the ground inside the line. She quickly transferred her feet to his back and rolled, pulling his feet out of the cement. With a shout, she rolled back further and threw him out of the arena, causing him to land on the grass below. Midnight threw her arm up. Spiral is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Jack Sabbath. Kyuka jumped down to the grass and walked over to where her opponent was sitting, her hand held out. Good match. Spiral grinned and accepted the hand up. Same to you. Izuku was walking through the halls underneath the stadium, stretching his legs, when he noticed May walking towards Shouda's prep room with her arms full of babies. Mayday, whatcha doin'? May brightened. Oh, boss, I was gonna load Aftershock with my babies so he could help me advertise. Izuku hummed. And were you going to ask him if he wanted to help? May paused, then frowned. Oh yeah, you're right. Most people don't like being forced into things they don't want to do. Sorry, I kinda forgot. Izuku smirked and patted her on the shoulder. It's cool. Just make sure he's okay with it before you put your babies on him. Though, were you planning on winning your match? May hummed. Not really, no. Why? Well, think of it this way. The farther you get in the tournament, the better your gear looks. Think of it as advertising their durability. A live stress test, you could say. May brightened. Boss, that's brilliant. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Izuku shrugged. It's always good to have another mind to bounce ideas off of, just in case you miss anything. Good luck out there. By the time he got back to the stands, May and Shouda were walking up their respective sides of the arena. Shouda was noticeably bare of gear, while May was completely decked out. Mike announced, for our sixth match, we have Hatsume of 1H versus Aftershock of 1B. Aizawa-sensei added, for those of you wondering about Hatsume's gear, students are allowed to use any gear that they construct themselves. Naturally, it's the support students that tend to make the most use of that privilege, considering their easy access to the workshops. But that doesn't mean that students in the other courses are prohibited from making their own gear and using it in the festival. Kyuka snapped her fingers. Damn, so if I'd made myself a pair of speaker gloves, I could have used them. Izuku patted her on the back. Hey, you still won your match. She pouted. Yeah, but the speakers would have made it way easier. Izuku hummed. Hey, I just had an idea. Your parents taught you how to make guitars, right? Kyuka raised an eyebrow. Yeah, so, what if you made a guitar with speakers installed into it, along with ports for your jacks, especially if you made the guitar out of a more durable material than wood? Kyuka's eyes widened. You're telling me that I could have a combat guitar as part of my gear? Izuku grinned. Why the hell not? She squealed and pulled him into a hug, before releasing him and pulling out her phone, tapping away as she headed out into the hallway that connected the different sections of the stands. Kaminari chuckled, then went pale. Shit, I'm probably gonna have to go up against that combat guitar at some point. Did you really have to give your girlfriend more methods of kicking ass? Izuku snorted. No good hero is a one-trick pony. Turning his attention back to the arena, he watched as May bobbed and weaved around Shouda's punches, then quickly backed up with her hover boots and shot her opponent with her net gun that sent him flying off the stage. As Midnight announced May's victory, the pink-haired girl flew over and pressed a button on her belt, deactivating the net's magnetic locks. She helped Shouda get the net off, before sticking out her hand. 1B's vice rep graciously accepted the hand up, and the two of them headed off the field through their respective hallways. Fumikage hummed to himself as he walked up the steps to the arena. Our opponent is a fierce combatant. In the light of day, I fear you cannot handle him on your own. Dark Shadow chuckled in his mind. Good thing we figured out that body cover trick, huh? Fumikage chuckled back. Indeed, the technique should even the playing field considerably. As he stepped up into the ring, Ajiro walked up on the other side of the arena. I don't plan on going down without a fight, Kiriyami. Fumikage huffed. I expect nothing less, Karate Kong. Midnight announced. You lose if you are forced out of the ring, surrender, or are rendered unconscious or otherwise immobile. Fighters ready. They both nodded their assent, settling into different combative stances. Begin. Fumikage stood still, allowing Ajiro to come to him. In the last second before the blonde struck, Dark Shadow emerged and covered Fumikage's arms, absorbing most of the force and therefore allowing Fumikage to stand his ground. As Ajiro paused, Fumikage struck, stomping forward and delivering a punch to his classmate's stomach. To Ajiro's credit, he managed to lash out with his tail, even as he was being flung backwards. However, Fumikage simply raised his other arm to block the blow and ran forward. Ajiro met his follow-up strike in the center of the arena and countered with a blade kick. Fumikage sidestepped and delivered a quick jab to his opponent's ribs. They danced around each other in the center of the ring, locked in a flurry of attacks, blocks, counters, and dodges. In the back of his head, Fumikage could register Mike running commentary on the battle, and Aizawa-sensei would occasionally interject with proud grunts or disappointed huffs. It would come down to who would mess up first and give his opponent an opening, and it ended up being Ajiro who messed up first. He hopped back to avoid Fumikage's punch, forgetting his opponent's range. Dark Shadow detached their arm from Fumikage and lunged, their fists slamming into Ajiro's crossed arms and sending the blonde sliding towards the edge. As he approached the boundary line, Ajiro planted both feet and his tail in an attempt to slow his momentum. However, that did not help him much when Fumikage jumped forward, closing the distance in a few seconds and following up with another punch to Ajiro's chest. Ajiro slid backwards, stopping just inches on the other side of the boundary line. Midnight immediately threw her arm up and announced, Karate Kong is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Kiriyami. Ajiro grinned sheepishly and walked forward, hand outstretched. Good fight. I'm surprised you didn't have Dark Shadow separate from the get-go. Fumikage grinned and accepted the handshake. Keeping them attached to my arms made you forget their range, did it not? It was simply a strategic move. Ajiro chuckled. Can't argue with that. Katsuki rolled his shoulders as he walked up the steps to the cheers of the audience. Roundface walked up, her fists clenched nervously and a fake confident grin on her face. I don't plan to lose, Blasty. Katsuki grinned back. Neither do I, Roundface. Show me some better skills than the last time we compared training results. Oh, I intend to. Midnight called out, fighters ready. Katsuki grinned wider. Ready. Roundface smirked, some of her tension bleeding out. Ready. The heroine swept her arm down. Fight. Katsuki blasted forward, right hand swinging out for his opening right hook. Roundface ducked underneath the explosion, darting forward with her hand coming towards his face. Katsuki smirked and brought his left hand in, blasting her to the side and putting some distance between the two of them. She slid back, her arms crossed in front of her face. Katsuki grinned and held out his right hand, making a beckoning motion. Roundface grinned back and rushed forward, hands held low. Katsuki swung his hand down, sparks already popping in his palm. Suddenly, she jumped, clearing the attack and landing behind him. As soon as she was back on the floor, she lunged towards him, fingers splayed out. Katsuki was forced to blast himself forward, spinning in midair to face her again. Small bits of concrete clattered to the floor of the arena, kicked up by his explosions. Roundface was running forward again, and Katsuki grinned widely, aiming an explosion at the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Surprisingly, Roundface kept coming, lunging through the smokescreen and lashing out with a fist aimed at his face. He grinned maniacally and caught it with his own hand, clenching his other hand into a fist. He was forced to release her and jump back when her leg flashed upwards, just narrowly missing his family jewels. Oi, low blow, round face. Low blow, she huffed, her expression darkening. No such thing as fighting dirty, blasty. He grinned and readied his hands, palms already sparking. You effin' know it. The two of them froze at the chorus of boos coming from the audience, especially the hero section of the stands. One effer shouted, "Stop toying with the poor girl and end it already." Before either of them could retort, Aizawa-sensei growled, "Shut up. Whoever said that, go turn in your license." Ground Zero knows exactly how strong his opponent is. Holding back just because she's a girl would be an insult to her training and skill. You're a disgrace to the profession if you didn't know that. Roundface huffed and crouched, pressing one hand against the floor. Words don't speak nearly as loud as actions. What do you say we prove just how strong this poor girl actually is? Before Katsuki could retort, she dug her fingers in and roared, pulling an entire block of concrete out of the arena floor. The audience gasped, and Katsuki grinned maniacally, feeling the sweat build up on his palms. Now that's more effin' like it, cheeks. She reached down and hauled another block out of the floor, a feral growl rising from her throat. Give me all you've got, blasty. Katsuki cackled, like I'd ever do anything else. She chucked one block straight at him, and he let loose an explosion that shattered it into rubble. The rubble kept going, and he was forced to let out another explosion to send it flying back. Cheeks lunged forward, her arms swinging around with the other block still attached like some kind of giant hammer. Katsuki's grin widened as he blasted himself into the air, flying over the attack and placing him behind her. As she whirled around with bloody murder in her eyes, he brought his hands together and ignited the sweat on his palms. Stun grenade. Blinding white light burst forth from between his palms, and Cheeks snarled as she covered her eyes with her free arm. Katsuki rushed forward, pressing one hand against the remaining block and shattering it to pieces with another explosion, before grabbing her by the face and chucking her towards the boundary line. Cheeks slid across the concrete floor, catching herself on a ridge in the floor before she left the ring. Roaring, she pulled another block out of the ground and tossed it up, before pulling her arm back. The block fell back down, its gravity lessened instead of removed, and Cheeks lunged forward, her fist flying forward and punching the concrete. Katsuki's eyes widened, and he fell into a split as the block shot through the air, slamming into the wall underneath the stands behind him. He was forced to reposition as Cheeks shot forward, arms swinging at faster and faster speeds. Damn, she's a monster once you get her going. Better end this quickly before she does something stupid. Cheeks snarled, dropping to all fours and launching herself towards Katsuki. He crossed his arms, blocking her wild right hook before jumping to the side to dodge her follow-up left hook. She shot after him, never letting up for even a moment. Mike shouted, "Holy crap, Iravity's gone feral. It looks like she's not even trying to tag Ground Zero with her quirk, and she's fighting like a crazed animal. Who would have expected this?" Katsuki grunted as he caught another wild punch on his arms, feeling the force actually push him back a bit. "Easy there, Cheeks. We're here to fight, not kill," she roared wordlessly, and her legs swung up and around towards Katsuki's face. He quickly ducked underneath, placing his hand on her stomach and shoving her back towards the boundary line. She slid back on all fours, snarling like a wild animal. Midnight cursed and started pulling on the sleeve of her costume. She's going to hurt herself if she keeps going like this. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. Not happening. He shot forward, clamping his hands around his opponent's wrists. She snarled, but before she could do anything, he had picked her up and twisted, spinning in place once before letting go and sending her flying off the stage. Cheeks slammed into the padded wall underneath the stands, and the impact seemed to counteract the adrenaline coursing through her. She slumped to the ground, and Midnight tossed her arm up. Gravity is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Ground Zero. Katsuki immediately jumped from the arena and ran over, carefully laying a hand on his opponent's shoulder. "Easy. It's over, you're done. There's no need to keep fighting." Uraraka leaned back against the wall and sighed deeply, her feral expression slowly fading. Katsuki could hear Midnight breathe a sigh of relief as Uraraka calmed down. Suddenly, she made a weird choking sound, and Katsuki backed up, making sure to block her from the cameras. Just in time, because she chose that moment to hurl all over the grass. Katsuki patted her on the back, whispering words of encouragement. Once her stomach was empty, she slumped over, and Katsuki caught her before she could fall into what she'd just emptied out of her system. Without thinking, he picked her up in a bridal carry and immediately jogged off towards the hallway where the medic bots were coming out. One of them beeped at him and patted the stretcher, but he shook his head. "I caused this, so I'll carry her. Where's the effing nurse's office?" Rumi hummed to herself, munching on a carrot as the blonde kid carried his opponent off the field. They're both real nasty fighters. The girl in particular. Keigo glanced over from his seat next to her in the section of the stands reserved for heroes. You think? She nodded, pulling the carrot out of her mouth and tapping it against her chin. That girl's got a feral animal inside her, but she hasn't figured out how to tame it yet. The blonde, he's already tamed his beast. But her, she needs help to get it under control. They sat there in silence for a bit. After a few seconds, Keigo said, "So, you're gonna subject yourself to the paperwork of submitting an internship request for her?" Remy huffed, her eyes locked on the rubble littering the arena, along with the empty spots where the girl had pulled up entire blocks of cement. Never had much of an inclination to foster the next generation or any of that shit, but she needs help, just like I did. By herself, she's dangerous, I'll give her that. But once she tames that monster of hers, she'll be the deadliest effing hero in Japan. And I'll be damned if I keep a fellow monster from realizing how badass they are. Katsuki glanced over as Uraraka shifted in her bed. How long do you think she'll be like that? Recovery girl hummed, flipping through a clipboard. I'm not sure, dearie. She really did a number on herself, and she's suffering from both regular exhaustion and severe quirk exhaustion. I just wish I knew what caused her to lose all sense of reason like that. Katsuki sighed, looking down at his clasped hands. I don't know for certain, but I'm pretty sure that I made her do it. A cane smacking into his knee drew him out of his thoughts. None of that. You were simply pushing herself to her limits in the tournament, as you were expected to. You didn't know that doing so would lead her to do this, so don't blame yourself. Now get back to the stands. I can't work on her as efficiently if you're still here hovering over her. Katsuki nodded and stood up, slowly heading towards the door to the office, pausing in the doorway. He glanced back at where Uraraka was lying, before turning and closing the door behind him. Never had the click of a lock felt more like a death toll. Izuku wanted to stick around so he could talk to Katsuki. But unfortunately, his match was the first fight of the second round, so he was forced to leave the stands early so he'd be on time. As he walked up the steps of the arena, he couldn't stop thinking about how Achako had gone feral during her bout. Someone's gotta talk to her about it. That kind of thing can't be normal. Maybe Aizawa-sensei could recommend her to Hound Dog. He was forced to focus when Itoshi walked up to the other side of the ring, hands in his pockets. The purple-haired boy glanced over at the stands, before turning to Izuku and pulling his hands out. Is gravity gonna be okay? Izuku shrugged. Not sure yet. Bomb would know best about her condition, since he took her to the nurse. We'll just have to find out later. Itoshi nodded and put his hands back in his pockets. As Midnight explained the rules, he drawled, "So, how effed am I?" Izuku grinned and summoned his metal bat, spinning it in his grip. "Very." Midnight shouted, "Fight." Izuku tossed his bat up, and Hitoshi's quirk took hold immediately. Before the other boy could issue an order, however, the bat fell back down and landed on Izuku's head, knocking him out of the hypnosis. As Izuku grabbed his bat out of the air, Mike shouted, "Wait, what? Did Save Point know that would happen?" Aizawa-sensei snorted. "You clearly haven't been paying attention. Hypnos and Save Point are close friends, so of course they know the ins and outs of each other's quirks. In addition, Save Point has the potential for the most raw power out of the entire class, but he's also among the most skilled in the class. Not to say that the others aren't skilled in their own right." Izuku snorted. "Bias, much?" Itoshi shrugged. "Well, I figured I'd give it a shot. Go easy on me." Izuku merely grinned and shot forward. Itoshi quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest in preparation, but the expected swing never came. Instead, Izuku dashed forward, wrapped Hitoshi's neck in the crook of his elbow, and lunged, sending his opponent into an involuntary backflip with a practiced clothesline maneuver. As Itoshi crashed down to earth on his back, his breath was driven from his lungs. While he was trying to regain his bearings, Izuku grabbed Hitoshi's leg and hurled him across the floor of the arena, sending him skidding across the boundary line. Midnight threw her arm up. Hypnos is out of bounds. The winner of this match is Save Point. The quarterfinals passed in a blur. Kaminari didn't have much that could get through Kirishima's hardening, and the blonde was quickly shoved out of bounds. Izuku's throat went hoarse from cheering during May's fight with Kyuka, and his girlfriend ended up knocking the support student out of the ring with a well-placed blade kick. Fumikage's match with Katsuki had been surprisingly subdued, with Katsuki quickly pinning his opponent by the chest and constantly popping explosions in his free hand to keep Dark Shadow at bay. Soon, Izuku was walking up the steps at the same time as Kirishima. Mike announced, "It's the first match of the semifinals. On one side, we have the masterclass rep of 1A, Save Point, and on the other side, we have the manliest man to ever man, Red Riot." Kirishima grinned and slammed his hardened fists together, producing a shower of sparks. "Don't hold back, bro, because neither will I." Izuku grinned back and twirled his bat in his right hand. "Never intended to." Midnight swept her arm down. "Fight." They charged, meeting in the center of the ring. Izuku's bat slammed into Kirishima's fist, throwing up another spray of sparks. Izuku ducked under Kirishima's follow-up punch before swinging again. Another block, another shower of sparks. Punch, dodge, swing, block. Again and again, faster and faster until the air around the two combatants was a constant shower of glittering sparks. Izuku swung again, but this time, Kirishima didn't block. He sidestepped, before lunging, slamming his fist into Izuku's stomach and sending the green-haired boy flying towards the boundary line. Izuku's bat flew out of his grip, landing on the grass and dissipating immediately. Izuku slid to a stop just barely inside the ring and coughed, before grinning over at his opponent. Not bad, but let's see how you handle this. His hair glowed, and the balls of light coalesced into 3 items, 2 identical hammers, 1 in each hand, and a wooden hog-like mask. Izuku twirled the hammers in his hands, before slamming the heads together. Fire burst from the point of contact, fading a second later. Save point, masked hammer. Kirishima grinned and made a beckoning motion with one arm, the other held up in a classic boxer's stance. Come at me, bro. Izuku charged forward, jumping into the air and holding both hammers over his head. Kirishima grinned and jumped to meet him, fist already swinging upwards. Izuku deflected the uppercut aside with one hammer, before whacking Kirishima in the face with the other and sending the redhead crashing back down to earth. As Kirishima pulled his hardened head out of the concrete, it was reburied as Izuku smacked it with a hammer as he landed. The arena shuddered, and Kirishima pulled his body out of the concrete, sending a spray of rubble in every direction as he stumbled backwards. Izuku spun one hammer in his hand to deflect the spray, before running forward. He swung, and Kirishima dodged, letting the hammer hit the ground. Izuku swung again, and Kirishima backed up, letting the hammer hit the ground again. Izuku swung both hammers, and Kirishima jumped back. The hammers hit the floor, and 2 spinning pillars of fire erupted from the points of impact, rushing forward and slamming into Kirishima head-on. The redhead was picked up off the ground and bodily thrown out of the arena, his uniform singed and his hair partially on fire. Midnight threw her arm up and announced, Red Riot is out of bounds. The first finalist is save point. The crowd went wild, and Izuku dropped the hammers, letting them in the mask dissipate. He quickly fell to the grass and hurried over, patting the flames out of Kirishima's hair. You okay? Kirishima grinned up at him. Heck yeah. Great match, bro. We've got to do that again sometime. Katsuki couldn't help the growing feeling of guilt in his stomach as he walked onto the field. His anxiety only grew as he saw Bose exit the hallway on the other side, walking towards the arena. I already caused one of Izuku's friends to go into a berserker state by fighting them. I got lucky with my quirk being able to calm down, quoth the Raven. Bose doesn't have that defense. What if I put her in the infirmary like I did with Uraraka? Or worse, not even Izuku would forgive me if I put his girlfriend in a coma. Bose sighed, breaking him out of his thoughts. If you're worried about me doing the same thing as Uravati, don't. I've known for a while that she's got some issues that she needs to work through, though it's not my place to say. But the point is, I'm not going to go feral like she did. That's not to say I'll go down without a fight, but still, it wasn't your fault. She knew the risks of going up against you, and she chose to push her limits. She made that decision, so don't blame yourself. Katsuki grunted. Forgive me if I'm still a bit hesitant. Bose raised an eyebrow. The Great King explosion, admitting that he's hesitant to do something. How the mighty have fallen, ground zero. You know, if you don't take this seriously, I might just have to tell Save Point about the drums. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, his hesitance forgotten in the wake of his anger. Don't you effing dare, Bose. We agreed to keep that between the two of us. Bose smugly grinned at him. Give this match your best effort, and it'll stay that way. Katsuki huffed. Are you seriously blackmailing me into fighting you seriously? Bose shrugged. Blackmail is such a strong word. I prefer to think of it as motivating against a specific outcome. Katsuki grunted and slammed his fist into his palm, letting off an explosion to burn off some excess sweat. Oh, you want a specific outcome? I'll give you a specific outcome. Bose grinned. That's the ground zero I know and tolerate. Come at me, Sparky Boom Man. Midnight swept her arm down. Begin. Katsuki blasted forward, aiming a roundhouse towards her chest with his right foot. Bose leaned back, before stepping forward and punching him in the stomach. He slid back a few feet, before sidestepping her follow-up blade kick. He swept his hand low, palm exploding a cloud of debris into her face. He jumped to the side to avoid her jack stabbing at his shoulders. It became a tense dance, with Katsuki darting in every so often to attempt an attack, then disengaging when Bose retaliated. In the back of his mind, he registered that the crowd was completely silent. Not that he could blame them. Last time he was in this kind of exchange, it led to Uraraka going feral. A sudden kick towards his nose brought his attention back to the present. Eyes on the prize, Blondie. There's nobody else right now. Just you, me, and the ring. Katsuki snorted, sidestepping around another thrust from her jacks. Really? I thought you were Bush's prize. Bose huffed and rolled her eyes. Whatever, you get the point. Katsuki paled as her jack started aiming for his face. Yeah, the 2 points. I'd rather not go blind. Thank you very effing much. Oh, lighten up, you big baby. Getting stabbed in the eye is a learning experience. Builds character. Katsuki snorted and aimed another explosion at the ground, immediately jumping through and throwing out a right hook. His fist slammed into Bose's palm, and he immediately jumped up and over, grabbing her other wrist as he passed. As soon as his feet were back on solid ground, he started firing off explosions with his now free hand, building up speed and spinning faster and faster. As he hit his top speed, he released his grip on Bose's wrist. Nitro catapult. Her inertia sent her flying out of the ring and into the padded wall underneath the stands. She nimbly dropped to the grass, a resigned look on her face. Midnight immediately threw her arm in the air and shouted, "Jack Sabbath is out of bounds. Our second finalist is ground zero." The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. Katsuki did the same, letting out the ball of tension he wasn't even fully aware he had bottled up. He dropped to the grass and walked forward, holding his hand out. "Good match." She grinned and accepted the handshake. "Same to you." Aako slowly opened her eyes, sitting up and immediately wishing she hadn't. She slumped back in the bed, groaning as she laid a hand on her forehead. What happened?" Recovery girl walked over and hummed, flipping through her clipboard. "That depends, dearie. What's the last thing you remember?" "I was going against Katsuki in the tournament. I remember getting angrier as we fought. Then the crowd started booing, saying that he was toying with me. Things got a bit fuzzy, but I think I remember pulling a couple of blocks from the floor. I threw one at him and tried to hit him with the other like a hammer, but he blasted apart the first one and jumped over the second. When I turned around, there was a blinding light, then a hand on my face, then nothing. Next thing I know, I'm waking up here and feeling like shit." Recovery girl hummed, writing something down on the papers on her clipboard. "I see. So, you don't remember how the fight concluded, or how you got here?" Aako shook her head, the nervous feeling intensifying. "No, why? What happened?" The heroine sighed, before glancing over at her. "According to young Katsuki's report, after he grabbed your face and threw you towards the boundary line, he proceeded to pull up another block of concrete and literally punch it at him, then drop to all fours and start bouncing around the arena like a wild animal. I'm amazed that the only person who ended up hurt after that was you." Aako winced and clutched at her head. "I can explain. See, my grandma on my mom's side had a shape-shifting quirk, with the downside that it influenced her thought processes while she was shifted. As a result, her daughters tended to have animalistic instincts when pushed, and that got passed down to me. As a result, if I fight too long or too hard, I kinda lose myself to my instincts and go feral. It's only happened once before, back in elementary school, when I was trying to defend another kid from some bullies. I ended up slipping into that berserker rage when one of the bullies grabbed me by the face and slammed me into a nearby wall. I guess Katsuki grabbing my face resulted in a PTSD-type flashback that triggered the animal instinct. I thought I'd be able to avoid it happening again once I came to UA." Recovery girl sighed, before lowering the clipboard to her side and walking up to Aako, lightly tapping her on the forehead with her cane. "In the future, make sure your teachers are aware of this sort of problem, especially considering your homeroom teacher prefers not to read his students' files." Aako winced. "Fair point. Did I miss the finals?" The heroine frowned. "No, I believe they just finished the second match of the semifinals. Cementos is currently repairing the arena. If you think you can handle the noise, then I'll get one of your classmates to help get you back to the stands." The door slid open, and Katsuki poked his head in. "Oi, nurse, how's your Raka doing?" Aako brightened. "You remembered my name." Katsuki glanced over at her, and something like guilt briefly crossed his face. "Well, yeah, you put up a damn good fight, so obviously I'm gonna remember. I thought we talked about that over spring break." Aako nodded. "Right, I remember now. Guess it slipped my mind. What with everything that happened today?" Katsuki chuckled nervously. "Yeah, everything." Aako frowned. "Katsuki, are you blaming yourself?" Okay, maybe." She laid a hand on his shoulder and he jumped. "Kats, it wasn't your fault. I messed up, thinking I could handle it. It's a personal problem that I thought I could keep a lid on. Clearly, I couldn't, and that's what led to all this. It's not your fault, okay." Katsuki sighed, and the tension bled out of his shoulders. "Okay, come on, let's get you back to the stands. The whole class has probably been worried about you." Izuku rolled his shoulders and flexed his fingers, feeling his joints pop one by one as he emerged from the hallway onto the grassy field of the stadium. The crowd was cheering wildly as Mike announced, "And now, for the match you've all been waiting for. It's time for the grand finale of the first-year sports festival. Coming up onto the arena now, we have 1A's class representative, the Wonder Bush himself, Save Point." The cheering grew louder as Katsuki emerged from his own hallway, his hands in his pockets as he casually walked up the steps to the ring. And his opponent, the beast of 1A, the Wonder Blonde himself, ground zero. Izuku flexed his right hand nervously. How's your gravity? Katsuki huffed. She's alive. Fed herself up something fierce, but she'll be okay. Said she'd explain after the festival. Izuku glanced over at 1A's section of the stands, and the ball of tension in his chest unraveled when he saw Achako sitting next to Kyuka, the brown-haired girl waving excitedly with a huge smile on her face. Sighing with relief, Izuku turned his attention back to his opponent. Good. Knowing that she's okay means I can fully focus on this. Don't expect me to hold anything back. Ground zero. I'm coming at you with all I've got. Katsuki grinned and crouched, explosions popping between his curled fingers. Right back at you, save point. Midnight announced. You both know the rules, so let's not waste any time. Fighters ready. Ready. Her arms swept down. Begin. She immediately jumped back to the relative safety of the lower section of the arena. The two combatants charged, meeting in the center of the ring. Katsuki's right hook slammed into Izuku's bat, and the subsequent explosion shook the arena. The weapon held strong, and Izuku removed his left hand, immediately clenching it into a fist and delivering a strong left jab to Katsuki's ribs. The blonde slid back, and Izuku followed up with a forehand swing and a roundhouse. Katsuki leaned back to avoid the bat and raised his left arm to block the kick, before retaliating with a blade kick that landed on Izuku's chest. Izuku slid back, and Katsuki jumped after him, right hand swinging down with an explosion building up in his palm. The blow missed, and the blast slammed into the floor of the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris and sending a shockwave throughout the stadium. The two combatants jumped backwards out of the smoke, each sliding back towards their respective side of the ring. Izuku glanced at his bat, noticing the charring and the dents lining its surface. Making a quick decision, he tossed it to the side, and it dissipated in midair. He held his hands out to his sides, and they were covered in glowing green light for a few seconds. When it faded, he was wearing twin yellow bracelets around his wrists. He smacked his fists together, and the bracelets expanded into yellow gauntlets with black lines running along them. His hair glowed, and strips of red cylinders appeared in his hands. He tossed them in the air, and they fell, snapping into place around his wrists. He settled into a boxer's stance, the gauntlets whirring. Katsuki grinned and blasted forward, propelling himself with his explosions. Izuku cocked one arm back, and the shells slid into position. The blonde brought his right hand forward, palm sparking. Izuku swung to meet it, and a loud bang resonated throughout the stadium. The explosion that erupted sent the two combatants flying away towards the edge of the ring. Katsuki halted his momentum with his explosions, and Izuku slid painfully close to the boundary line, stopping just a few inches before he went out of bounds. Izuku stood upright and rolled his shoulders, tilting his head back and forth and feeling his neck pop. He drew both arms back, and the shells of the ember silica started spinning around his wrists. His fists blurred, sending a volley of explosive shots flying through the air towards his opponent. A maniacal grin stretched across Katsuki's face, and the blonde charged forward, his palms exploding as he weaved through the air. Izuku crouched and punched both arms towards the ground. The blast launched him towards the center of the ring, and he readied his right fist. Katsuki laughed wildly and pulled back his own right fist as he flew forward. In unison, they punched, colliding in the center of the arena. Another blast rocked the stadium, followed by another a second later. Then another, then another, then another, faster and faster until the center of the ring was a smoke cloud filled with constant flashes. There was a loud bang, and both combatants slid back out of the smoke. Katsuki panted, his palms red and smoking. Izuku gripped his left arm with his right hand, the shoulder looking misshapen. The green-haired boy grit his teeth and pulled, his shoulder clicking back into place. Izuku roared from the pain, before standing upright and clenching his fists. Let's finish this, ground zero. Katsuki laughed wildly. Couldn't agree more, save point. The blonde jumped into the air, firing off a series of explosions that sent him spinning through the air. Izuku grinned and slammed his fists together, producing a small blast. Come at me. Katsuki flew forward, his palms flashing. Howitzer impact. An enormous blast rocked the stadium, nearly blowing the audience out of their seats. Down in the ring, Izuku grit his teeth and nimbly stepped to the side, feeling the heat roll across his skin from his proximity to the explosion. But he pushed through and swung. His fist connected with Katsuki's face, and the ember silica clicked, firing a point-blank shot that sent the blonde flying. Katsuki slammed into the wall under the stands, making an impact crater in the padding. Slowly, he slid down and fell to the grass, slumping with his back against the wall. Midnight immediately let out a piercing whistle and hopped up onto the arena, throwing her arm in the air. Ground zero is out of bounds. The winner is save point. The podium rose onto the field, and Izuku nearly balked at the intense cheering from the crowd. Glancing over, he could see rivers of tears flowing from Mom's eyes. Next to her, Aunt Mitsuki was cheering her lungs out, while Uncle Masaru had a wide smile on his face. Mike announced, "Here they are, folks, the finalists of the first-year sports festival." Midnight added, "And who better to present the medals than..." Booming laughter struck the crowd silent. A massive figure leaped over the edge of the stadium roof and fell to the field below, backflipping multiple times before landing on his feet. I am here to honor these fine young heroes. The crowd went nuts as All Might produced 4 medals from a back pocket and walked up to the podium, standing in front of Kyuka and Kirishima on the third-place stand. Jack Sabbath, you have proven yourself a formidable warrior, more than capable of standing among the strongest in your class. You have set a shining example for many young women to come. Kyuka smirked as the number 1 hero laid the bronze medal around her neck. Red Riot, your durability and ingenuity shine brightly, as does your courage. I am sure you will no doubt live up to the ideals of your own idol. Kirishima grinned as All Might laid the bronze medal around his neck. Ground Zero, you are a mighty warrior, and a truly terrifying foe. I pity those villains who would dare to cross your path. Katsuki grinned as the hero gave him his silver medal. Finally, All Might stood in front of Izuku. Save point. You have truly gone above and beyond to outpace your peers, yet hold them up with you every step of the way. I can't think of a better man to lead your generation into the future. Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes as All Might laid the gold medal around his neck. Thank you, sir. I promise I'll do my best. All Might grinned and stepped back, allowing the cameras a good view of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen of Japan, I give you the winners of the first-year sports festival. Once Izuku got back to the apartment, Mom had already put together a frame for the medal, which was immediately sealed and hung on the dividing wall between the kitchen and the dining room. Next to it hung Izuku's UA acceptance letter, the Quirk diagnosis report from Miwe-Kru-san, and a printed photo of the first time Izuku got 100% completion on a save file. Tuesday and Wednesday were spent relaxing and watching the second-year and third-year sports festivals on the TV. On Wednesday, Izuku took notice of a blonde kid that he recognized from last year for having accidentally lost his pants in the middle of the second event. This year, he thankfully didn't have that issue, as his pants seemed to phase with him. The blonde ended up getting first, alongside a girl with sky blue hair and a boy with pointed ears. The blonde and the girl seemed to soak in the attention from the cameras, while the other boy looked like he wanted to just curl up in a ball and hide. UA students were given Thursday and Friday off to rest and recuperate from the events of the festival. On Friday, Aako came over to the apartment with the rest of the hero hopefuls. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the sling around her right arm. I thought you were good to go right before the finals of our festival. Aako rubbed at her neck with her left hand. Yeah, well, while Recovery Girl had healed my arm from when I punched that cement block, it was still recovering and pretty weak. As a result, all the cheering and waving I did aggravated it, and the pain hit as I was walking out of the stadium to head home. Would have hit the dirt if Kyuka hadn't caught me and taken me to the nurse's office. I've been wearing this sling since Monday evening. Kyuka nodded and plopped down in Izuku's lap, resting her elbow on the arm of the couch and leaning her cheek on her fist. So, I know you've told me the reason behind the feral rage thing, but I doubt you've told any of the others. Katsuki sat up straighter from where he was sitting against the wall by the TV. Yeah, I was wondering that, myself. You told me you'd explain after the festival. Aako nodded and rubbed at her upper right arm. Yeah, I've got a bit of a problem related to my genetics. See, my grandma on my mom's side had a shape-shifting quirk. She could turn into all kinds of animals on the spot. A panther, a horse, a falcon, anything. The downside was that whatever form she took mostly overrode her human instincts. While Mom didn't inherit the quirk, she did inherit the whole animal instincts thing. The main reason she and Dad got married was because he always had some kind of calming aura, which meant he could get her out of her fits. Mom was afraid that I'd randomly go into feral rages like she would. Kuda hummed, but you're always so bubbly and cheerful. If your mom's fits were so common, we would have noticed by now, right? Aako nodded once Izuku translated. True, if I was the same, I probably would have had a fit by the time the festival rolled around. But something happened in my genetics. My quirk's a weird mutation. Not at all like my parents' quirks. Mom's quirk lets her sense the emotions of other people, and Dad can mold steel with his hands like it's clay. Neither of those would reasonably combine into my quirk. In any case, we think that Mom's quirk and the animal instincts inherited from Grandma kind of fused to give me a sort of berserker rage. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You mean like Thor in those old comics? Kinda. See, if my adrenaline gets too high, or I get too angry, then my instincts take over and I lash out towards whoever caused it. That's why I only went after Katsuki in that state. Since my adrenaline gets channeled into that extreme fight or flight response, I'm usually pretty stress-free and bubbly. We've thought about finding a therapist, but money was always kinda tight, even before Mom and Dad got scammed. Kyuka huffed. So, how many episodes have you had? 2, if you include the one during the sports festival. The only other instance was back in elementary school. I was walking home, and I ran into a couple of older kids picking on some of my classmates. I ran in to help, but they quickly ganged up on me. One of them grabbed me by the face and slammed me into the wall. and that activated the berserker state. Katsuki winced. Guess it didn't help that I grabbed your face during our fight. Must have triggered it like a PTSD flashback. Sorry. She waved her left hand dismissively. Nah, don't worry. I hadn't told you, so don't blame yourself for not knowing. It's not a thing I like to talk about. Anyways, Izuku narrowed his eyes at Kyuka. So then why did she tell you before anyone else? Kyuka leaned her head back to grin up at him. I have a knack for getting people to spill their secrets. Aizawa-sensei's already offered to teach me interrogation techniques one-on-one. Achako coughed into her fist. That, and she overheard me talking to my parents about it on the phone after I gave my account of the USJ. She kinda cornered me behind a bush and demanded an explanation. I figured that since she can hear heartbeats, I might as well be honest. Kirishima shrugged. Fair enough. Still, keeping something important like that to yourself won't help in the long run. I totally get wanting to look strong, but it's not manly to hide things that could get you hurt. Everyone looked at him weirdly, and he blushed. You know what I meant. Everyone started laughing, save for Kuda, who simply smiled widely. After they calmed down, Izuku leaned forward and reached around Kyuka to pull a crate of controllers out from under the couch. So, who's up for a bit of Smash Ultimate? Glancing up, he paused as everyone pulled out their own controllers. I guess everyone, then. May glanced around the room, before putting her controller back in her bag. I think I'll sit this one out. That way there's 8 players. Kyuka snapped her fingers in disappointment. Darn, I was gonna talk to you about a potential support item. There was a light cough from the hallway, and everyone turned to see Mom standing in the doorway, smiling and holding up her own controller. Go ahead and talk to Hatsum, dearie. I haven't played against fresh blood in ages. Kyuka smiled and hopped up off Izuku's lap, immediately grabbing May by the arm and dragging her over to the dining room table. Izuku grinned and turned on the switch, quickly setting up an 8-player tournament. Alright then, let's play. The others left the house that night with the understanding to never challenge Mom to a 5-on-1 game of Smash Ultimate. Her Daisy had absolutely destroyed Hitoshi's Incineroar, Achako's Jigglypuff, Kirishima's Bowser, Kaminari's Pikachu, and Kuda's Inkling, all at the same time. The following Monday, Aizawa-sensei walked back into the classroom, his arm noticeably missing a sling. He smirked at the cheers of the class, before raising his hand to silence them. Recovery girl finished treating my arm yesterday, and I am now cleared for hero work. Go ahead and get your celebrations out now. Achako frowned. I was hoping we could be sling buddies. Aizawa-sensei glanced at her right arm and frowned. Right, Uraraka, I need to speak to you after classes today about what happened during the festival. She nodded. Speaking of the festival, good work. None of you made total fools of yourselves, and you remembered to use your classmates' hero names instead of their real names. If you were hoping to make an impression, he pulled out a remote and hit a button. You certainly did. The blackboard behind the hero was suddenly filled with names and numbers. After a few seconds, Achako gasped and pointed to them with her free hand. Those are internship offers. Bingo. I only briefly mentioned them when you were coming up with your code names. But now's when we go into more detail about them. Internships are where you go and stay at a pro heroes agency for a week to get hands-on experience with hero work. You won't be allowed to go out and fight crimes on your own, but you will be patrolling with your supervisor at various points throughout the week. As for which agencies you can go with, well, that's partially dictated by the festival. He tapped the board. Most agencies watch the sports festival so they can look for students with potential that they're willing to take on as interns. If they're impressed with a hero student, they'll send in an offer. Of course, it's up to you who you go with, since you can only be at one agency for the week. Aoyama, who had a 0 next to his name, raised his hand. Monsieur, what about those of us who did not receive any offers? Aizawa-sensei nodded. Reasonable question. If you didn't receive any offers, there are 40 agencies partnered with UA who accept all hero students as interns. You'll be allowed to choose one of them if you didn't get any offers. The same goes for if you got 10 or fewer offers. Hagakure raised her hand, the shift of her sleeve just barely noticeable. But why did some people get so many? Izuku huffed. Simple. A lot of people were watching the class that got attacked by villains. And you'll notice that those with more offers got farther into the festival. And he would know. His name had the highest number of offers out of the entire class, a whopping 5,043. Katsuki was close behind at 4,962 offers. Kyuka had received 4,185 offers, and Kirishima had 3,847. Surprisingly, Todoroki had the next highest number of offers at 3,124, despite not having even gotten past the second round. The two-tone boy grunted. Probably a bunch of freeloaders who want to piggyback off of Endeavor's reputation. Izuku glanced down the list and frowned. Achako had only gotten a single offer, despite the fact that she had gotten pretty far in the festival. How come Achako only got one offer? She outperformed most of the class in the festival, but she got less offers than people who didn't even get to the tournament. Aizawa-sensei sighed. It's because of her fight with Bakugo. While you all know her personally, most of the heroes in attendance only saw her turn into a feral animal during her match, and that put most of them off. Still, I wouldn't be too discouraged. Achako raised her hand, but he cut her off by pulling out a stack of papers. Class rep, vice rep, distribute these. Izuku and Yaoyorozu quickly walked to the front and started passing out the packets of papers. These packets contain your offers, listed in alphabetical order and with important information about each agency, commanding hero, number of sidekicks, location, etc. I recommend researching your top picks on your own time. Izuku frowned. The packets had all been passed out, but some students were still without their list of offers. What about the rest of us? Aizawa-sensei grinned and reached into the podium, pulling out a stack of tablets. Those of you with offers in the quadruple digits will use these instead, since a physical packet would be too unwieldy. Once the tablets had been distributed, Aizawa-sensei glanced up at the clock. Since you've already decided on your hero names, you have the rest of this week to submit up to your top 3 choices to me. Internships are next week, so choose wisely. That'll be all for now. Dismissed. Uraraka, remember to find me after classes today. As the hero walked out the door, the bell rang, and the class started filtering out towards the lockers. Izuku walked over to Achako's desk, where she had a solemn expression on her face. You all right? Yeah, just. I hate that most of the heroes only looked at my feral state and assumed that I was like that all the time. I just wonder who my sole offer came from. Izuku patted her on the shoulder. Don't sweat it. If they don't seem like a good fit for you, then you can always go with one of the 40 agencies partnered with UA. Right, she sniffed. Right. Lunchtime found the hero hopefuls sitting at a table in the cafeteria. The usual chatter absent as most of them looked through their various offers. Achako picked at her food, occasionally glancing around at the others. So, Izuku, who do you think you're gonna go with? Izuku frowned, tapping the filter button and making a few adjustments. Not sure yet. There's a lot of offers here, and I've found a few good ones, but nobody's really stood out to me yet. The sound of footsteps registered in his mind, and he glanced up from his tablet to see Yaoyorozu standing by the table with a tray in one hand and her packet in the other. Would you mind helping me look through my offers? I thought that, since our quirks function similarly, you might have some insight on where I should go. Izuku grinned and patted the seat next to him. Of course, I'd be a terrible class representative if I didn't help out my vice rep. Yaoyorozu sat down and started flipping through her packet of offers. I had initially considered going with Uobami alongside Kendo-san. I thought that she would be able to provide insight on how to be a woman in a mostly male industry. Izuku winced. Didn't you say you wanted to get away from being ladylike and all that? And even then, Uobami would be more likely to tell you how to turn a hero career into a celebrity status. She barely does any rescue work nowadays, instead focusing on her product line of makeup, perfume, clothing, and accessories. Katsuki nodded. Dad always hates this time of year, because it's when Uobami puts out more commercials than usual and gives his own line a hard time pulling in new customers. The regulars already know that Dad's shit is top quality, but unfortunately, being a hero sells well. Izuku nodded in agreement. I wouldn't be surprised if she sent offers to the two of you because of your pretty faces. Glancing over at Kyuka, he blushed at her half-hearted glare. Objectively pretty faces. Kyuka huffed. That's what I thought. Yaoyorozu winced. I see. That likely would not have gone well, as I intend to focus on hero work over commercial deals and the like. Do you have any recommendations? Izuku frowned, grabbing her packet. He flipped through it, and a name about a third of the way in caught his attention. Hey, looky here. You got an offer from Fat Gum. Yaoyorozu leaned forward and squinted at the paper. Are you sure? He's quite a distance away, and he's not very well known. Izuku nodded. True, but he's probably the most knowledgeable hero in the country when it comes to stockpiling and consumption-based quirks. I've heard that one of this year's Big Three actually does a work study at Fat Gum's agency. Katsuki's eyes widened. Yeah, that shy dude with pointy ears. He was on the winner's podium for the third-year sports festival last week. Izuku nodded, and a thought struck. He quickly turned back to his tablet and filtered for offers that started with F, brightening when Fat Gum's agency showed up at the top of the list. I got an offer from Fat Gum, too. Maybe we could intern with him together. Yaoyorozu brightened. That sounds wonderful. I was afraid that I would be uncomfortable so far from home, but if someone I know is going to be there, then that eases most of my concerns. Ada walked by the table. Achako watched him as he passed, before leaning forward. Has anyone noticed Ada acting a little weird recently? I don't know him all that well, but he seems stiffer than usual. Yaoyorozu hummed. I only know him because I've been to several hero galas, since my parents are well known in the support industry, but you're right. Something seems off with him. Izuku winced. And I think I know what it is. Didn't you check the news? Ingenium was attacked by Stain last Monday. He survived, but he's in a coma. And the doctors are saying there's a good chance that he'll be paralyzed from the waist down. Even if he recovers enough to walk, there's a good chance that he won't be able to continue hero work. Katsuki grunted. The hero killer? Huh. That sucks. Ingenium's one of the better heroes. Be a damn shame if he has to quit. Izuku nodded, and his tone grew even more serious, not to mention how it'll affect Ida. His older brother was attacked and paralyzed while he was competing in the festival, and the man who did it is still on the loose. How do you think he's feeling right now? Kyuka hummed. His heartbeat doesn't seem like he's grieving. It's more of a seething rhythm, almost like he's biding his time for something. Izuku went pale. You don't think he's going to try and go after the hero killer to get revenge, do you? Yaoyorozu rubbed her chin. Normally, I would say that he seems too insistent on following the rules, but given the circumstances, I can't deny that it's a possibility. Izuku tapped at his chin. Yaoyorozu, you're closer to him than most of us, right? Think you could get him to at least tell you his internship choices? Please, I think we're close enough that you can use my first name, and it wouldn't hurt to try. Later that day, Izuku and Katsuki were leaning against the window outside 1A's classroom after classes had been dismissed for the day. Achako was currently with Aizawa-sensei in his office, and Momo walked out of the room, her face pale. He only chose Manuel's agency and Hasu. Izuku inhaled sharply. Shit, that basically confirms it. But what can we do to stop him? Momo shook her head sadly. There's not much we can do, especially if the two of us are going to Isuwa to intern with Fat Gum. Katsuki grunted. I'll handle it. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the blonde. How? Katsuki smirked and held up his tablet, tapping on a specific offer. Did a little digging. Turns out my second favorite hero is currently renting a place in Hasu, and she sent me an offer for an internship. Achako gasped as she walked up. Wait, you got an offer from Maruko? My offer came from her, too. Izuku brightened. That's great. You're going with her, right? Achako nodded excitedly. Yeah, she'd probably be able to help me get a handle on my berserker stuff, since she's probably got even stronger animal instincts than me. Katsuki grinned. Then it's settled. Uraraka and I will go with Maruko and try to keep Glasses out of trouble. Meanwhile, you two go to Fat Gum and focus on your internships without having to worry. Izuku snorted and lightly punched Katsuki in the arm. I'm still gonna worry. Even being in the same city as the hero killer is reason enough to be cautious. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Whatever, not like we're gonna be fighting him. And he hasn't gone after hero students yet. Izuku's smile dropped. Doesn't mean he won't start. Nobody knows his mo, or why he started going after heroes. It's entirely possible that he could try and cut off future generations of heroes before they graduate. Katsuki nodded, his expression turning serious. Fair enough. I'll keep an eye out. Izuku and Momo waved out the window at the rest of the class standing on the waiting platform. The train quickly picked up speed, heading out of the station and towards Isuwa City in the Kansai region. Due to the distance they were traveling, they'd been among the first to leave, preceded only by Fumikage, who had chosen to intern under Hawks in the Kyushu region. Once the train station had vanished over the horizon, Izuku sat back in his seat and turned to Momo. So, you talked to May last week like I suggested, right? The girl nodded and glanced down at her costume case. She was very insistent that my costume be redesigned. I haven't yet had the chance to try it on, but from what I've heard from other members of our class, I believe that it should prove satisfactory. Izuku grinned. It will. May gives her clients nothing but the best. Momo frowned. Still, it was unnerving to watch her and her classmates drag one of the boys around without giving him a chance to breathe. Should I be worried? Izuku grunted. That's Galman. He was being sexist when we visited the support department on the first day of classes, so Power Loader made him the class test dummy for the month. Don't worry about it. A couple hours later, the train screeched to a halt as it entered Isuwa Station, and the automated voice declared their arrival. Izuku stood up and grabbed his luggage from the overhead compartment, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and holding his costume case by his hip. This is our stop. Come on. As they got off the train, Izuku could see a giant yellow hoodie sticking out of the crowd. The 8-feet-tall man towering over the rest of the people in the station. Hey, there you are. Izuku grinned and made his way over to the hero, aware that Momo was following at a short distance. The raven-haired girl bowed and said, It's a pleasure to meet you in person, sir. Fat Gum grinned. You two must be Save Point and Creati. He turned to Momo. I was impressed by your performances in the obstacle race and cavalry battle. Shame you didn't make it to the tournament, though. But hey, we've got the whole week to see just what you're capable of. He turned back to Izuku. As for you, I'm just impressed overall. You put on quite a show out there. Izuku grinned. What is a streamer, if not a performer? Fat Gum chuckled, sticking to the persona, In any case, let's get to the agency. Thankfully, it's not far. As they left the station, Izuku casually asked, So, your quirk allows you to absorb things into your fat, right? How do you manage to keep fit while still maintaining that thick outer layer? The short answer is that it's because of my quirk. See, my body's adapted to handle large amounts of fat without any of the usual side effects that a normal person would have. I'm guessing your quirk operates in a similar fashion? Izuku held a finger to his lips. I'm not giving out any details about my quirk until we're at the agency. You never know who could be listening in. Huh, fair enough, little guy. Izuku pouted. Hey, I'm not little. You're just huge. Momo coughed into her fist. I feel it bears mentioning that you are one of the shortest members of the class. Izuku huffed. All 155 centimeters of him. I'm not short, I'm travel-sized. Fat Gum snorted as they rounded the corner, soon finding themselves in front of a tall building stylized to look like the hero. The man opened the front door and led the way inside, starting with the reception area. The receptionist looked up and grinned at the sight of the BGMI hero. Fat, welcome back. I'm guessing the kids are first-year interns from UA. Fat Gum nodded, laying a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. This here is Save Point, the guy who won the whole darn thing. The receptionist blinked, before pushing up her glasses and peering at him. Huh, so he is. Why'd you pick this agency? You probably had offers from way higher-ranking heroes. Izuku scoffed. Ranks don't mean a damn thing to me. I wanted to go with a hero who would know a lot about a quirk like mine. And this place fit the bill perfectly. The receptionist grinned. Fair enough. She held out her hand. Kanju Shuru. I go by vibe check out in the field. Izuku returned the handshake. Midoriya Izuku. I go by Save Point, but you already knew that. This is Yaorazu Momo, hero name Creati. Momo stepped forward to shake hands with vibe check, and Fat Gum cleared his throat. If you three are nice and acquainted, we can get on with the tour of the agency, yeah? Izuku clicked his tongue. In a rush, huh? Where's the fire? You looking to burn some calories? Vibe check burst into cackles and started smacking the desk. Fat Gum crossed his arms and stared at her with an unimpressed expression. After a few seconds, she drew in a deep breath and laid an arm on the wooden surface. Sorry, boss, it's just, I've never heard someone be that sarcastic with you, especially since Suneater started his work study here. Fat Gum rolled his eyes. Hilarious. Well, we'd better get going. There's only so much time in the day. And there's a few things I'd like to show these kids. Vibe check schooled her expression and grinned up at the man. Yeah, go ahead. She glanced back at Izuku. By the way, if you've got any more of those, feel free to let him rip. Izuku grinned. Oh, I intend to. Fat Gum coughed and quickly led the way towards the back of the agency. Even before they got there, Izuku could smell the kitchen from the hallway. The hero said, so, since I employ a lot of food-based sidekicks, we've got multiple fully stocked kitchens running day in and day out. Originally, the chefs specialized in high-calorie items to help with my quirk, but as the quirks of the sidekicks got more diverse, so did the capabilities of the chefs. He opened the double doors, and Izuku's nose was assaulted by an incredible range of smells. He could pick out at least 11 different meals from the scents alone, ranging from traditional Japanese meals like udon and ramen to foreign stuff like spaghetti and tacos, and even a few American dishes like pizza and hamburgers. Wow, diverse is an understatement. Momo nodded, clearly in shock from the sheer amount of action in the kitchen. Chefs were running all over the place, from sinks to cutting boards to ovens to hibachi counters to stovetops filled with boiling pots of water. This is certainly very different from the kitchens back home. Fat Gum grinned and snagged a tray of takoyaki balls from a passing chef, immediately taking a deep sniff. That's always great. Takoyaki smells like home to me, so it's probably the most common food item at the agency. He reached into one of his belt pouches and pulled out a box of toothpicks, immediately taking one out and stabbing it into a ball of fried octopus, offering it to the two interns. Want one? Momo shook her head, but Izuku casually reached out and took the toothpick, immediately biting off the ball of food and chewing it. Pretty good. Could be a bit warmer, though. Fat Gum raised an eyebrow. That one was steaming hot, fresh out of the oven, and you want it warmer. How did you not burn your mouth? Izuku swallowed. Vestigial mutation from my dad. His quirk let him breathe fire, and his mouth and throat were fireproof so he could use his quirk without burning himself. Fat Gum whistled. Well, how's your heat tolerance? Not nearly as high, but still pretty high. I think that 250 degrees Celsius in my mouth is comparable to direct sunlight on my skin. He reached over and stabbed another ball of takoyaki, immediately popping it in his mouth. Major downside is that cold foods are extra cold. Ice cream is, like, the bane of my existence. Fat Gum snorted, before pulling out another toothpick and stabbing it into his own ball of takoyaki, blowing on it before sticking it into his mouth. That sucks. Ice cream is really good, especially during the summer. Izuku shrugged. So I've heard. But hey, at least I can still enjoy stuff like matcha and chocolate. You can't go wrong with strawberry matcha, I say. The hero chuckled. Fair enough. They left the kitchen and headed up the stairs. At one point, Izuku and Fat Gum reached for the same ball of takoyaki, which devolved into a mini sword fight with toothpicks while Momo watched. Izuku's toothpick was knocked out of his grasp, and he moaned theatrically while Fat Gum grinned and helped himself to another. "No, curse you, vile thief. You will rue the day you denied save point his righteous hors d'oeuvre." Momo snorted, and Izuku stared at her. "I didn't know it was even physically possible for you to make that sound." Momo smiled. "And I didn't know that you knew the phrase hors d'oeuvre, so I suppose we're even." Fat Gum snickered and opened the door, leading the way into a space remarkably similar to Gym Alpha at UA. The hero glanced back at their expressions and chuckled. "Familiar, isn't it? We remodeled the gym when Tamaki first started coming here, based on his accounts of the training rooms at UA. Izuku raised an eyebrow curiously. "Tamaki." Fat Gum nodded. "Amajiki Tamaki, also known as Sun Eater." Izuku's eyes widened. "Right. I remember seeing him on the TV when I watched the third-year sports festival the other week. Because of the recent attack, they weren't using the real names for any of the hero course students, so I only knew his hero name and physical appearance." The hero chuckled. "He'd probably go red if he heard that you watched him on TV. For as skilled as he is, the kid's got serious confidence and anxiety issues. I've been trying to work on it, but he's as stubborn as he is shy." Izuku winced. "That's painfully familiar. I used to be like that before my quirk developed." Fat Gum snapped his fingers. "Right, that reminds me." Quickly polishing off the tray of takoyaki, he tossed it into a nearby chute in a practiced motion and turned to face the two first years, hands on his hips. "So, if I'm gonna properly mentor you, I'm gonna need to know your quirks. From what I saw during the festival, both of you can make stuff, but that's all I know. So, hit me with the details." Izuku stepped forward, holding his hand out and manifesting his Meta Knight sword. The mask appeared over his face, and he quickly lifted it so that it rested on his hair. "My quirk is a stockpiler that stores items I've seen and used in video games in a mental inventory. I can then manifest up to a certain number of those items physically using the fat stored in my cells. I don't need to know the ins and outs of how the item would work if it was made in real life, but the more an item stretches the laws of physics, the more space it takes up in my inventory. For instance, making an item that changes size takes up most of my equipped slots and takes a lot more fat to make. I generally stick to smaller, more realistic items for standard stuff and keep some powerful items on hand as a last resort." Fat Gum hummed, rubbing at his chin. "Examples: stuff like the hoverboard I used during the obstacle race and the metal bat I used for most of the tournament only take up a single slot each, since they're mostly plausible within the realm of today's technology. The hammers that I used during my match against Red Riot take up 3 slots, since they have the ability to summon pillars of fire. I used a sword that can grow to about half the size of Mount Lady during the entrance exam, and that took up 3 slots while also leaving me extremely tired afterwards." Fat Gum nodded. "Interesting. He brought up dietary stuff on the walk over from the station. What effect does your quirk have on that?" "On average, I tend to eat about twice as much as a normal person. Thankfully, Lunch Rush is more than willing to give me 2 trays worth of food at lunchtime. Oh, and one of the first-year support students took on my request for a high-calorie food bar." He reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a gamer bar, holding it out to the hero. "Go ahead, try one." Fat Gum took it in hand nervously, scanning the packaging before flipping it over. He raised an eyebrow at the nutrition facts label on the back. "Interesting." The hero unwrapped the bar and took a bite, chewing a bit before swallowing. His eyes widened, and he looked down at the rest of the bar with renewed interest. "Oh, that's good. Packed with calories, too. Which student was this?" "Shokumatsu Ayu, Class 1H. I might just have to steal her from Power Loader if she can pull off something like this." Izuku grinned. "Good luck with that. I think she's running her own mini-company by selling them to other support students and even some of the management students. I think Eraserhead might start buying from her as a replacement for his jelly packets once he hears about her from Midnight." Fat Gum blinked, then grinned. "She'd make a killing selling these things to underground pros." He shook his head, then looked at Izuku. "But back on topic. You use the fat in your cells to make video game items." "Neat." He glanced over at Momo. "What about you?" She balked. I also use the lipids in my body to create items, but unlike Izuku-kun, I have to know the chemical structure in order to make it. In the case of machinery and other tools, I also have to know the schematics. I try to eat as much as I can to ensure that I have fuel for my quirk." She shrank in on herself a little bit. "But my parents are afraid that eating too much would ruin my figure, so I'm limited in how much I can eat at home." Fat Gum frowned. "Well, that won't do. In that case, our objective for today is to see how your bodies handle excessive eating. People with quirks like ours tend to have mutations that allow them to handle large amounts of food, so it's a good idea to test the limits of those. I'm sure I don't look like it, but even I have to make sure I don't go over a certain number of calories a day. It just so happens that my daily calorie limit is a lot higher than other people's." Katsuki looked up at the rundown building in front of him. "This place looks like it's seen better days." You sure this is the address she gave us, Uraraka? The girl looked down at the sheet of paper in her hand, before glancing over at the number on the mailbox set by the front door. Yeah, the numbers match. I guess this is just a rental for while she's in Hasu. Katsuki grunted. Makes sense to me. Uraraka stashed the paper in her pocket and shouldered her bag, grabbing her costume case off the ground. So, do we knock, or? Katsuki huffed and walked forward, immediately bringing his foot up and kicking the door open. Papa's home, you damn rabbit. The number 6 heroine glanced up from where she was sitting on the couch and smirked. About damn time. I was thinking you two would take until lunchtime to find the place. Not what you expected, huh? Uraraka glanced around nervously as she followed Katsuki inside. Well, yeah, I kinda thought that someone of your ranking would have a nicer apartment than this, even if it's just a rental. Maruko huffed and turned her attention back to the TV, which was currently set to a news channel talking about the recent rise of criminal activity in Hasu. You kidding? Any decent place wouldn't look decent after even a day of me living in it. Nah, much better to rent out the places that are already partway broken down. That way the landlords can't complain too much when I accidentally break a wall or some shit. Besides, I pay for rent and damages, so they don't really care. So, are you just gonna stand there, or are we gonna get shit done? Uraraka paused, but Katsuki simply grinned. He tossed his backpack and costume case towards the kitchen and lunged, right hand swinging down towards the heroine. Uraraka shrieked, but Maruko just sprang up off the couch right before the explosion split it in half. The hero grinned, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Now that's more like it, Blondie. Come on, girl, you just gonna stand there. A hero's gotta be ready to throw down at any time, you know. Uraraka sighed and tossed her bag and costume case right next to Katsuki's, before popping her knuckles and settling into a combative stance. Guess I shouldn't have expected anything else. Katsuki smirked and launched himself at Maruko, right fist swinging forward. The heroine bounced to the side, before slamming her left fist into his stomach. He flew into the wall by the door, leaving an impact crater almost twice his height. He coughed as he slid to the floor, but his grin only widened. Uraraka glanced over at him, and Maruko vanished, reappearing in front of the girl and grabbing her arm. She threw Uraraka into the remains of the couch, then hopped to one side as Katsuki lunged, before planting a foot in his backside and sending him face first through the door of the hallway closet. Katsuki placed both hands on the door and pushed, yanking his head out of the newly formed hole. He spat out a couple of splinters and grinned, his hands curled into claws by his side. Let's effing go, you damn rabbit. Maruko grinned at him, still bouncing on the balls of her feet. See, this is why I sent you an offer, kid. She glanced over at Uraraka and frowned. You, though, you're a whole other can of worms. Uraraka winced. I'm sorry. Maruko grinned. I sent you an offer because you're a can of worms, girl. But you need to prove that you're worth my time. Now get your ass in gear, or I'm sending you back to UA. Uraraka shrugged, before grabbing one half of the couch and picking it up off the floor. Katsuki swiped his hand down, and Maruko danced backwards out of his range, only to throw her arm up to block the chunk of couch that Uraraka swung at her. The two students fell into a rhythm, constantly alternating and never letting up on the heroine for even a moment. To her credit, Maruko just grinned wider and wider as the brawl went on, moving faster and faster to keep pace with them. It was about 10 minutes in when it happened. Uraraka slammed the couch into Maruko's crossed arms, and a low growl escaped her throat. Maruko smirked, and Katsuki realized what she was doing. He huffed, that the best you can do, round face. Come on, where's the strength you had when you fought me? Do better than that weak-ass shit. Uraraka swung again, snarling. Maruko ducked underneath and hopped back, taunting, is that the best you have? Maybe you're just not cut out to be a hero. Uraraka grabbed the couch piece with her other hand. Shut up, Katsuki shouted. No, the beach has a point. If you're just gonna keel over and let your opponent walk all over you, then you won't do anyone much good in a fight. Shut up. Maruko tilted her head and grinned. Are you sure you want to go out there and fight people? Or would you rather hug the villains into submission? Shut up. With a roar, Uraraka swung the chunk of furniture at the heroine. Maruko dodged, and the couch slammed into the counter, smashing through it. Immediately, Uraraka swung back. Maruko hopped to the side, and the couch slammed into the wall of the kitchen. The wall crumbled to pieces, as did the chunk of furniture. Uraraka fell to all fours, snarling. She launched herself at Maruko, and the heroine sidestepped. The girl landed on the wall by the fridge, her muscles tightening as she launched herself off the wall towards the hero. The apartment quickly turned into a game of human pinball, where Uraraka and Maruko bounced around off the various walls and pieces of furniture, while Katsuki leaned against the front door and watched with interest. Maruko was clearly leading Uraraka around by the nose, but the girl was too lost in her instincts to notice. With each lunge, Uraraka was slowly being led closer and closer towards a corner of the apartment. This went on for about 5 minutes, with Katsuki tossing out the occasional taunt or insult to keep Uraraka angry. Eventually, she landed on the remaining piece of the couch, laser-focused on where Maruko was standing by the TV. Uraraka snarled and lunged, and the heroine twirled to the side. Oh, Uraraka slammed into the wall face first, looking almost like one of those old cartoons as she briefly hung in midair. She slowly crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Katsuki carefully walked over and picked her up, heading towards the door labeled guest. As he suspected, there were 2 beds inside, along with some rudimentary pieces of furniture. Once Uraraka had been laid down on a mattress, Katsuki went back to the living room and crossed his arms. So, the whole point of the offer was to help her with that. Maruko grinned. You catch on fast, blondie. Yeah, I used to have fits like that when I was younger, and I'd be damned if I let someone else try to figure this shit out on their own. You've got a similar beast, but you've already tamed yours. She still needs to get hers under control. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. So you sent me an offer so that I could help you help her tame her inner monster. The heroine shrugged. More or less. Katsuki grinned. It's a damn good thing you're my second favorite hero. Otherwise I'd complain that you were using me. She raised an eyebrow. Second favorite. Who's the first? Katsuki snorted and pointed at his red, blue, and yellow backpack with a white rabbit keychain. Take a wild effing guess. Tenya looked down at his costume's helmet in his hands. The sound of knocking caused him to glance up, seeing Manuel standing in the doorway to the agency's changing rooms. You all right there, kid? You've been staring at your helmet for a good 5 minutes. We're almost late for patrol. Tenya balked. Apologies, sir. I was just lost in my thoughts. Manuel shrugged. Don't blame you. Happens to the best of us. But seriously, get it in gear. The hero left, and Tenya sighed, before looking down at his helmet again. His resolve hardened, and he turned it around, laying it on his head. I promise, brother, the villain who ended your career will not walk the streets once I am done. Fumikage stood before Hawk's desk. Sir, the point of this internship is so that I can learn how to be a hero from a professional. The hero waved a drumstick of fried chicken dismissively. And you are. I've taken you on patrol, right? Fumikage huffed. That barely qualifies, sir. It is hard for me to learn from my mentor when he is constantly 2 blocks away. You are not teaching me how to be a hero. If anything, you are teaching me how to be a sidekick. I need to learn how to handle villains myself. Hawk swallowed his bite of chicken and leaned forward with a spark of interest in his eyes. On the topic of villains, I heard your class got attacked by a bunch of them a few weeks ago. Must have been scary, huh? Fumikage scowled. I do not see why that is any of your concern. Hawks held his hands up defensively. Hey, well, a bird can't see if his chick's doing all right after a traumatic experience. Fumikage crossed his arms. Most birds actually care for their chicks while the young are still in the nest. You, meanwhile, are effectively kicking me out of the tree before I've even left my egg. Hawks shrugged. Whatever. Point is, I heard that the League is bad news, so I wanted to be prepared if they ever showed up again. Happy. Fumikage frowned. It seems as though you are more concerned with learning about the actions of the League than you are with actually giving your intern useful advice. I am sure Principal Nedzu would not be pleased to hear that you had sent a student an internship offer solely as a means of acquiring information, especially when he could have given you said information himself. Hawks shuddered, but Fumikage could tell that it was exaggerated. The rat scares me, okay. I'm not brave enough to talk to him in person. Fumikage shook his head in disappointment. And I thought hawks were a rat's natural predator. You're a disgrace to avians the world over, sir. He turned on his heel and marched towards the door of the office. If you will not give me a proper internship experience, then I will get one of your sidekicks to take me on a proper patrol, one where I can actually watch a pro in action. Dark Shadow popped out from under his cloak and blew a raspberry at the hero as they left. He's no fun, Fumikage hummed, though it seems he is constantly putting up a facade of bravado. A permanent actor, stuck in character. How intriguing. Tamura turned over his PlayStation controller in his hands as one of Kurogiri's warps swirled into existence, and Stain walked through into the bar. The mist man coalesced behind the bar, immediately pulling out an empty glass and a clean rag. The hero killer scanned his surroundings with a critical eye. Well, this isn't the best of first impressions. If you want me to join your group, you aren't doing a very good job of convincing me so far. Tamura shrugged. Makes sense to keep your better cards close to your chest. Start small, then work your way up until the other player accepts the trade offer. Only give as much as you need, so that you aren't wasting your best items. Stain raised an eyebrow. You're smarter than the rumors give you credit for. I'd heard that you had the temperament of a toddler with the resources of a king. Tamura huffed. I figured I'd put more points into my intelligence stat. Stain crossed his arms. Very well. What is the purpose of this meeting? Make it quick, I have work to do. Tamura sighed. So pushy. Fine. I was hoping that you and I could work out a deal. We'd get to borrow your rep and call you in for the occasional mission. In return, you get access to our resources. The hero killer raised an eyebrow. such as Kurogiri's portals, backup Namu in the event you take on a hero too tough to handle solo, and living quarters that aren't old apartments in the slums of whatever city you're working in. We've got water, electricity, heat, food, even Wi-Fi. Certainly would make it easier to keep tabs on corrupt heroes. Yeah, Stain hummed. You make good points. But why make this offer? Simple. I'm sure you've noticed that business isn't exactly booming right now. Long story short, we're low on manpower. That's where your rep comes in. You probably haven't noticed, with how you've been living, but word spreads in the underworld when a single person has successfully killed dozens of heroes without being caught. You've got a following, hero killer. People idolize you. And if you're associated with the League, then that means more manpower for both of us. After all, the more people who share your vision, the wider you can spread your message. Stain narrowed his eyes. I will bear this task alone. If others wish to join me, that is their own prerogative, but I will not ask anyone to shoulder this burden alongside me. Tamura shrugged, palms up. Whatever. You don't have to ask them. I'm just saying that they'd be available if you did want their help. Of course, that's all assuming that you're willing to join. Stain huffed. I suppose your offer presents several advantages and few disadvantages. However, something doesn't add up. You offered the potential assistance of the Namu, yes, but it seems that neither you nor the bartender have the capabilities to produce them. What are you not telling me? After all, if we are to have a working relationship, we must be open with each other. Tamura glanced over at the TV in the corner, mentally swearing when he saw the light on. That information is classified to non-members. If you prove your allegiance to me, then I might tell you. The hero killer scoffed. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Bring me back to Hasu, I still have business there. Tamura sighed. Fine, Kurogiri, take him back. The bartender nodded. Of course, Shigaraki Tamura. Katsuki grunted as he slammed a thug's face into a nearby wall. You know, most heroes wouldn't take first-year interns to a drug bust. Ruku laughed as she drop-kicked another thug, sending the guy flying through one of the top windows of the warehouse. I'm not most heroes. Uraraka groaned as she flipped a guy over her shoulder and slammed him into the ground. I think we knew that, considering the first thing you did was beat the shit out of us. Ruku snorted and dropped another thug with an axe kick. Hey, that was necessary to segue into training. And it worked, didn't it? Uraraka sighed, before jumping to the side to avoid a thug's swinging bat. She hit the wall on all fours and bounced off, flying through the air and bringing the dude to the ground with a perfect jumping cutter. Fair enough. At least now I'm not going feral every time I fight someone, which is a huge plus. Katsuki pivoted on his heel and delivered an uppercut to the jaw of the thug behind him, sending the poor soul flying through the roof of the warehouse. Not what I first thought this internship would be like, but you don't see me complaining. Maruko laughed and punched a thug through a window. That's the spirit, Kit. Static filled the air, and Katsuki paused. Shit, gravity, you feel that? The girl nodded, glancing around as she settled into a combative stance. Maruko frowned and sniffed the air. What? The static. The city's crawling with electrical shit, so you're bound to get a lot of that. Katsuki shook his head. This is a different kind of static. You don't forget how something feels when you've pinned it down by the neck brace for a good 2 minutes. This is the same feeling as the warp bastard from the USJ. Maruko swore under her breath. What did they say his name was? Kurogiri, or some shit like that. Katsuki shrugged. I don't effing know. Izuku was the one who actually heard the names. All I know is that he's a slippery bastard and a pain in the ass. Uraraka huffed as she backflipped to land behind another thug, quickly yanking the knife from his hand and pinning him to the ground. Ground zero. You know better than either of us how to deal with that guy. We've got these guys handled. Go. Tamura grunted as he stepped out of the portal onto the top of a water tower, overlooking the bustling lights of Hasu below. Charming place, isn't it? Stain huffed, crouched on the edge of the roof. It is rotten, infected by a disease. I still have yet to cull it here. My work will continue until all of Japan's heroes learn to save people over their own pathetic careers. Tamura raised an eyebrow. Really? Your goal is to make the heroes do their jobs better? Stain scowled. Society is filled with fakes and frauds, seeking the profession out of a lust for fame and fortune. I will destroy those who sully the title of hero, making way for a more just society. Tamura clapped slowly. Magnificent speech, truly. Shame you haven't buffed your charisma stat to match. Ever considered saying that to a hero and letting them live to pass on the message? Stain scoffed. Of course, in every city, I kill 3 heroes, then injure 1 more and let them live to tell the tale. And crime rates have fallen in the cities I have already purged. Tamura huffed. And did you ever stop to listen to what those survivors said about you? Stain paused. Elaborate. Tamura crossed his arms. I took the liberty of digging around the internet and found an interview with one of your survivors. Remember Misutafu? Some guy called Slugger. Stain nodded slowly. Yes, what about him? A couple days after you attacked him, he appeared on Hero News Nightly for an interview. You know what he said. Stain is a crazed monster. Nobody knows why he goes after heroes specifically, or why he only leaves some alive while killing others. It's nuts. I just barely managed to hit a home run and get my butt out of there alive. Does that sound like the words of a man spreading your message? Stain scowled. That utter fool. Did he even listen to me? I spent a solid 2 minutes explaining my vision. Tamura nodded. And he's not alone. Pretty much every hero who's survived has reported something similar. The only hero you didn't kill who hasn't said anything yet is Ingenium. Stain winced. Ingenium was a mistake. He was not my target. In fact, he is one of the few who I could potentially see as a true hero. But he stood between me and my target, so I had to face him. For his altruism, I let him live, and I made sure to tell him as such. Has he not mentioned our encounter yet? Tamura shook his head. You put the dude in a coma. He's not expected to wake up for another 2 weeks at minimum. Fans have been outraged, demanding that the commission crack down on you for daring to take their favorite hero off the field. And going off the fact that Maruko's in town, I'd say they're listening. Stain huffed. If they will not listen to words, then they will listen to force. Tamura raised an eyebrow. Really? You're sure they won't just double down and insist that you're a crazed lunatic who goes around killing heroes just because you can? Stain paused, before sighing. I hate to admit it, but you have a point. The heroes are stubborn to a fault. What would you do? Tamura grunted. It's probably rich coming from me, but what might work is if you actually toned it down. Find a hero and get them to sit still, but instead of grandstanding and talking at them, talk to them. Make sure they actually get why you're doing what you're doing. Then it's more likely that they'll spread your message. And if one hero isn't enough, then keep doing it. Persistence gets you pretty far if done right. Stain grunted, before turning to face the city below. Talk to them, not at them. I think I can try that. He paused, before glancing back at Tamura. Do not think that this means I have accepted your deal. Until you are willing to be open with me, I refuse to work with you. The hero killer leaped off of the roof, landing on the building across the street and immediately running off towards his next objective. Tamura huffed, before a tingle ran down his spine. He immediately schooled his expression as Sensei appeared out of thin air. His life support mask settled firmly on his face. How frustrating. I had hoped that you would sway such an important piece to your side. I am disappointed, Tamura. Tamura scoffed. Evidently, my charisma stat wasn't high enough. I'll need to dump more points into it if I want to recruit more units later. Sensei chuckled, before scanning the city. The thought comes to mind that one does not necessarily need the cooperation of another villain to be associated with said villain. Tamura huffed. You're saying that if we made an action during the same turn as the hero killer, then the NPCs would assume that we're in the same party, right? Sensei chuckled warmly. Precisely. How you choose to act is up to you, but know that I will support whatever action you take. The supervillain disappeared, and Tamura let out a brief sigh of relief. Kurogiri, send word to the doctor that we need 3 low-tier nomes. I think a little chaos would make Sensei happy, wouldn't you? Tenya glanced up as screams echoed from the commercial district of Hasu. Manuel took off, and Tenya was quick to follow, slipping his helmet over his head as he ran. Sir, what's happening? I don't know, kid, but screams are never good when it's not Halloween. Be ready for anything. Tenya could see a low orange light over the rooftops, and it was steadily growing. He could just barely make out multiple columns of smoke rising above. Sir, it would seem that the city is on fire. Manuel removed a hand from his earpiece. It's worse than that. We've got 3 unknown villains causing chaos in the commercial district. We need to move. Tenya's brain froze. Chaos. In the chaos, the hero killer will surely attempt to take another life while the other heroes are distracted. This is my chance. He quickly darted off into a side alley, weaving around dumpsters and trash bags as he ran through Hasu. It only took him a few minutes to notice the glint of light off of steel coming from another alley, and he darted to the entrance to see Stain kneeling by a dumpster, looking down at something on the ground. The hero killer glanced up, scowling at Tenya's sudden appearance. You are a child. Leave now. It is not your place to interfere. I cannot allow that. You will fall here and now, hero killer. Tenya sped forward, aiming a kick at the villain's face. At the last second, Stain leaned back and brought his foot up, tripping Tenya and causing him to careen into the wall at the other end of the alleyway. So brash and foolish. Do you really think that you, a mere student, would stand victorious against a seasoned killer? And without backup, no less. Tenya scowled, clambering to his feet as he noted that his helmet had been lost in the collision. I will bring you down, villain. For my brother. Stain raised an eyebrow. That armor, a fan of Ingenium, then, his younger brother. The hero killer clicked his tongue in disappointment. Tragic. I have no quarrel with you. Your brother's injuries were not my intention that day. I had sought another target, but Ingenium intervened, and I could not allow myself to be caught when my work was yet to be finished. Tenya snarled, empty words from a crazed murderer. Your reign of terror ends now, hero killer. Stain stabbed his katana into the ground. Really, I thought that the first rule of heroics was to prioritize the rescue. If you truly wish to live up to your brother's legacy, then you should have rescued him first. He gestured to the wall of the alley, and Tenya's eyes narrowed when he saw the prone form of an underground hero leaning against a dumpster. You, get out of here. This is my fight. Stain scoffed, naive to assume that he is capable of moving. The hero glanced over at Tenya. Stain is right. I'm paralyzed from the neck down. Must be his quirk. Tenya was suddenly aware of a trickle of blood running down his right arm. He must have scratched me when he tripped me. Stain huffed at Tenya's expression, bringing a knife dripping with blood to his face. Your awareness is poor, child. Your brother would be disappointed with how slowly you noticed your wound. He licked the blade, and Tenya's muscles locked up. He collapsed to the floor of the alley, his eyes going wide. What did you do, villain? Stain huffed and wiped the blade of the knife with a piece of cloth before resheathing it. My quirk, obviously. You can no longer move your body below your neck. The villain pulled his katana from the ground and strode forward, stopping in front of where Tenya lay. He knelt, looking the student in the eyes. Listen, and listen well, boy. Your brother's coma was a mistake. I would much rather have let him continue his career. I only fought him because he insisted on protecting my target, as a hero should. Tenya's mind froze. What? Stain sheathed his katana. The profession is diseased, corrupted by those who seek fame and fortune in favor of defending the civilians they have sworn to protect. People die every day because the closest hero was too busy posing for the cameras. There are those who bring honor to the profession, like your brother did, but they are far outshined by frauds. Tenya scowled. I will never listen to anything you say, villain. You ended my brother's career, and that is something I cannot forgive. Stain huffed. So stubborn. People like you who refuse to listen to reason are a majority of the problem. You are young, you still have the capacity to change. For now, I will let you live. But if you cross paths with me as a full hero and still insist on taking revenge for your brother, then I will cut you down. The hero killer stood and strode to the entrance of the alleyway. When he reached the street, he paused and glanced back at the two figures lying in the alley. Be grateful that I left you alive to spread the word. Let the other heroes know. Should they pursue wealth and glory, should they disregard the lives of civilians in favor of attention, then I will be there. I will wipe the stain of fake heroes from the earth so that true heroes may rise to save those who were abandoned. I will watch, I will judge, and I will call those who disgrace the title of hero. The hero killer darted across the street, disappearing into the shadows of another alley. Rustling could be heard on the rooftops above, and there was a short beep. Bakugo dropped from the roof of an adjacent building, clad in his hero costume. Better get that recording to the police. Maybe they'll finally get a read on Stain. The blonde pocketed his phone and turned towards Tenya, placing a hand on his hip. But right now, my priority is you, Glasses. Mind telling me what the F you were thinking, trying to take on the hero killer by yourself? Tenya bristled. He ended my brother's career. I could not sit back and let the heroes allow him to remain on the streets. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Nobody's saying that a killer should be allowed to roam free. What I asked is why you thought you had to be the one to do it, dumbass. The hero, who Tenya now recognized as native, huffed. I'd like to know the same thing. You're still just a student. You don't have nearly enough experience, skill, or power to take on an S-rank villain by yourself. You'd better be the exception in your class, or I'm putting in a complaint to Eraserhead. Bakugo scoffed. I'm doing that myself anyway. Consider yourself lucky if Sensei doesn't expel your ass for pulling this shit. He twitched, before raising a hand to his ear. Don't bother, Bunny. Stain's already gone, so coming to my location ain't gonna do shit. Go ahead and help Uravity finish up with those guys. I've got my own problems to handle over here. Izuku's phone dinged, and he glanced over at where it was sitting in the corner of the gym. He immediately wished he hadn't, as Momo's bow staff slammed into his chest and sent him flying into the padded wall behind him. To her credit, the girl immediately went pale, dropped her staff, and ran over, a worried expression on her face. Izuku-kun, are you all right? I thought you were paying attention. Izuku coughed and mentally checked himself over, sighing with relief at the lack of any broken bones. I was, up until my phone dinged. I have it set to only notify me for texts from important contacts. Momo sighed. I see. Izuku jumped. Wait, I got a text from someone important. He quickly peeled himself off the wall and ran over to his phone, picking it up and opening the notification. Katsuki, the dumbass, is alive. Laid up in a hospital bed for some minor scrapes and currently being lectured by Aizawa-sensei and Manual, but otherwise okay. Attached was an image of Ida, laying in a hospital bed with his right arm in a sling. Momo glanced over Izuku's shoulder and sighed. I guess he did end up trying it after all. I suppose we should be grateful that nobody was killed. Izuku nodded, especially after Hasu's destruction was all over the news last night. I was seriously scared that the others wouldn't make it through all right. Thankfully, the news this morning reported 0 fatalities and minimal casualties. Fat Gum huffed, and the 2 interns jumped at the hero's sudden presence behind them. Good to hear. Still, that was a pretty dumb move by your classmate, eh? Izuku nodded. Yeah, Ingenium's his older brother, so he was kind of focused on getting revenge, near as I can tell. Fat Gum winced. Yikes, he's lucky that Stain let him live. He was dangerous when he came through Isawa a couple months back. I never ran into him myself, but I heard plenty about him from the other heroes. Izuku glanced over at the TV in the corner of the gym, currently playing a news broadcast about the situation in Hasu the previous night. He's also lucky that Katsuki was nearby, especially considering that the other heroes were occupied by the hell that happened last night. Suddenly, the TV flickered, and the news broadcast cut to a live feed from a bar, with the hero killer sitting in full view. Greetings, Japan. Don't worry, this will only take a moment. And then you can get back to whatever it was that you were doing. Stain got up from the bar stool he was sitting on and placed his hands behind his back, looking into the camera. I believe it's safe to assume you've all heard of me at some point. Stain, the oh-so-infamous hero killer. In your eyes, a crazed murderer who targets heroes for reasons unknown. You may wonder why I do what I do. He spread his arms wide. Well, wonder no more. Consider this my manifesto. He stepped backwards and sat back down on the stool, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his knee. Heroes, a constant in our society. Hailed as gods among men. However, not every pro-hero deserves the title. Before the advent of quirks, a hero was any person who helped another in need. Firefighters, police officers, paramedics, all of them were considered heroes. But in today's society, the term has become corrupted. A hero is no longer someone who saves another without expectation for reward. Today, a hero is one who uses their quirk to fight crime and gets paid for it. A hero is a showboat who seeks the limelight and ignores the suffering of others in the pursuit of fame and fortune. Izuku winced. Harsh, but true. There's a lot of heroes who ignore crime-ridden areas in order to better find the cameras. Stain continued. It turns my stomach to think about how many people live in poverty and suffering. All because their precious heroes are too busy chasing cameras and scheduling interviews. True, there are those who do genuinely work for the betterment of the people. Present Mike, whose radio show is a beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. Ingenium, who once donated his profits to charities for the weak and downtrodden. All Might, who saves everyone around him with his sheer presence. But the few saviors are far outnumbered by the many glory hounds who chase attention and refuse to put their lives on the line. I once was like many of you, willing to sit on the sidelines, to wait for a hero to come and fix the problems in society. But now, I understand that a product of a broken society will not fix it. So, I will step in. I will remove this blight on the world. To those who try their best, those who eschew glory to save as many as they can, rejoice, for I am your greatest ally. But to those who sit back, those who eschew danger to get as much attention as they can, beware, for I am your worst enemy. Stain stood up and strode forward, one hand drawing his katana. I will stain my hands with the blood of frauds until society recognizes its mistakes and works to correct them. And if they refuse, then I will strike them down, one by one, until those who remain will seek the betterment of the world. He made a slashing motion, and the camera feed cut out, quickly switching back to the news broadcast. The anchor was pale and silent before the broadcast cut to a blank white screen. An automated voice said, "We are currently experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by." Tamura clapped slowly as Stain sheathed his katana, having not actually cut the camera. Magnificent. Truly, a speech for the ages. Stain huffed and sat down at the bar. I spoke nothing but the truth. Jiren chuckled and swept the camera off the table, quickly stashing it in one of his jacket's many pockets. The truth is often all you need. And Kurogiri was clearly in the background, so anyone who wants to join is gonna flock to this place once they connect the dots. Tamura grinned. And you're gonna give them the pen? Yeah. Jiren snorted and headed towards the door. Only if I get paid. I expect my usual price within the week. The TV in the corner flickered on. Rest assured, broker, you will get your due. Jiren nodded and left, quietly closing the door behind him. Stain raised an eyebrow. And who might you be? Sensei chuckled. You may call me Sensei. I was the one who raised Tamura, and I will advise him and provide my resources until he proves that he no longer needs my guidance. The hero killer scoffed. So he was never the mastermind behind the league at all. Tamura quickly coughed. The party leader isn't always the strategist. Sensei gives me suggestions and advice, but he doesn't make the final decisions. Sensei chuckled. Precisely. If you have anything you wish to request, then go to Tamura. He is the head of the league, after all. The TV cut off, and Stain grunted, before glancing at Tamura. Something is amiss. He speaks with far too much authority to not be in command. Explain. Tamura huffed and stood up from his booth, heading towards the stairs that led to the rooms above. Let me show you to your room first. Stain raised an eyebrow, but followed anyway. Tamura led the older villain up a single flight of stairs, before opening the first door on the right. He showed Stain into a room with a bed, a dresser, a desk, a chair, a computer, and a window that overlooked the street in front of the bar. Here's where you're staying. The thermostat is by the door if you need to change the temperature, the kitchen is at the end of the hall, and the bathroom is the last door on the left. The Wi-Fi is named Night Cloud Bar. No password, and you should get decent bandwidth up here. Stain scoffed. Not bad, I suppose. Tamura nodded. Best of all, it's private. No cameras like there are down in the bar. Stain raised an eyebrow and removed his various sheaths, leaning them against the wall before plopping on the bed. So, explain why your sensei seems to be in command, not you. Tamura sighed and shut the door, before pulling the chair out from under the desk and sitting down in it. Well, he is in charge. Sensei claims that I'm the leader, but he's the one making the plans. He and the doctor are always holed up in their secret headquarters plotting and making the Namu, and I'm just the figurehead. Stain huffed. You do not seem pleased by that. Tamura shrugged. A while back, I was. But then we attacked the USJ, and Player 2 gave me a fresh perspective. I realized that Sensei never gave me a choice, and kinda forced me into the whole villain thing. Stain grunted and glanced down at the floor. He's the rumored quirk dealer, isn't he? Tamura's eyes widened. How'd you figure it out? Stain made a small noise of surprise and pointed at Tamura's bright red shoes. Your footwear. You wear Primordial shoes. Nearly everybody knows that Primordial is the only brand that makes footwear for quirkless people, which has to be wider to accommodate the extra toe joint. And Primordial makes exclusively one style and one color of quirkless footwear. It's a modern-day Star of David. Tamura scowled. So, with the toe joint, it's impossible to naturally develop a quirk as strong as yours. The only recorded cases are weak quirks such as changing one's eye color or extending one's fingernails by a couple inches. The only way for you to have both your quirk and the toe joint would be if it was given to you. Tamura huffed. Sure, then explain how, when I was a kid, Decay manifested without warning while I was sitting in my backyard. Stain scoffed. Is it so ridiculous to believe that your sensei did not possess some form of invisibility or illusion quirk at the time? Tamura opened his mouth to retort, then paused. Slowly, he reached into his shirt and removed the small embalmed paw he wore on a necklace. He turned it over in his hands, careful not to touch it with all 5 fingers. So, sensei's the reason I have Decay. Stain grunted. It would appear that way. So it's not my fault. Stain raised an eyebrow in confusion. Excuse me. Tamura started chuckling, tucking the paw back under his shirt. It was Sensei's fault the whole time. I wasn't the reason why they died, it was Sensei. He threw back his head and started cackling. He always was a manipulative bastard, wasn't he? Right from the beginning. He was just grooming me into a mindset of constant death and destruction. He removed the hand from his left wrist and stared down at it. Somehow, I believed that she wouldn't blame me. Tell me, Stain, do you believe in ghosts? In the afterlife? Do you think that the spirits of those close to you watch you from beyond the grave? Stain huffed. It would seem that I've stumbled upon something personal. I'd rather not be privy to the details. But what will you do with this new information? Tamura sighed and placed the embalmed hand back on his left wrist. For now, I'll play Sensei's game. I'll let him think I'm the pure DPS he wants me to be. But if the opportunity presents itself, then I'm going to break my code. Hard. He glanced up at the hero killer. What about you? Stain crossed his arms. I never trusted your organization all that much. I definitely don't trust your sensei. He smirked. But I might be willing to trust you. Kirigiri swirled into existence by the door of the room. I take it you have made your decision, Shigaraki Tamura. Tamura nodded, standing from the chair with a grin on his face. Yeah, I've chosen my route. Let's see where it takes us. Kirigiri hummed warmly. Something in me is proud of you. Hopefully, when this is all over, I will be able to learn what it is. The Monday after internships, Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom and was met with complete silence. He glanced over at where Achako was sitting, and she smiled, waving her sling-free right hand. He smirked warmly, before scanning the rest of the class. Well, you all came back from your internships intact. Good. Aoyama raised his hand and asked, Monsieur, where is Ida-kun? Izuku grunted, hopefully learning his lesson. Aizawa-sensei sighed. For your information, Ida is currently suspended for the week after his stunt during internships. Sue tilted her head curiously. Stunt, Kiro. Izuku huffed. The idiot tried to go after Stain to get revenge for his brother. He's lucky the guy let him live. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Precisely. He'll be expected to submit an essay on the dangers of vigilantism and going after a villain without permission. But enough about him. With Stain's message hijacking every news channel last Thursday, villainous activity has been increasing steadily, with an emphasis on attacking hero agencies. As such, you're going to need to improve, and fast. so don't expect us to go easy on you during training. Todoroki seemed to jerk slightly at the word training. Glancing over at the two-toned boy, Izuku just barely noticed fresh bruises hidden underneath the other teen's uniform, along with what looked like a second-degree burn on the front of his throat. That looks painful. Where the heck did that burn come from? His worries only increased as time went on. Throughout morning classes, Todoroki was completely silent, throwing out rudimentary signs if he was ever called on, with Fumikage occasionally translating. When the bell rang for foundational heroics, All Might marched through the door with his trademark smile. Welcome back, 1A. Let's see how much you've grown during your internships. Throw on your costumes and head to the buses. Our destination is Ground Gamma. A few minutes later, Class 1 filed into the sprawling industrial complex. Thankfully, there was a raised platform by the entrance, with a screen displaying feeds from multiple cameras placed around the training ground. All Might boomed, "Right, then. Let's get straight into it. Today's lesson is a rescue race." Momo raised her hand. "Sir, if today's subject is rescue, would it not be a better idea to use the USJ?" All Might grinned wider. But the USJ is for natural disasters. Today, we're simulating something you're more likely to be doing as heroes. You will race in groups of 5, spaced around the edges of Ground Gamma. I will be positioned somewhere inside, and your goal is to reach me as fast as you possibly can. I will send up a flare to signal the start of each race. Any further questions? Izuku raised his hand. Is there going to be a group of 4, since Ida isn't here? All Might nodded. That is correct. If that will be all, then these are the 4 groups. Group 1, Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, Bakugo, Aoyama. Group 2, Asui, Ajiro, Kuda, Shoji, Tokoyami. Group 3, Uraraka, Sato, Hagakure, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. Group 4, Aoyama, Jiru, Shiro, Todoroki. It didn't end well. Group 1 had been as expected. Ashido climbed up and over the various pipes and towers by melting handholds and footholds with her acid. Kaminari and Kirishima just ran as fast as they could, though the redhead would occasionally harden his fingers and stab them into a wall to give himself a little extra height, making him slightly faster. Katsuki simply flew overhead with his explosions, easily getting to All Might first out of the group. Itoshi had swung around the pipes using his capture scarf. Group 2 got creative. Sue took hints from Hitoshi's performance and used her tongue as a mock grappling hook. Ajiro bounced from pipe to pipe off his tail, though he was slightly behind Sue in terms of speed. Kuda summoned a tidal wave of rats and had them carry him through the twisted terrain, coming in just after Ajiro. Shoji, like Kaminari, just ran as fast as he could, though his developed leg muscles meant he was a good bit faster than the blonde. Fumikage, however, had ironically shined, using his abyssal shroud technique to swing from pipe to pipe, just barely outpacing Sue. Group 3 had the closest 3-way tie of the class. Achako, Izuku, and Momo were among the fastest performances for the entire exercise. Achako lightened her gravity and bounced around like a pinball, but with substantially more control than before. Izuku had manifested his extreme gear, bobbing and weaving around the pipes and towers. Momo had created shoes with incredibly powerful springs, bringing her up to Izuku's level of speed and reaching All Might at about the same time as the other 2. Poor Sato and Hagakure were left in the dust, forced to run on their own 2 feet. Izuku ended up claiming the victory. Group 4 was when things went south. As soon as the flare had gone up, Todoroki had unleashed a massive glacier that had devastated the entirety of Ground Gamma. Aoyama, Kyuka, and Shiro didn't even have a chance to move before they were frozen solid. Izuku had to fly over the frozen hellscape on his extreme gear and use a Momo-made flamethrower to free his classmates from their icy prison. The worst part was that Todoroki hadn't said a thing afterwards, walking off towards the main campus the second that Izuku dropped him at the entrance. Izuku frowned as he dropped to the ground, his extreme gear dissipating into thin air. What's his deal? I know overwhelming force is his usual mo, but he wasn't this harsh before, not even during the battle trials. What gives? Momo hummed. If memory serves, he chose to intern with Endeavor because, and I quote, he's the only one who would actually teach me anything. I'm worried for him. Izuku scowled. And the burn on his throat doesn't make me feel any better. Something's not right here. There's no good reason a person should be that cold, ice quirk or otherwise. Midterms were a few weeks later. Momo took the top spot in the class rankings, as expected, and Izuku was close behind in second. Katsuki took third, and Ada, now returned from his suspension, was in fourth. Todoroki had nearly frozen Aizawa-sensei to the podium when he heard that he was in 5th place. The teen's mood only continued to worsen during the following months. In every single exercise for foundational heroics, he would wordlessly unleash massive bursts of ice, caring little for collateral damage or his own teammates. It got to the point that All Might started pitting the entire class against Todoroki, 19-1. The fact that the two-tone boy never succeeded with his strategy didn't help. His poor mood was beginning to leak into the academic classes, too. Even after the burn on his throat had long since healed, Todoroki wouldn't say a word in class. He didn't even resort to sign language. His grades were beginning to drop, which only served to make his attitude worse. In addition, every Monday, he would come into the classroom with a fresh bruise somewhere on his body. Arms, shoulders, chest, neck, cheeks, legs, anywhere. He never showed any outward signs of pain, but the bruises were on full display every time the boys changed into their costumes for heroics classes. And they weren't healing like they should have. As the semester exams approached, Todoroki's body had more bruises than it did healthy skin. Izuku was getting worried. Todoroki's clear dismissal of his health, both mental and physical, was concerning. Also concerning was the clear increase in Endeavor's temper. The hero was churning out more villain and civilian casualties than ever before, and the statistics were getting steadily worse day by day. The written half of the semester exams came and went in a blur. Soon enough, it was the day of the practical exam, and Class 1 filed into the parking lot to see the teachers standing in front of the buses. Ida raised his hand and asked, "Sensei, I was under the impression that we would be facing robots for our practical exam. Why are the teachers here?" Aizawa-sensei huffed. In previous years, those rumors would have been correct. However, due to your class' apparent inability to stay out of trouble, we're moving up the curriculum a bit. Principal Nedzu popped out of Aizawa-sensei's scarf and announced, "Instead, your opponents will be us teachers." Kaminari and Ashido went pale as Aizawa-sensei spoke up. "It's not as bad as it might sound. You'll be split into pairs, and each pair will face a different teacher. You'll have 2 methods to pass. Option 1, evade us and get through the exit gate of your testing location. Or Option 2, he held up a pair of handcuffs. Get this around one of our wrists." Fumikage hummed. Surely it would be folly to attempt to face such strong opponents head-on. Anything other than trying to escape would be tantamount to suicide. Aizawa-sensei grinned. "Normally, you'd be correct. However, since you're just first years, we've decided to even the playing field a bit." He reached into his scarf and pulled out a thick bracelet lined with black bars. "We had the support department make us these super compressed weights for the exam. Each one adds about a quarter of our body weight. And since we'll be wearing several each, then direct engagement becomes a more viable option." Ida hummed. "So it is up to us to decide how we would handle the situation. Do we attempt to face our foe head-on, or do we attempt to escape when it becomes clear that our opponent is superior?" Aizawa-sensei nodded. "Exactly. A lesson that you have hopefully learned by now." Ida rubbed at his neck sheepishly. The hero continued. "In any case, pairs and matchups have been decided ahead of time. All exams will take place concurrently, so that everyone has the same amount of time to strategize." 13 raised her hand. "I will be facing Starlight Nova and Uravity." Aoyama smiled nervously, while Achako grinned and slammed a fist into her palm. Nedzu chuckled. "I will go against Acid Queen and charge a bolt." Both students turned pale at the same time. Ectoplasm cleared his throat. "I will face Froppy and Kuriyami." Fumikage nodded at Sue, who nodded back. Power Loader huffed. "I'll be up against Ignition and Karate Kong." Ada slipped his helmet on as Ajiro moved to stand with his partner. Cementos pointed his thumb at his chest. "My opponents will be Red Riot and Baker's Dozen." Kirishima grinned and banged his fists together, while Sato looked a little nervous. Present Mike struck a pose. "Anima and Jack Sabbath, prepare for the gnarliest mosh pit of your lives." Kyuka smirked and clanged her brass knuckles together, and her teammate mustered up a nervous smile. Snipe grunted. "I'll be handling Tentacle and Mirage." The large teen huffed as his partner bounced over. Midnight stroked her whip suggestively. "I'll be facing Cellophane and Hypnose." "Do give me some fun, won't you?" Zero started sweating, but Itoshi groaned and dragged a hand down his face. Eraserhead huffed. "Hyuga and Creati, you're facing me." Todoroki said nothing as Momo nervously edged closer to her teammate. Izuku glanced over at Katsuki and raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess, our opponent." He trailed off as a massive figure crashed to the pavement in front of them. All Might stood up from his crouch and placed a massive fist over his chest. "It's me." Izuku and Katsuki glanced at each other, before looking at the number 1 hero and grinning. Challenge accepted. Achako checked over her gear as she and Aoyama stood at the entrance to their exam area. Glancing around the fake greenhouse, Achako asked, "I know we're not all that acquainted, but we'd better be aware of exactly what we can do if we're gonna pass this thing." Aoyama nodded. My naval laser is bright, but it is still physical. It would not hold up well under Professor 13's quirk." Achako hummed. "That stinks. Wait, are those lenses in your heels?" Aoyama smiled brightly. "Indeed, mademoiselle. My costumes designer constructed my armor in a way that allows my quirk to operate from any lens on my person, including from my feet." Achako rubbed at her chin. "I remember that your laser was strong enough to propel you through the air for the 50-meter dash. You think you could pull off something similar?" Aoyama's eyes widened. "Magnifique, my dear companion. Perhaps I might even outpace our opponent's black hole. Achako smirked, before placing her hand on her chin. Now, what I can do against her is largely based on how her quirk functions. If it's a strong gravitational force like the name suggests, then I might be able to make myself immune to it via my own quirk. However, if it's just a super strong wind that pulls stuff in, then I'm out of luck. Aoyama hummed. While they are playing the part of villains, they are still our teachers? None. Surely, they would not harm us too badly for what is, in essence, a simple exercise. Achako smacked a fist into her palm. You're right. So, if we manage to get in close, then 13-sensei won't use her quirk, since it would hurt us too badly at that range. She slipped her visor over her head, grinning as the HUD flickered on. Aoyama-kun, you're amazing. The French blonde blushed. Non, I am not amazing. I am simply observant. Achako huffed. Don't make me send you to Rumi for a no-negativity internship. You're going to appreciate your talents if I have anything to say about it. She turned her attention to the ticking clock above the start gate. But right now, we've got bigger fish to fry. Are you ready? Aoyama smiled, striking a pose. Of course, mademoiselle. The countdown hit 0. And the loudspeakers blared, exam start. Denki fiddled with his copper gauntlets as the clock above the entrance gate ticked down. So, what's the plan? Ashido glanced at him with panic in her eyes. Don't die, mainly. I couldn't think of anything beyond that. I mean, we're up against the smartest hero in all of Japan, here. There's no way we can outthink him. Denki hummed, scanning the abandoned warehouses and pipes around them. Maybe not long term, but there's something to be said for thinking on your feet. Ashido groaned. I can barely think on or off my feet. We're doomed. Denki grabbed her by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes. Hey, calm down. It's just an exam, okay? This isn't a life or death situation. We're not gonna die if we fail. Ashido sniffed. How are you so calm? Denki released her and glanced around the area. Right now, I'm thinking about this like a video game. At the moment, it's a stealth mission trying to avoid the enemy's sightlines. But it can turn into a live combat encounter at any moment. Though, knowing the principle, it's more likely to be a quick-time event with environmental hazards. Ashido snapped her fingers. That makes a lot of sense. Why didn't you lead with that? He raised an eyebrow at her. Didn't take you for the kind of person who played video games. You strike me as more of DDR than MGR. Ashido huffed. Ajiro got into video games during middle school, and it seemed like another way to keep up my flexibility. I never got very far into them, but I know the basics. Denki grinned. All right, then. Mission start. The countdown hit 0, and the loudspeakers blared, exam start. Denki shrugged. Same thing. Fumikage rifled through his various pockets and pouches, making sure that everything was in place. He glanced at the hallway ahead of them, humming to himself. You looked over the map, correct? What do we need to be wary of? Sue hummed. There's 2 open cylindrical areas, Kiro. Each one has multiple floors, and there are various hallways on each floor connecting them. This hallway leads to the first floor of one of the areas, Kiro. The exit is on the first floor of the other area. Fumikage grunted and flicked open one of his belt pouches. And is the entire area enclosed? Sue nodded. No windows, only 2 exits. Everything's lit, and I don't think 1 EMP will cut it, Kiro. Fumikage chuckled and reached into the pouch, pulling out a stack of discs and spreading them out like a hand of cards. Then it's a good thing I have more than 1 EMP, no. Sue grinned. Wasn't expecting that, Kiro. And if I didn't, then there's a good chance that Ectoplasm Sensei won't, either. Fumikage nodded and tucked the EMPs back into their assigned pouch, snapping it shut and covering himself with his cloak. That is the general idea. Tenya rubbed at his right arm as the clock ticked down, feeling it ache from the injury he'd received in Hasu during internships. His partner glanced over at him. Your arm acting up or something? Tenya sighed and crossed his arms. An old injury and a reminder of my foolishness. But we must focus on the task ahead. Ajiro nodded and turned to scan the seemingly empty dirt field ahead. 100 yen says that the place is going to be filled with traps and pitfalls within seconds of the exam starting. Tenya huffed. Gambling on school grounds is prohibited, but yes, that is the most likely scenario. Ajiro snorted, before schooling his expression. Okay, I know you're pretty fast, but Power Loader does too, so he'll probably set the first trap right in front of the exit gate. And he's already there, so we can't count on being faster than him. Ideas. Tenya hummed to himself. You often use your tail to propel yourself forward, yes. Do you think you could accomplish something similar for 2 people at the same time? Ajiro grunted. I think so. My tail's a lot stronger than my arms and legs. I mean, you've seen me use the thing as a chair. Tenya nodded. Good. Then I have a plan. However, this will rely on your reaction time. How quickly can you hit the ground with your tail after I give the signal? Ajiro smirked. I live at a dojo. I'm pretty sure my body is hardwired to respond within a second of someone barking out an order. Tenya smiled underneath his helmet. Then we have a chance to get through the exit gate shortly after the exam begins. Do you trust me? Ajiro chuckled and held out a hand. Of course. Ajiro slammed his fists together, producing a shower of sparks. You ready for this, bro? Satu nodded eagerly. You bet. I'm stocked up on sugar and I'm raring to go. Ajiro grinned, feeling his quirk spread across his legs. Then let's do this. The countdown hit 0. And the loudspeakers blared, exam start. Kyuka twirled one of her jacks around her finger, staring around at the forest that made up their exam site. I'm not hearing a lot of animals in here, and I doubt your rat army will hear you all the way over in ground beta. What's your stance on insects? Kuda whimpered and signed. I don't like talking to bugs. They used to come out whenever I used my quirk, and the other kids didn't like that. The only kid who didn't run when the bugs came ended up being a bully who would prey on kids with entomophobia, and they wanted me to be their partner in crime. Kyuka scowled. Scumbag. So, you try not to talk to bugs because you're afraid you'll turn out like that creep. Kuda nodded. Logically, I know that I won't, but I can't stop myself from being nervous. Kyuka sighed warmly and laid a hand on her partner's shoulder. It's okay to be nervous. Hell, I was nervous the first time I went on patrol during my internship. We've all got something that we're scared of, but what makes you a hero is standing up to that fear and conquering it. Right? Kuda nodded, his expression becoming determined. You're right. I can do this. Kyuka grinned and plugged her jacks into her glove speakers, letting out a brief pulse to check that they were functional. Let's get this party started. Itoshi fidgeted with the mask hanging by his neck, glancing over at his partner. So, does that mask actually block out stuff, or is it just for show? Zero winced and rubbed at his neck. Technically, it does protect me from stuff like gas, but the problem is that it doesn't actually have an air filter, meaning it can't stay closed for too long, or I'll suffocate. I'm realizing how stupid that is now that you bring it up. And I'm definitely going to talk to my costume designer after this exam. Itoshi grunted. So long as you're aware of the problem. Now, I know this is gonna sound invasive, but I swear it's important. What's your sexuality? Zero blushed furiously. Why do you need to know that? Itoshi sighed. Because of Midnight's quirk. Its potency varies depending on the target's level of infatuation with her. For instance, I am very gay, so it's not very effective. Zero's blush faded. Oh, how effective is it against asexuals? Itoshi rubbed at his chin. Well, I think you've got the same level of resistance as me, since neither of us are all that into women. Of course, nobody is entirely immune to it, but it does mean that it'll take either a very high concentration or prolonged exposure to make us fall asleep. So we've got to move fast and hit hard if we want to win before we pass out. Got it. Zero grinned. I like to think I'm pretty good at moving fast. Dunno about hitting hard, though. Itoshi hummed. I might have a few tricks that I can teach you. His capture scarf snapped out and wrapped around a decently sized rock sitting nearby. Ever heard of flails? Izuku mentally rifled through his inventory as they walked towards the entrance to ground beta. So, what's the plan? Katsuki grunted as he snapped the handles of his gauntlets into place. If it were anyone but All Might, I'd say that the plan was to go in, blast their ass, and slap the handcuffs on them. But considering who we're facing, I think a more detailed strategy is in order. Izuku huffed. Damn right it is. We can't take down the #1 hero with brute force. Any ideas? Katsuki rubbed at his chin. Well, he doesn't seem to wear any kind of eye or ear protection, which means he's pretty vulnerable to my stun grenade. Unfortunately, a single flashbang probably won't weaken him enough to get the handcuffs on him. And he's way too fast for us to even consider escaping. And yes, that's taking your extreme gear into account.
Izuku snapped his fingers. Damn, I don't think I have anything non-lethal that can remotely close the gap in raw power.
Katsuki rubbed at one of his gauntlets. And since the tanks funnel into 3 barrels each, then a blast from one of these won't be enough to do more than stall him. Izuku then noticed something he had in his inventory, and he grinned. Hey, you know what we have that All Might doesn't? Katsuki glanced at him curiously. Range. Katsuki's eyes widened. True, his best ranged attack is Texas Smash, and that drops off quickly at longer ranges. You're not using a sniper rifle, are you? Izuku smirked. Nah, something better. He pulled off his headphones and draped them around his neck, securing them to the clip on the back of his collar. His hair glowed, and the balls of light coalesced into a light blue astronaut helmet on his head, 2 cylindrical tanks on his back, and a futuristic-looking pistol in his hand. Katsuki's eyes widened, and he grinned. So, the plan is that I distract him while you build up a charged shot. Izuku nodded with a grin. And if anything goes wrong, we improvise. Katsuki snorted. You mean pull something out of our asses? Izuku shrugged. Same thing. Momo frowned as Todoroki stared ahead at the fake suburb, his arms crossed and his expression cold. Todoroki-kun, we have to strategize. Her partner huffed. Stay here. You'll only hold me back, anyway. Momo scowled. That's not how this works. We were placed in pairs for a reason, Todoroki-kun. Teamwork is necessary if we want to pass. Todoroki didn't move an inch. I will handle this on my own. Momo reached a hand forward when the loudspeakers blared. In an instant, Todoroki was wrapped in Aizawa-sensei's capture scarf, the man's eyes already glowing red behind his goggles. Naive. Dismissing your partner so quickly will only get you killed out in the field. Todoroki glared at the teacher, helpless without his quirk. Momo darted forward, slipping her collapsible staff from her belt and swinging at Aizawa-sensei's knees. The hero jumped over the attack and knocked her away with a roundhouse kick, sending her stumbling into the side of a building. Aizawa-sensei slung Todoroki over a stoplight and cut off the section of the scarf holding the teen hostage, tying it to a telephone pole. Todoroki growled, "This won't hold me. I'll just freeze it the second you take your eyes off me." Aizawa-sensei huffed, reaching into one of his belt pouches and scattering a bunch of caltrops onto the street underneath where Todoroki hung. "For your sake, I wouldn't recommend it." He crossed his arms and looked at Momo. "Since your partner's insistence on working alone wasn't your fault, I'll give you another chance. I will go back to the exit gate. You'll have 5 minutes." He glared up at Todoroki. "If you insist on leaving your teammate behind again, you fail. No questions asked. Am I clear?" Todoroki scowled and looked away, staring off into the distance. Momo sighed and bowed to the hero. "I will try my best, but I make no promises." Aizawa-sensei grunted. "Remember, 5 minutes. After that, the exam is on for real." The hero disappeared over the rooftops, and Momo used her staff to sweep away the caltrops covering the street. The moment that the ground underneath Todoroki was cleared, ice spread along the section of the capture scarf, and the teen dropped to the ground as the fabric shattered. He immediately took a step in the direction of the exit gate, only to pause when Momo grabbed his shoulder. "Are you deaf?" He said that refusing to work together would be an automatic failure. Todoroki yanked his shoulder out of her grip and turned to face her with a scowl on his face. "I don't need you tagging along. You're nothing but a hindrance." Momo felt something inside her shatter. Hindrance. Todoroki-kun, are you even listening to yourself? You claim that you don't want to be like Endeavor, and yet here you are using one of his most common tactics. Todoroki's expression darkened. "Don't compare me to him. I'm nothing like him. I'll never be like him." Momo crossed her arms and scoffed. "Nothing like him? Really? Take a good look at yourself, Hyuga. Maybe you'll finally see how foolish you're being right now." Her senses tingled, and she created a shield within a fraction of a second. Just in time, too, because without warning, ice burst out in every direction, ramming into her and destroying the surrounding area. She was shoved against the outer wall of the testing site, crying out as her back slammed against the concrete border. Mentally, she thanked Hatsum for revising her costume, as her lower spine likely would have shattered if the bookshelf had still been there. Todoroki walked forward, frost flowing off of his right side. "Rescind your accusations, and I will let you watch me pass this exam by myself." Momo coughed, surprised by the blood that splattered on the ice holding her against the wall. "By yourself? Don't make me laugh. You probably just failed by attacking your partner." Todoroki's scowl deepened. "Attacking my partner? Please, I was getting rid of dead weight. I was removing the obstacle that was holding me back." Momo scoffed. "The only thing holding you back is yourself, Hyuga. Refusing to use the other half of your quirk will only hurt you." Todoroki growled, and several spikes of ice rose from the ground by his right foot. "You will not speak ill of my mother's ice. I have sworn an oath to surpass All Might without using Endeavor's fire." Momo huffed, looking her classmate in the eyes. "If you believe that you can be a hero while casting aside half of your quirk, you're wrong. Only using your ice won't be enough." Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say. Todoroki's eyes burned with a cold fire as more ice spread across her body. The teen snarled, "Of course it's not enough. It's never enough for anyone, is it? Shouto, stop this childish rebellion. Shouto, use the fire I gave you. Shouto, get better." He's never satisfied, always demanding that I be better, that I improve, that I grow up. And if everyone else is going to be the same. A spike of ice formed on the ground. Then I'll just be the only one left standing. The spike rushed forward, and then Momo saw nothing but darkness. Achako sighed with relief as Aoyama managed to secure the handcuffs around 13's wrist. "Good work, Nova." Suddenly, alarms started blaring around the area, and 13's head shot up. No, it couldn't be. But who? Achako felt something settle into the pit of her stomach. "Sensei, what's going on?" Nadzu installed this particular alarm system to alert the school should a student attack a peer or a teacher. "But I never thought it'd ever be used." Denki laughed with relief as he and Ashido dove through the exit gate. Mission complete. Suddenly, alarms started blaring, and he winced and covered his ears. His partner shouted, "What's happening?" Nedzu appeared next to them, eyes wide open. No, these alarms could only mean one thing. The worst of events have come to pass. Dark Shadow winced and clutched at their head as alarms started blaring and flashing red lights illuminated the atrium they were in. "Make it stop, Fumi. Make it stop." Fumikage frowned. Did my EMPs trigger the alarms somehow? Ectoplasm shook his head, the giant clone dissipating. No, this was caused by another student. These alarms are the violent student warning system, activated if a student attacks another person on school grounds. This particular sequence indicates that it was a hero student. Sue's camouflage fizzled out, showing her crouched next to the gate. She placed a finger under her mouth, glancing around with a worried expression. This can't be good, Kiro. Tenya shot up, glancing around the break room as the alarms started blaring. The violent student warning system. But why? Who? Ajiro whipped his head around to stare at his classmate. You know about this? Tenya nodded, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. Tensei told me that UA has an additional alarm system that activates if a student attacks another student unprovoked on school grounds. Power Loader swore under his breath, walking back over to his mesh suit. You two, stay here. This sequence means that it was triggered by a hero student. Tenya went pale. No, he couldn't have. Ajiro paused as the sound of alarms filled the residential area. Bro. What's going on? Sadu paused, still under the effects of his quirk. Dunno, sounds bad. The cement walls in front of them suddenly slid into the ground, and Cementos came flying over on a wave of liquid concrete. You two, stay here. A hero student has attacked someone unprovoked. Stay back and let the teachers handle this. Ajiro felt a chill run down his spine. This can't end well. Kyuka jerked her head up and held a hand out, causing Kuta to stop in his tracks. The boy quickly signed, F what? F. Alarms are going off around the perimeter. They're not the usual security breach alarms, something different. I haven't heard these before. Present Mike burst out of the tree line, his expression serious. You two, come with me. We need to get back to the main campus ASAP. As they ran towards the exit gate, Kyuka managed to ask, What's going on, sensei? This is the violent student warning system. I've only heard it activate once before, back when I was a hero student and one of my classmates used his quirk on a gen ed kid. These specific alarms mean that someone in the hero course attacked another student or teacher unprovoked. Itoshi swore under his breath as alarms echoed throughout the rocky field. Shit, somebody tripped the violent student warning system. Zero scratched at his head in confusion. The what now? It's a separate alarm system from the intruder alerts. The VSWS triggers whenever a student attacks another student or a teacher without permission. That's why you didn't hear it during the battle trials or the sports festival. Dad and Pops told me about it after I was accepted into Gen Ed. Midnight sat up and shook her head vigorously. Crap, a hero student triggered it this time. You two, stay here and let the teachers handle whatever happened. Izuku went pale as alarms started blaring throughout ground beta. Shit, Katsuki, forget the exam. Something happened that I thought would happen, but prayed that it wouldn't. Katsuki glanced around, hands curled into claws. What? All Might landed on the street in front of them, his trademark smile noticeably absent. Young Midoriya, you know what is happening. Izuku nodded, glancing in the direction that he had seen the other bus go. Yeah, I do. Todoroki snapped. Shouta swore under his breath as he parked over the rooftops of the exam site, heading towards the massive spire of ice in the distance. The sudden glacier was worrying, but not nearly as worrying as the red stain that was focused towards the tip and grew lighter near the base. What the hell happened? As he got closer, he noticed that the buildings near where he'd restrained Todoroki were utterly demolished by ice. The pit in his stomach only grew, and he hit the quick-release switch on his weights, letting them drop to the ground as he shot forward. In only a few seconds, he reached the border of the exam site, and what he saw made him go pale. Todoroki was standing with his back to the hero, his attention solely focused on the tableau in front of him. The tall spire of ice, originating from the ground at the teen's feet, the spire that had impaled Yaoyorozu through the stomach, pinning her to the concrete wall behind her. Her breathing was slow, labored. She was still alive, but only barely hanging on. Slowly, Todoroki turned to face Shouta, and the hero inhaled sharply at the cold look in the student's eyes. Ah, sensei, I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. I wasn't exactly subtle. Todoroki, what the hell are you doing? The student tilted his head curiously, almost callously. What do you mean, sensei? I'm simply removing the obstacles in my path. Now that the dead weight is out of the way, I can finally pass this exam. Shouta's eyes narrowed, and his capture scarf began to unravel from his neck. Stand down. I don't want to fight you, Todoroki scoffed, ice spreading across the ground from his feet. Of course you do. That's the entire point of this exam, is it not? The point was to help you overcome your weaknesses, not whatever the hell this is. Todoroki huffed, frost covering his arm. But I did overcome my weakness, sensei. My weakness is now pinned to the wall, unable to get in my way like she kept trying to do from the beginning. Shouta's quirk flared, and the frost vanished from Todoroki's arm. Don't make me do this, Todoroki. Get your partner down from the ice, take her to recovery, girl, and maybe I won't expel you. Todoroki scoffed. Didn't you hear me, sensei? I don't have a partner. You saddled me with dead weight, expecting me to overcome you with this useless girl hanging off my back. Well, I found a way around the handicap. Shouldn't you be proud of me? Or am I still not good enough for you? There was a green blur, and a tornado of fire burst to life at the base of the spire. The ice melted, and Midoriya grabbed Yaoyorozu from the wall, staring at Todoroki from behind a wooden hog mask. You know, dude, if you were having issues with your whole dad, you could have just vented to us instead of half-killing your partner. Todoroki rolled his eyes. Is everyone deaf? I don't need partners. They're nothing but dead weight. Shouta ordered. Midoriya, get Yaoyorozu to the nurse's office. You've only got a couple minutes at most. Midoriya nodded, and his hoverboard roared to life. The two students sped off towards the main campus, and Shouta focused his attention completely on Todoroki. The teen merely huffed. Who cares what happens to her? She'd only be a hindrance in the field, barking orders at people more capable than her. If she dies, it's one less burden. Shouta snarled. She was your ally. Your backup. Todoroki scoffed. Allies? In the real world, there are no allies. There is only me and the villain that I am facing. That is all that matters. There was a rush of wind, forcing the hero to blink, and All Might was suddenly standing between Shouta and Todoroki. Todoroki shounen. Stop this now, before anyone else gets hurt. The teen snorted. That's rich. You of all people should know, people always get hurt. But you wouldn't care about that, would you? So long as you don't get hurt. Everything's all hunky-dory, isn't it? Well, newsflash, number one bastard, it's not. People get hurt and die every day. And yet you keep on smiling as though it doesn't matter. As though your sheer presence makes all that death and suffering worthless. Symbol of peace, my ass. You're just a bringer of endless violence. Faster than Shouta could react, a spike of ice rushed up from the ground, slicing open All Might's right side. The hero coughed up blood and fell to his knee. Shouta whipped his capture scarf out, only for it to be caught in a block of ice that shot up from the ground and wrapped around it. Todoroki tilted his head curiously at Shouta before turning his attention back to All Might. Now do you understand? That's pain. That's what people deal with every day of their lives. That's what makes us human. How does it feel to be human? Oh, great and powerful symbol of peace. All Might coughed again and rose to his feet, hand clutched against his side. You misunderstand. Todoroki shounen. I live in pain every day. My smile is just a means of hiding it. Todoroki scoffed in disbelief. You lie. Everyone lies, some more than others. And heroes. Heroes are the biggest liars of all, always claiming that they defend the peace when they cause the most violence out of everyone. You, best genist, Hawks, Endeavor. Oh, the things I could say about Endeavor. But not today. No, I think that conversation deserves a larger audience. Ice burst out in all directions, and a concrete panel rose out of the ground in front of All Might, protecting the two heroes from the attack. As soon as the ice stopped growing, Shouta swarmed up the side and looked down into the center, only to find it empty. Shit. The press conference was swiftly put together and scheduled for Saturday, the day after the practical exam. Shouta picked at his tie, the formal wear feeling supremely uncomfortable. Did we really have to dress up for this? I feel like my hero costume would have been perfectly fine after a quick wash. Netsu sighed, riding on Vlad's shoulder. In a crisis like this, it is best to appear professional. Your hero costume, even if cleaned, is far from that. I am aware that you are uncomfortable, but it is a necessary evil. Shouta groaned, before standing upright. Fair enough. Where's the blonde buffoon? Vlad grunted. Last I checked, he was laid up in the infirmary. The ice spike from the kid did a number on him, and he's been coughing up blood ever since. Even bulking up puts him in extreme pain. He doesn't have the strength for something like this. Shouta swore under his breath. He has a bad habit of not being available when he's actually needed, doesn't he? Netsu hummed. Unfortunate, but workable. We must simply be careful with how we respond. Shouta sighed and walked towards the door. Let's just get this over with so I can check on Yaoyorozu. He opened the door, and the three heroes were immediately bombarded with a flood of questions from the reporters sitting below the stage. They ignored the crowd as they made their way to their designated seats. Netsu sat in the middle of the long table, with Shouta on his right and Vlad on his left. After a few more seconds of shouting, the principal raised his paw, and the crowd fell silent. I must request that you save your questions until after we finish explaining. Miraculously, the crowd stayed silent, and the mammal nodded, glancing around the room. As I'm sure you've all heard, one of our hero course students attacked another student and two of his teachers yesterday during a final exam. What you probably have not heard is that the student in question was Todoroki Shouto. Murmurs rose up, and Shouta flashed his quirk to silence them. Netsu continued, I will preface this by saying that, due to our focus on the motions of the League of Villains, we made a gross error and did not look deeper into the mental health of our students. I assure you, we will be giving this issue much more attention going forward. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and the entire conference hall was suddenly covered in a thick layer of ice. holding everyone in place. As the reporters and heroes struggled, a familiar voice rang out, really? Because from what I've experienced, heroes don't actually care for their masterpieces. They only care about how much damage we can do. Shouta scowled as Todoroki strode through the now obliterated doors at the back of the room. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, the teen waved his right hand, and another thick layer of ice covered his body, solidly trapping him in place. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Todoroki strode forward, his right hand wreathed in flames. The ice covering the lenses of the reporters' cameras melted as the teen passed, and Todoroki stopped in the center of the room, with every camera trained on him. Well, I did say that our conversation deserved a larger audience. Who better than a crowd of reporters to ensure the truth gets out? The vultures muttered to each other, and one brave reporter asked, what truth? Todoroki smirked evilly. Why, the truth about Endeavor. Dabby jumped. What the hell? Shouto continued. You may protest. Oh, but Endeavor is the number 2 hero. What possible secrets could he hide? Many. The truth is far scarier than the lies you feed yourselves to stay content. You've all seen my scar. I've been to many a gala where at least 10 people would comment on it, but not once did anyone ever ask how I got it. If they had, maybe this situation could have been resolved more peacefully. But it's too late now. Dabby couldn't help but let a grin slip onto his face. No way. This can't actually be happening. Shouto turned to face the cameras and crossed his arms behind his back. Where to begin? Well, I suppose it's only fair to start at the earliest point I can think of, my mother. That's right, Endeavor actually married. Surprised? I don't blame you. The bastard kept it private. And for good reason, it was a quirk marriage. He paid my mother's family a hefty sum to marry their daughter, all because of her quirk. She had a strong ice quirk, a complement to his own. And he wanted to have a child with her who would have a perfect mix of the two, the perfect quirk to realize his goal of surpassing All Might. Dabby grinned wider. That's it, kid. Expose him. The first child was a failure, or so I'm told. Talia was his name, but I never knew him much. Supposedly, his quirk gave him flames hotter than Endeavor's, but a resistance to cold. The second child, my sister Fayumi, was also a failure, possessing an ice quirk. The third child, my brother Natsuo, was deemed the biggest failure of all. If you looked into his records, hard to find as they may be, you would say that he possesses a temperature resistance quirk. You'd be wrong. Natsuo is entirely quirkless, but Endeavor would be damned if word got out that he'd fathered a null. Dabby chuckled as the bastard's secrets were finally revealed for the world to hear. Yes, drag him, ruin him. When I was born, Endeavor was ecstatic. The even split of white and red hair, signifying the perfect quirk he'd dreamed of. When it manifested at age 4, that was when my training began. Day in and day out, it was always, Shouto, burn hotter. Shouto, burn faster. Shouto, be better. I was sick of it. Dabby leaned forward, grinning wider. Come on, kid, keep going. My mother didn't fare very well, seeing Endeavor constantly driving his oldest and youngest children to exhaustion through overtraining, while simultaneously ignoring his other 2 children. It strained her. You may wonder why you've never heard of her. Well, that's probably because she's been locked in a mental hospital ever since I was 6. Why? Because, in her deranged state, she mistook me for my father and poured boiling water over the left side of my face. I asked Endeavor where my mother was. He said that he'd sent her away for hurting me. I got angry with him. I blamed him for her actions. I was right, of course, but he would never agree with that. After all, how could the most powerful fire hero ever be wrong? Preposterous. So, the training continued. My older brother died by burning himself alive with his own quirk. Dabby winced. The training only got harsher. I got into the hero course at UA through the recommendations exam. But Endeavor wasn't happy. Why? Because I was 5th in line for consideration. The only reason I was accepted was because one of the top 4 had declined his offer. As my schooling continued, Endeavor only became more displeased. I kept getting outdone in academics and hero exercises by my inferior classmates. I didn't win the sports festival, not even getting to the tournament. Throughout my internship, I was disrespectful for refusing the fire he'd gifted me. You think Endeavor's harsh as a hero? Well, he's even worse to his kids. Of course, as time went on, he got worse. My failures only fueled his annoyance, which came back at me tenfold. It became an endless cycle of pain. I came into school with bruises and aches which adversely affected my performance, and my poor performance irritated Endeavor, which only made his training over the weekends harsher. Harsher training meant more bruises and aches, which meant poorer performance, which caused even harsher training, and so on. You can probably see how that might wear a person down. The final straw was during my practical exam yesterday. My worthless partner kept insisting on trying to hold me back by strategizing and working together. Shouto spat on the floor below the camera. Disgusting. She should have learned her place and stayed on the sidelines, rather than get in the way of actually strong people. It's pathetic how UA deemed her the top student of one over people who far outclassed her in strength. Creati, the everything heroine, my ass. She's a nobody, a weakling taking the place of someone far stronger. Dabby frowned. Okay, that's going a little far. I can respect dissing endeavor, but this. Evidently, Eraser had agreed, because the hero's eyes were blazing with rage. Shoudo continued. Of course, the heroes didn't appreciate me getting rid of dead weight. Going on about attacking your partner and learning teamwork. Please, I don't need anyone else. I've had enough. Endeavor wants me to improve, to be better, to burn brighter. Fine. The teen's left side burst into flames, melting a circle of ice around his feet. Then I'll burn, all right. I'll burn my way up the ranks of the heroes, one by one, until Endeavor is forced to confront me. And then I'll finally exact my revenge. Do you hear me? Number 2. All the heroes that die to me, all the civilians that get in the way, they will be on your head. He raised his flaming left arm. The ice hero Hyuga is no more. Now I am Terminus, the burning death of all heroes. There was a burst of steam, and when it faded, Shoudo was nowhere to be seen. Dabby swore under his breath. He's taking it even farther than I did. Sure, kill the old man, but don't drag others into it on purpose. He reached for his phone, only for the door to his room to slam open. Glancing over, he saw Shigaraki standing in the doorway. What do you want? F hands Maji. You're the kid's brother, right? Tanya. Dabby's eyes widened. How the F? Shiggy rolled his eyes. Please, everything matches up. Your age, your quirk, your hatred of Endeavor. I'm not a effing idiot. Dabby sighed. Fine, so I used to be Tanya. So what? So, you've got to find him and keep him out of trouble. Dabby raised an eyebrow. He's already got the perfect quirk. And you think he needs me to protect him? If anything, he'll need more than just you. Now that Sensei knows that the kid's not under UAS protection, there's nothing stopping him from taking your brother's quirk, especially if he offers the kid a different quirk in exchange. Dabby swore under his breath. Damn it. And he just broadcasted his entire game plan, which means every Tom, D, and Harry is gonna know how to find him. Besides, from what you've told me, I don't like the idea of your sensei with Shoudo's quirk. Shiggy nodded. Forget waiting to see where Sensei's plan is going. I'm breaking my code and getting the F out of here. Stain's probably coming with, since he doesn't trust Sensei either. Dabby huffed. You better not be planning on leaving me behind. A hole. Izuku stared at the TV, now turned off after Todoroki's message. Damn it all. He glanced over at where Momo was laying in a hospital bed, bandages wrapped around her stomach and a breathing mask over her face. The heart monitor beeped rhythmically, and her vitals were steady but low. Bad luck, I guess. He probably would have snapped at anyone, and you just happened to be the closest person to lash out at. The door swung open, and Aizawa-sensei walked in, still bundled up after Todoroki's hijacking of the press conference. Midoriya, I'm surprised you're still here. Izuku chuckled weakly. What, can't I be worried about my vice rep? Aizawa-sensei shrugged. Fair, I just wasn't expecting you to be this worried, or be away from your little gang for this long. The hero snorted at Izuku's shocked expression. Seriously, the 8 of you are together at literally every opportunity. It'd be hard not to notice. Izuku sighed. I guess that's fair. He looked back at Momo. It's just, I feel like I should have done more. Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow. You're the main reason she's alive. Don't you think that's enough? Izuku shook his head. I knew something wasn't right with Todoroki. If I'd spoken my mind earlier, maybe it wouldn't have fallen to this. Maybe Momo would still be conscious, and Todoroki wouldn't have gone villain. Aizawa-sensei hummed and sat down in one of the chairs in the room, legs crossed. During the press conference, Nedzu said that we'd be taking our students' mental health far more seriously. Part of that is mandatory therapy appointments with Hound Dog for everyone who went through the USJ attack. That probably goes double for you, considering you were the most involved out of the entire class. And that's not even mentioning the kind of shit that Aldera crammed in your head. Izuku huffed and turned towards the window. I don't know what you're talking about. Aldera is gone, and I've long since realized that they were full of shit. It's no use thinking about that hellhole anymore. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Take it from a former bullied kid. That stuff never gets out of your head that easily. Took me years of pent-up aggression before Hazashi forcefully befriended me and made me confront my issues. Besides, every hero worth a damn knows that there's no point in worrying about what ifs or maybe. You do what you can with what life gives you, and sometimes it's a shit hand, but you've got to deal with it. Izuku sighed. I'd call this a pretty shit hand. One classmate in a coma, another classmate now a villain, and the class rep could have prevented it all if he'd gotten over his apparent trust issues when it comes to adults. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Honestly, going off the footage that Momoto snagged from Aldera's security cameras, I'd be more surprised if you didn't have issues with trusting adults. I'm sure that your homeroom teacher tried her best, but trauma like that sticks in your brain harder than duct tape. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You know Miwakuru-san. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Cousin, having quirks related to other quirks is kind of a thing in my generation of the family. I think I have a half-brother living in China who powers up a person's quirk by looking at them. But yeah, actually, she's the reason why your junior high got shut down at all. She was the one who started the investigation, and I was only in on it because she requested my involvement. Izuku sighed. I suppose I owe her a thank you. Not only did she give me a quirk to call my own, but she shut down my shitty junior high. Just wish she'd done the same for the elementary school, since they gave me shit for considerably longer. Aizawa-sensei chuckled. I guess you didn't pay attention to the news. Nedzu ended up raising both the elementary and high schools mere weeks after the junior high, since he had suspicions that the entire system was corrupt. Mimoto blowing the whistle was the spark that started the bonfire. Izuku sighed with relief. Good to hear. Some of the teachers at the elementary school were utterly horrible. Aizawa-sensei stood up and walked forward, laying a hand on Izuku's shoulder. In the future, if you have even the barest hunch that something might be wrong with a fellow student, let me know. I promise I'll do my best to look into it. Hell, let me know if you think something might be wrong with you. I can't have my problem child, let alone the class representative, floundering on his own. Izuku grinned. Thanks, sensei. It's nice to know that there's someone who'll back me up. Aizawa-sensei snorted. I think the whole class would back you up, no matter what it was that you were planning. Toshinori nervously approached Nedzu's office, and his anxiety only grew as the double doors swung open on their own. The mammal was sitting behind his desk, sipping at a cup of tea. Toshinori-san, please come in. Toshinori complied, sitting in the chair in front of the desk and cautiously accepting the cup of tea handed his way. Knowing Nedzu's odd behaviors, he took a sip, internally wondering about the chosen flavor. After a few seconds of silence, he set the cup down on the desk and took a deep breath. I've run into an issue regarding my successor, Nedzu hummed, the fur above one eye rising in an attempt to convey a raised eyebrow. And what might that issue be? Well, I was considering passing my quirk to one of the recommended students, Todoroki Shounen or Yaoyorozu Shoujo. But recent events have forced you to reconsider, the mammal finished. Toshinori nodded and looked down at his clasped hands in his lap. Now that Todoroki Shounen has become a villain, I cannot in good faith consider him as a potential successor. Yaoyorozu Shoujo would make a fine wielder of one for all, but her current condition makes it difficult to receive her consent. However, even if the events of the final exam had not occurred, I would still be reconsidering my choices. Nedzu hummed. And why is that? Because All for One is evidently not as dead as I thought he was. The mammal made a gesture for Toshinori to continue. I thought that I had killed him during our battle 6 years ago. Yet, ever since Shigaraki bragged that his Namu had multiple quirks, I had begun to consider if I had failed. And now that I think back on what has transpired, I think it is most likely that All for One did indeed survive, and is the mastermind behind the League of Villains. Nedzu sighed and took another sip of tea. Troubling indeed. Still, after you were injured by young Todoroki, you cannot muster your muscle form for even a full minute. As you are, you cannot possibly hope to face All for One by yourself. We must consider the possibility that the duty will fall to your successor. Toshinori went pale. And how would we be certain that All for One would wait long enough for my successor to be ready? Not only must we find a suitable wielder after Tagata Shounen refused, but we would need to train them enough to receive the quirk, then make sure that they could properly use it. We do not have that time. Nedzu hummed, before setting his cup of tea down on its saucer. In that case, we have no other option. We must inform Eraserhead. Toshinori swallowed. Is that wise? The more people that know of this, the more people that are in danger. You know this, sir? Nedzu nodded. That is true. Having All for One as an enemy is incredibly dangerous. But you must also consider that simply being a hero is just as dangerous, if not more so. The profession already paints a target on its members' backs, and drawing All for One's ire does little to increase that target. Besides, when facing an enemy who relies on quirks, it is no doubt useful to have an ally who can disable quirks. No. Toshinori shook his head. Defeating All for One is the duty of the wielder of One for All. This is my fight, and my fight alone. Nedzu sighed. Toshinori, that line of thinking nearly killed young Ida. What makes you think it would serve you any better? Toshinori froze, the color draining from his face as the truth set in. The mammal continued, if anything, you are the only one who should not be part of this fight. With your injuries, you would be more of a hindrance than a help. Yes, you could certainly provide your experience, but as things stand, we do not possess a reliable method of wielding the strength of One for All in this battle. Toshinori nodded weakly. I understand, sir. In that case, what should we do? Nedzu opened his mouth to respond, only to pause when his computer beeped. That's odd. I wasn't expecting any visitors at this time. Who could be at the front gate? The mammal pulled up the security feed on his monitor, and his eyes grew wide. Toshinori carefully walked around behind the desk, and he immediately understood. Standing by the gate were Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri, and a burned man that he recognized from Naomasa's rants as the vigilante villain Dabby. Shigaraki walked forward, but then did something unexpected. He pressed the intercom button. Sensei's a D, and I'm breaking my code. Where do we sign up to take his ass down? Tamura grunted as he was shoved into a chair in an interrogation room, Quirk suppressing handcuffs on his wrists. Geez, you really know how to treat your guests, huh? Eraserhead glared down at him. Why should we believe you? For all we know, this could be a ploy to get you within UAS walls to take us down from the inside. Tamura sighed. Kurogiri. File. The misty bartender nodded, reaching into his coat and retrieving the manila folder they'd assembled before leaving the bar. He laid it open on the table and slid it over to the hero. If you are skeptical, call your employer. He will verify that this information is accurate. Nedzu dropped out of a vent in the ceiling, immediately striding over and hopping up onto the chair to get a good view of the folder. No need to call me, I'm already here. He quickly skimmed through the visible pages, tail twitching with every line. After a few seconds, the mammal closed the folder and clasped his paws, setting them on the table. Well, it seems your information is indeed accurate. May I ask why you're defecting? Tamura huffed. Sensei's a bastard who made me kill my family by giving me an uncontrollable quirk. Then he tried to brainwash me into being a tool of death and destruction. I was never his successor, just another pawn on his weird-ass chessboard. Dabby grunted. I was only a villain to piss off Endeavor. Then my kid brother did the same thing. Only he made himself a huge target for both sides, and I don't want to sit back and let him lose his life or his quirk. Kurogiri sighed. I do not even know who or what I am anymore. Tamura grunted. Slap some quirk-canceling things on him. Should get rid of the mist over his face. Eraserhead nodded at the detective guy standing in the corner of the room, who walked forward and produced another pair of quirk-suppressing handcuffs. Kurogiri obediently stuck his wrists out, and the detective clicked them shut, immediately stepping back. Kurogiri twitched, and the fog faded away to reveal dead eyes, cloudy white hair, and a surprisingly small body. Eraserhead breathed in sharply, his face looking like he'd seen a ghost. No, it can't be. I saw your corpse. Tamura huffed. Either he's a Namu made from a dead body, or he wasn't as dead as you thought. Eraserhead grabbed Tamura's hair. Is it reversible? Tamura grunted with pain. I don't effing know. I'm not the effer who makes the damn things. The hero's grip tightened. Then who does? Stop trying to pull my effing head off and I'll tell you. Nedzu raised a paw. Shout-a-kun. Let go of him. Violence will not solve anything here. Eraserhead let go of Tamura's hair, breathing heavily as the detective removed the cuffs from Kurogiri, letting the mist cover his face. Tamura took a deep breath, popping his neck before sitting back in his chair. I don't know his real name, but Sensei calls him the Doctor. He's old, almost as old as Sensei. He's a total whack job, completely obsessed with his pet projects and obeying Sensei's every whim. He never leaves the secret HQ, and I don't know where it is. Probably some kind of hospital, since he loves masquerading as a kid's doctor to sniff out potentially attractive quirks to steal or use for Namu. Nedzu hummed worriedly. Do you have a physical description? Tamura nodded, reaching forward and flicking through the file folder on the table. Kinda short, bushy white mustache, bald head. And he always wears funky yellow goggles that look like gears. Eraserhead grunted, scanning the file on the doctor. You might not know his real name, but do you know any aliases he might have used? The more info we have on this guy, the better. Dabby hummed. I think he might have used Musutafu General Hospital as a scouting position about 10 to 15 years back. Player 2 poked his head in the room. Did somebody say Musutafu General Hospital? Eraserhead glanced at the kid. Problem child, what are you doing here? Player 2 huffed, walking into the room and looking at Tamura. Figured you might want someone who speaks his language, and maybe another head to bounce ideas off of. He glanced down at the file on the doctor, and he raised an eyebrow. Bald, bushy mustache, and goggles. Sounds a lot like Dr. Tsubasa to me. Nedzu hummed. You knew him. Player 2 groaned. Knew him. Loathed him for a good 6 years. The bastard misdiagnosed me as Quirkless. That, and his grandson was one of my primary bullies during elementary school, up until he vanished between 3rd and 4th year. Wonder what happened to him. Tamura hummed. Grandson, eh? Did the kid happen to have some kind of wing-based quirk? Player 2 raised an eyebrow. Yeah, he had bat wings, but he was a chunky little shit, so he never could fly all that well. Why? Tamura sighed. I think the doctor turned the kid into a Namu. One of the ones he gave us for Hasu, actually. The yellow one with the gas mask. The old fart was always proud of that one. Something about a personal connection or some shit. Player 2 went pale. That's just sick. Tamura nodded. He really is. Bastard never calls anyone by their name, only by their quirk. It's the only thing he cares about, aside from Sensei. Player 2 huffed. If he cared so much about quirks, then why did he have a history of false diagnoses? According to the doctor that looked at me when I was older, Dr. Tsubasa would always say that a person's quirk was much weaker than it actually turned out to be. Tamura grunted. Probably did that so they'd be easier for Sensei to steal. Player 2's eyes widened. Your Sensei can steal quirks. The Racerhead rounded on the kid. Midoriya. You are not participating in this. Player 2 held up a hand. Relax, I'm not planning on fighting this guy. Seems way out of my league. But I'm curious about his quirk. How does he steal quirks? Is he limited to only certain types? Is there a maximum number he can have at one time? Can the quirks be given to other people? Tamura hummed. Physical contact. No, not that I know of, and yes. Though, more than 3 quirks in a single person generally makes them go brain dead. That's where the lower tier nomes come from. High-end nomes either have fewer quirks, or their quirks merge together so they put less strain on the brain or something. I dunno. I don't know shit about quirk science. Player 2 rubbed at his chin. Hypothetically speaking, if he stole a quirk that stockpiles something, would he gain the things stockpiled in it, or would he have to start from scratch? Tamura grunted. Not sure, haven't talked to him about something like that. Plus, I think he'd get suspicious if I started asking specific questions like that. He doesn't like me having a high intelligence stat. Kurogiri spoke up. Speaking of being suspicious, I believe it would be in our best interests to return to the base soon. If he noticed our absence, it likely would not end well. Eraserhead grunted. True, we might be able to keep him from warping straight in, but that won't stop him from appearing right outside and bulldozing his way in, especially if he's got hundreds of quirks at his beck and call. Tamura huffed. More like thousands, but yeah, we'll see what we can do about sharing more information, but for now, we'll leave you to plan. He glanced at Player 2. Don't die, brat. You're the most fun I've had in ages. Player 2 grinned back at him. 2 players are much better than 1, I'll give you that. Though, I've always preferred PvE over PvP. Tamura gave a short bark of laughter. Agree to disagree, but there's nothing saying we can't party up on occasion. Dabby glanced over as the door to the bar slammed open. His eyes widened as Shadow stomped in, wearing nothing but the tattered remains of his hero costume. What the hell do I have to do to get someone to fight me? It's been a good week since that press conference, and not a single hero has come for me yet. It's like they don't even care. The teenager plopped down on one of the bar stools and grunted, "Gimme something." Kurogiri hummed. "I do not serve alcohol to minors." Shadow quirked an eyebrow, frost spreading across his right side. Really, a hotspot for all manner of illegal scum. And you care about the legal drinking age. Dabby huffed and walked over, sitting next to his brother. Some of us like to cling to something legal or moral. Personally, I make it a policy to not hit bystanders. They didn't ask to get dragged into my shit, so I leave them alone. Shadow grunted. If they get hit, it's their fault for being in the way. They should know better than to be near a fight. Dabby raised an eyebrow. You're making this too easy, kid. But since I'm feeling generous, I won't go for the low-hanging fruit. Kurogiri huffed. And because I'd rather not have the bar destroyed. Dabby chuckled. And that. Shadow swiveled in his seat to glare at Dabby. You sound familiar. Familiar and annoying. Who are you? Dabby crossed his arms. I go by Dabby. I'm known for my grudge against the number 2 a whole. Haven't gotten a chance to face the big guy myself, but I figure it's only a matter of time. Shadow grunted and turned back to the bar. Don't get in my way. Endeavor is mine to kill. Dabby sighed and grabbed Shadow by the arm, yanking him off the stool and dragging him up the stairs to his private room. As soon as the door shut, Dabby released him and turned around, falling backwards to land on his bed. Come on, Sho, let your big brother get a piece of the action. Shadow huffed. You're not Natsuo. Why should I care? Dabby sighed and stood up, walking over to the sink in his room and grabbing the bottle of dye remover. He stuck his head in the bowl and emptied the bottle over his head, watching the black dye run down the drain. He stood upright, looking at his snow-white hair in the mirror. Behind him, he saw Shadow stare at him without a hint of understanding. Dabby sighed. You really forgot about your training buddy. I'm hurt, Sho. Shadow scoffed. So you just happen to look like Tanya. That doesn't prove anything. He died years ago. Dabby turned around and leaned back against the sink, setting the bottle of dye remover down next to the faucet. He held up one hand, and blue fire burst to life in his palm. Not quite. After a few seconds, he hissed in pain and cut the fire off, wincing as smoke rose from his freshly burned palm. Shadow's eyes widened, then narrowed. So you survived. Why the hell didn't you come back? Dabby huffed and sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall. I'd had enough. I wanted out, and being assumed dead gave me an exit plan. Can't risk showing my face at the house when the old man might see me. Though, I think Mom knows I'm not dead. I haven't exactly been subtle, since I keep leaving her favorite flowers in a jar on her windowsill. Fayumi seems convinced. But I think Natsuo is skeptical. Shadow grunted. So, you've seen Mother recently? Dabby raised an eyebrow. What, you haven't? Shadow scoffed. I wanted to. The bastard always told me no. Said I couldn't afford to be distracted by her. Dabby nodded. Definitely. Though, you're being a dumbass. Shadow scowled, right side frosting over. Excuse me. Your grudge is with Endeavor, right? So why drag everyone else into your little tantrum? Shadow huffed. Well, focusing solely on annoying Endeavor like you've been doing clearly isn't enough to get his attention. so I'm going to carve a path through Japan right into his face. I'll destroy everything until he's forced to confront me, and then I'll take my revenge. Maybe if there's anything left of him once I'm done, then you can extract your own pound of flesh from his carcass." Dabby scoffed. And if that was your plan, then how come I haven't seen much burning recently? For that matter, why come here?" Shadow grunted. "I've made attempts. I've put up ice spikes in various parts of Musutafu as bait, but nobody really paid them any attention, just left them there until they melted on their own. I needed to get the attention of the heroes, and these people are in their crosshairs. What better way to get noticed than to be near the infamous League of Villains?" Dabby crossed his arms. "So, you're planning to join up?" Shadow let out a short bark of laughter. "Don't be ridiculous. I don't need anyone else. They'd just drag me down. I'm just using the hero's watch on the League to get them to notice me by proximity. Once I've got their attention, I fully intend to work on my own." Dabby huffed. Like that's ever worked out great for anyone." Shadow raised an eyebrow. "Seems to work for All Might." Dabby scoffed. "He only gets away with it because he can level city blocks without breaking a sweat. Endeavor always preaches about not needing help, and yet he drags the flaming psychicers with him just about everywhere. Admit it, he may be a bastard, but he's not an idiot. He knows his weaknesses, so he hires psychics that can help cover those areas." Shadow huffed. "I don't have weaknesses. I have the perfect balance of fire and ice." Dabby grunted. Go challenge Eraserhead on your own and see how well that works out for you." Shadow got up from the floor. "Fine, I will. He'll be the first to die. And if his students try to get in my way, then they'll fall, just like their teacher." Izuku waved out the window at Mom standing in the parking lot, as the bus drove through a gate in the barrier of UA that immediately closed behind them. As they headed off towards their destination, Izuku turned around and slumped down in his seat. While the class would normally be extremely chatty, the bus was silent, thanks in large part to the two distinctly empty seats. Todoroki's attack and Momo's condition were at the forefront of everyone's minds, bringing down the mood substantially. Izuku sat by the window and stared out at the passing scenery, and he couldn't help but think about how things might have been different if just a few things had changed. Maybe if Todoroki had gotten to the tournament round, Endeavor wouldn't have been as pissed and wouldn't have pushed Todoroki as hard. Maybe if he'd gone with someone else for his internship, he'd have gotten a break from training and calmed down enough that he would have been cooperative during his final exam. Maybe if I'd swallowed my anxiety and effing spoken up, he would have gotten the help he needed earlier and Momo wouldn't be in a goddamn coma. There was a light chop to the top of his head, and he glanced away from the window to see Katsuki standing in the aisle with his arms crossed. "I could feel you self-deprecating from the front of the bus. Cut it out. You'll only make yourself feel worse." Izuku grunted and turned back to stare out the window. "That's a tall order, considering how bad I already feel. How the hell can I call myself a class rep if I can't bring myself to open up about possible issues with my classmate?" Katsuki huffed. "You're being a dumbass." Izuku whipped around to glare at him, but Katsuki's expression didn't waver. "You heard me. You're so busy beating yourself up about what could have happened, you're not thinking about what will happen. Shit went down. That's life. Now suck it up and start preparing for what's gonna happen next." "Yeah." Izuku sighed and took a deep breath, letting a small grin slip onto his face. "Thanks, Kat. You always know how to put things in perspective." Katsuki grinned. "Not a problem." A couple hours later, the bus slid to a stop on a cliffside overlooking the forest below. Normally, the class would have been muttering about the sudden stop, but with everything that had happened, they were on guard the minute their feet hit the dirt. Once everyone was off the bus, a nondescript black car emerged from around the bend, coming to a stop right by the bus. The back door on the passenger side opened, and Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the two heroines that stepped out. Wasn't expecting half of the wild pussycats." Achako nodded. "Probably my favorite hero team, to be honest. Normally, I'd be fangirling, but something doesn't feel right." Izuku grunted. On instinct, he turned to ask Momo's opinion of the situation, only to suddenly remember that she was still in a coma back at UAS infirmary. The self-loathing returned in full force, and he nearly missed Mandalay saying, "You'll be staying at our summer lodge over at the base of that mountain." The pieces fell into place. The entire class exchanged glances, before falling into a series of rudimentary stretches. Pixie Bob hummed in approval. "Good instincts. Heroes have to always be ready for anything." Multiple glares were sent her way, and Aizawa-sensei winced. "Maybe ease up on lines like that." Todoroki snapped because he wasn't allowed to rest, so they're a bit on edge at the moment. Mandalay hummed in sympathy. "Gotcha. I'll let Ragdoll and Tiger know once the kids get moving." Izuku raised his arms high and leaned back, feeling his various joints pop in succession. "Right. 1A, listen up. I'm temporarily appointing Katsuki as vice rep. If I'm not around to give orders, look to him, got it?" He nodded at the various sounds of confirmation. "Good. Let's get moving." As one, the class charged towards the rail lining the cliff edge and jumped over, sliding down the steep incline towards the forest floor below. Once their feet hit the grass, they were off, weaving through the trees and tossing out observations and advice. The earth shook, and a huge beast rose up from the ground. Immediately, Katsuki blasted in and blew it into clumps of dirt. Pixie Bob's quirk. Don't let your guards down. Right. Class 1 limped into the clearing about 4.5 hours after leaving the bus. Mandalay clapped appreciatively and walked forward from where she had been standing by the doors to the main lodge. Impressive. We were expecting you to take 6 hours at best. Aizawa-sensei huffed. They've seen firsthand how dangerous their opponents can be. They've been pushing themselves, and the absence of their 2 classmates only spurred them harder. Pixie Bob made an imitation of a purring noise. How sweet. Do I sense a potential mate in one of them? She glanced over at Izuku and licked her lips. Izuku made a groaning noise, and Kyuka glared daggers at the heroine, stomping over and jumping onto Izuku's back. He immediately brought his arms around to hold her up. Taken, Pixie's gaze shifted to Katsuki, and the blonde snorted. Gay and effin' proud of it. She looked at Itoshi, who scoffed. Terminally gay. Kirishima coughed into his fist. Pan, but I'd rather aim for someone my age. Kaminari gestured at himself. Does this not scream disaster gay? Ada sighed. I believe I am asexual. Besides, I would rather not get into a relationship with an adult. That would be quite awkward. Aoyama stuck his arm out and let the hand flop down. Sada rubbed at his neck and pulled out a cupcake keychain with the asexual pride flag as the wrapper. Shaoji coughed into his fist and subtly pointed at Sada's keychain. Most of the other boys followed suit. Dark Shadow appeared from under Fumikage's shirt, pointed at their host with one hand, and mimicked Aoyama's gesture with the other. Kuda hastily signed. Pixie Bob sighed in defeat. Fine, maybe someone in 1B. Aizawa-sensei groaned and dragged a hand down his face. Ryuko, drop it. They're kids. If you really want to date someone so badly, ask Nimuri for help. I know for a fact she'd be more than willing to. He turned to the rest of the class. Get inside. There's a split hot spring, so freshen up. We have a packed curriculum planned for this week, and we'd like to get things going as soon as possible. The class slowly filed into the main lodge, lured by the promise of soaking in hot water. A kid with a horned red hat stood by and watched with a scowl on his face. Stupid heroes. After a quick soak, one filed out into the clearing that held the main lodge. Aizawa-sensei stood there with his hands behind his back, satisfied with their response time. Good. Being able to clean up quickly is an essential skill for a hero. Now, the reason we're holding this training camp is for something not entirely beyond our control. After Todoroki's broadcast, there's been a rise in villainous activity, and the HPSC wants more boots on the ground. As such, they're allowing first years to take the provisional license exam, and they've made it mandatory for first years at UA both 1A and 1B. I'd rather you wait until second year like normal, but as it stands, we've got to make sure you're ready for the exam in the fall. Izuku sighed. Wonderful. So, what's the plan? Simply put, intensive quirk training. He tossed a familiar-looking ball to Katsuki. You got 705.2 meters at the start of the year, right? The blonde nodded wordlessly. Try throwing it again. Katsuki grinned and wound up a pitcher's throw, his arm coming forward and letting off a massive explosion. The ball soared through the air, but it fell back to earth much quicker than Izuku had expected. Aizawa-sensei grunted and held up a familiar device. 709.6 meters. Mutters rose up from the class, only to fall silent when Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat. Here's the thing, you've all made leaps and bounds in the past few months, but most of that has been technique and physical prowess. We haven't spent all that much time developing your quirks themselves. This training camp will rectify that. Quirks are like muscles. The more you strain them, the faster they grow. As such, this camp will be spent pushing your quirks to their limits. Of course, going with the muscle analogy, you'll also have breaks during the evening to let your quirks recover. Izuku nodded. Makes sense. You tear your muscle fibers to make them grow back stronger. But if you keep tearing them every day, they don't have the opportunity to heal and you won't make any progress. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Exactly. Since this is UA, expect it to be plus ultra, but I have faith that you'll get through it. Don't let me down. Get a good night's rest. Hell starts tomorrow. Hell was accurate. By the time dinner arrived on the first day, Izuku wanted nothing more than to collapse on his sleeping bag and clock out. Aizawa-sensei and the Pussycats had put together various exercises designed to strain each student's quirk individually. Katsuki was standing next to an oil barrel filled with hot water to activate his sweat glands and make him sweat harder, which he would then detonate all at once to acclimate his shoulders to the recoil of his explosion. There was another oil barrel full of water that went unused which, according to Pixie Bob, would have been for Todoroki's training regimen. Zero knelt on the edge of a cliff and was continuously producing his tape from both elbows, improving his capacity, speed, and strength. Ochako was constantly running up and then tumbling down the incline leading to said cliff to decrease her body's reaction to her quirk. She was sharing a portable toilet with Aoyama, who was constantly firing to increase his body's durability against his naval laser. Kirishima and Ajiro were sparring, the latter only using his tail against the former's hardened limbs. The idea was that the constant impacts would strengthen both quirks simultaneously. Similarly, Kuda and Itoshi were increasing the hold of their quirks against each other. Kuda would order the animals to charge at Itoshi, who would attempt to get them to growl or roar at him to take control of their minds. In addition, Shoji and Hagakure were training together, with the former creating more and more limbs to try to spot the latter. Kaminari was running his electricity through a large battery to try and increase his body's resistance to his quirk, but he was also instructed to constantly switch between concentrating his electricity in his hands and coating his whole body with it to fine-tune his control. Similarly, Fumikage was sitting outside a cave with Dark Shadow scouting inside of it. The goal was for Dark Shadow to gain full control of their emotions in full darkness, and for the pair to improve their capability to communicate telepathically with each other. Sue was climbing up and down a cliff face with her tongue and sticky fingers to work out all of the muscles in her body. She was also producing her paralyzing mucus at various spots on her body to try and improve its efficacy. In a similar vein, Ashido was standing against said cliff face and constantly producing acid, increasing both its potency and her body's resistance to it. Kyuka was standing next to her, stabbing her jacks into increasingly higher and higher points on the cliff to increase the length they could stretch, as well as making the jacks more durable. Edo was simply doing sprints around the large clearing, aiming to increase his engine's speed while also increasing the time it took for them to overheat. Sado and Izuku were standing at a table filled with food items. Sado was lifting a large dumbbell as he scarfed down slices of cake, in an attempt to both increase his quirk strength enhancement and decrease its fuel requirement. Izuku was eating high-calorie sweets while constantly producing and discarding various items, attempting to decrease the time it took to make them, increase their durability, decrease the amount of lipids it took to make them, and possibly increase the number he could equip simultaneously. In the evening, after they'd finished training for the day, they were instructed to put together a meal of curry and rice under the Pussycat's guidance. Thankfully, the heroes didn't need to do much guiding, because Izuku and Katsuki quickly took charge and began directing everybody with experience born of several camping trips over the years. As the class dug in, Izuku glanced over at the long table set next to the food truck. He could see that the two ends were covered with crumbs, while the center was jarringly clean. The topic had come up at lunchtime, and Pixie Bob had admitted that the table had been designed to hold a third person, Momo. Izuku felt another spike of guilt drive through his stomach as he thought about it. She could have been here. She and Todoroki could have been with us today if I'd done something. Firm hands grasped him and set him upright on the bench. Katsuki's voice broke through the fog of his mind as he said, "I told you, no more self-deprecating." Izuku huffed and leaned forward, crossing his arms on the picnic table and resting his chin on top. Rational brain knows that. Emotional brain can't help but wonder about what-ifs. And rational brain hates emotional brain for being stupid. Aizawa-sensei huffed and ruffled Izuku's hair. Emotions are pretty stupid, I'll give you that much. But Bakugu's got a point. You can't change what happened. All that you can do now is prepare for what will happen next. Got it, problem child. Izuku sighed and nodded. Right, sensei. Shadow crossed his arms and stared down at the lights coming from the forest in the valley below. Disgusting. They laugh and joke as if nothing has changed. As if my absence means nothing. Dabby grunted from behind his kid brother. Or maybe they're trying to cope with your absence. There's no way to know, is there? Shadow huffed. Whatever. It doesn't matter. They won't be feeling anything but the chill of death once I'm through with them. Compress twirled his top hat in his hand. Do not forget, young Terminus, that Shigaraki has ordered that the Midoriya boy be brought to him alive. Shadow scoffed. Your orders, maybe. I'm not part of your Vanguard Action Squad or whatever you call it. I'm here to exact my own revenge. After all, they were part of the problem. Eraserhead pushed me just as much as Endeavor did. And the rest of the class constantly challenged my superiority. And I don't care if my vengeance gets in the way of your precious orders. If you happen to spirit Midoriya away before I get to him, whatever, he matters little to me. But if I happen to find him before you do, then nothing is going to stop me from killing him. Aside from his own strength, Dabby thought. But I'm not dumb enough to say that out loud while I'm in glacier range. Shadow glared down at the valley below. Soon, my revenge will begin, starting with all of you. Izuku hummed to himself as he and Katsuki walked through the forest. So, what kind of scares do you think 1B is gonna have ready for us? The blonde snorted. Ready for you, more likely. I don't get scared that easily. Izuku smirked. Do I need to remind you about the time I convinced you to watch me play Five Nights at Freddy's? Katsuki shuddered. That effing game still gives me nightmares, but it's designed to be terrifying. I doubt 1B has anything in that league. Suddenly, there was a rapid-fire thudding sound, and a tree slowly crashed to the ground a few feet from the trail. An ominous wind blew through the trees, quickly accompanied by maniacal cackling. Katsuki said nothing, but his grip on Izuku's arm tightened considerably. Izuku grinned slightly before scanning the surrounding area. The bushes ahead rustled when a disembodied head came flying out of the darkness at them. Katsuki shrieked and latched onto Izuku's arm like a koala, hanging there while Izuku stood completely still. The head stopped cackling and started giggling, and Izuku chuckled as he recognized Takage Setsuna, codenamed Lizardy. Howdy, Takage pouted. Awa, you could have been at least a little scared. Izuku snorted. I've stared down all of Resident Evil, Dead Space, and FNAF without breaking a sweat. That was puny in comparison. Takage sighed, her head floating back towards the tree line. Fine, guess I'd better warn the others that they should focus on Blasty. Doesn't get scared easily, my ass. Katsuki snarled and raised his right hand threateningly. But Takage just cackled as her head disappeared into the shadows. Izuku smirked and patted Katsuki on the head as the blonde extracted himself from Izuku's arm. Fine, they get points for shock value. But now I'm prepared for the next one. Izuku rolled his eyes, and they continued along the path. The ominous wind continued blowing, but the two of them steadfastly ignored it, at least up until the point that it began to smell like smoke. Izuku's head whipped up as the horizon began to glow blue, a stark contrast from the dark night sky. Shit, something's gone wrong. Katsuki huffed. Probably a prank from 1B gone bad. Izuku shook his head. Nobody in 1B has a quirk that produces blue fire. Not by themselves, at least. And the only person who theoretically could is currently stuck at the lodge for remedial lessons. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. Isawa's flames aren't blue, as far as I know. So this is someone else. Loud clapping sounded from above, and Izuku and Katsuki whirled on the spot so that they stood back to back. A voice called out, incredible, truly, UA raises nothing but the best, both in strength and intelligence. Glancing up, Izuku saw a man dressed in a yellow coat and a top hat with a feather in the brim. His face was covered by an ornate monochrome theater mask, and he held a white cane with a yellow grip in his left hand. I've heard rumors about you, Mr. Compress, am I right? The villain chuckled, his cane slung over his left wrist. Indeed, peerless air of the greatest thief of all time. Of course, one cannot survive for very long on his own. As such, the wise thief knows when to make friends. Izuku swore under his breath. You joined up with the League, didn't you? Mr. Compress bowed gracefully. Quite so. However, the League is not alone here tonight. We have been graced by the presence of a new villain. One who insists that he works alone to achieve his goals. One who proclaims himself the end of all heroism. Izuku's eyes narrowed. And where might he be? Mr. Compress sighed dramatically as he twirled his cane in his grip. Oh, I do believe he said something about finding a good vantage point over the entire display, so as to more easily find his targets. If you were anyone else in your class, I would suggest finding somewhere to hide. He is merciless and intent on killing anyone who crosses his path. However, given the prowess of the two of you, I would recommend facing him soon to minimize casualties. Katsuki grunted. And why the hell would you care about casualties, you damn villain? Mr. Compress chuckled. My dear boy, I may be a villain, but even I have my standards. Many in our Vanguard Action Squad make it a point not to kill bystanders, but the one who works alone is determined to leave massive amounts of death and destruction in his wake. And sadly, a destroyed Japan does not make a fine stage for us performers. Izuku nodded. Understandable. Though, it would seem there's something you're not telling us. Mr. Compress leaned on his cane, despite standing on a branch several meters off the ground. You see, we technically have orders to bring back a certain student alive. However, said student is one of our best hopes for stopping the lone wolf in our midst. As such, I have decided that I will hold off on his capture until such a time that the destruction of this area has been thwarted, after which I will attempt to fulfill my orders to the best of my ability. Izuku grunted. Shigi wants his player too, eh? Whatever. He turned to Katsuki. I'll go stop our former classmate. You get back to the lodge and warn the others. He glanced back up at the villain. We'll handle you later. Mr. Compress bowed gracefully. I accept your challenge. Kauta backed up towards the path that led to the lodge as a figure emerged from around the bend in the mountainside. Who the hell are you? What are you doing at my secret hideout? The figure stared down at him. Mouthy little brat, aren't you? No doubt you're getting along swimmingly with that Bakugo bastard. Having fun disrespecting your superiors, boy. Kauta scoffed. They're all stupid, trying to go out and be heroes. They're just gonna get themselves killed. The figure huffed. Well, be happy. I'm not going to make them wait to be heroes first before they die. You're welcome to watch from up here. Kauta froze. He's gonna kill them. Is this guy a villain? The figure stared at him, and he swallowed nervously. Who are you? Really? After my announcement the other week, I had thought that people would be aware of me. Certainly after I took over UA's press conference. Kyuka grumbled. I didn't watch it. UA is stupid. All the heroes are stupid. They just go out and get themselves killed all the time. It's dumb. The villain scoffed. Maybe if you're a weakling. If I had continued as I was, I wouldn't have died. I would have survived and annihilated anyone who stood in my way. I suppose that is still true. Only now my wrath will extend to the heroes as well. There was a blur and a gust of wind, and the Midoriya guy was suddenly standing between Kyuka and the villain. Pick on someone your own size, Todoroki. Don't take out your problems with your dad on some random kid. The villain, apparently named Todoroki, huffed. Midoriya, how very foolish of you to come directly to me. You'll be the first to die, followed by the rest of the class. Midoriya snorted, and 2 wooden hammers appeared in his hands as a wooden hog mask appeared on his face. Clearly, you didn't pay attention to my performance during the tournament. Todoroki shrugged. Irrelevant. You cannot possibly hope to match my level of power. Midoriya glanced back at Kyuka. Kid, run. Get to Mandalay and let her know that villains are attacking the camp. I'm counting on you. Kyuka took a few steps backwards, before turning on his heel and running down the path to the lodge. Why am I listening to him? He's just going to get himself killed like an idiot. Izuku heaved a mental sigh of relief as the kid fled down the path towards the lodge, before focusing his attention back on his former classmate. The two-tone teen huffed. I thought heroes were supposed to keep civilians out of the line of fire. Yet you sent him towards my primary target. You're a fool, Midoriya. I'm surprised UA allowed you to stay in the hero course when your intelligence clearly isn't up to par. Izuku scoffed, gripping his hammers tightly. You seem to be operating under the assumption that you're going any farther. I'm stopping your reign of terror before it has a chance to go anywhere. Todoroki sighed, frost forming over the tattered remains of his hero costume. Foolish. My quirk is unstoppable. A weakling like you can't possibly hope to match me. Honestly, UA should have cut the dead weight before the year even began. You and that girl are nothing but hindrances to the school's reputation. Something in Izuku snapped. What? Nearly killing Momo wasn't good enough. You just had to go and insult her when she's in a coma? Huh. Todoroki huffed. Good. She won't be able to get in anyone's way like she tried to do to me. A loud gunshot rang out, and a line of red mist hung in the air right by Todoroki's head. The other teen didn't move as Izuku slowly lowered the sniper rifle in his right hand, one of his hammers still clutched in his left. That was a warning shot. Insult Momo one more time. Make a single move to harm anyone else, and you've officially surrendered any chance of ending this peacefully. Todoroki scoffed. Warning shots usually imply that the sender is a threat to the receiver. Besides, why would I ever want to return to a system that has every intention of weakening me? Always wasting time with strategy this and collateral damage that. Ridiculous. All that matters is that I destroy my opponent. Everything else is trivial. Izuku sighed and dropped the machina, picking up his other hammer as the rifle disintegrated. I tried diplomacy, but if you're going to be a stubborn bastard, then force will have to do. Todoroki huffed as frost spread across his right side, forming a patch of ice on the ground beside him. Go ahead. Defy me. You're nothing but a pebble in the way on my road to vengeance. Izuku's eyes blazed coldly. You picked the wrong thing to say. I've been called a pebble way too effing many times before. The thing about pebbles, though, is that they're more than capable of causing damage when given enough velocity. And this pebble's about to launch itself at your face at Mach 5. Ice burst forward, trapping Izuku within a glacier. Through his prison, he could hear Todoroki scoff. Please, all obstacles in my path will suffer the same fate. Frozen and tossed aside as I continue forward. Izuku's eyes narrowed, and his hammers shifted. The ground rumbled, and fire burst to life, incinerating a vertical hole in the glacier before spreading outwards, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Todoroki hastily threw up a wall of ice to protect himself, only to grunt with surprise when Izuku smashed through in an instant. Won a bet. His left hammer swung forward, ramming into Todoroki's face. Izuku roared, and Todoroki was sent flying off the edge of the cliff, backflipping uncontrollably through the air as he sailed over the tops of the trees. Not wasting a second, Izuku summoned his extreme gear under his feet and took off, chasing after his former classmate. I'm gonna show you just how much of a pebble I really am. Shout aside as he stepped out of the lodge, leaning against the double doors and staring up at the night sky. I should get Vlad a gift basket for having to deal with Monoma this past semester. Now he knows what it's like to have a problem child. His attention snapped to the tree line at the sound of rapid footsteps, and the Izumi kid burst into the clearing. Big trouble. Villain, at my secret base. The green kid is fighting him. Shouda's eyes narrowed. What does the villain look like? Ratty costume, split hair, burned eye. Shouda swore under his breath. He raised his voice to address the other students standing by for their turn on the trail. Everyone, get inside. Todoroki is currently up on the mountainside. Midoriya is currently holding him off, but Nezu knows how long that'll last. Immediately, the kids started moving towards the lodge in a hurried yet orderly fashion. Shouda nodded in approval, and his gaze went back to the kid standing in front of him. You get inside, too. Unlike the other brats, you aren't trained. If the villain gets into the lodge, stay behind my students. They aren't letting anyone touch you without going through them first. The kid ran inside, just as Bakugo burst from the tree line. Bad news. We've got villains in the area. Shouda's blood ran cold. More than one? Bakugo nodded. Izuku and I ran into one while we were on the trail, and he basically told us that there were more of them. Half and half is here too, but he's working alone. The one we ran into said that he wanted Todoroki's destructiveness out of play so he could have a better stage or some shit, but once Isahata's down, they're coming after Izuku. Shouda hummed. Alright, get inside. I'm going to go support Midoriya as best as I can. There was a grunt from around the corner, and Shouda dropped into a defensive stance as Dabby rounded the corner. I personally wouldn't recommend it. You're currently Shoudo's primary target, so showing up would only make him angrier. Let the bean handle him. Also, just a heads up, we've got a couple nutcases in the squad. I personally don't like them, but Shiggy's boss wanted them. Muscular and Moonfish, to be precise. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. And why the hell should we believe you? Shouda held a hand out to the side. Bakugo, get inside. Now, the blonde huffed, but did as he was told. Once the doors closed, Shouda straightened and walked up to the burned man. You claim to be defecting. Yet you're here leading an attack on the students. You're sending a lot of mixed signals. Dabby shrugged and stuck his hands in the pockets of his coat. Didn't want to make Sensei suspicious. We're going along with his plans for now, but when the opportunity presents itself, we're gonna make our big turn. Shouda grunted. Alright, aside from Todoroki, Muscular, and Moonfish, what else do we need to be aware of? Dabby huffed. The blonde kid was right. Once Shouda's down, we move in to complete our objective. Shiggy was the one who ordered that Midoriya be left alive, but I'm not sure I like the idea of the kid being anywhere near Sensei. In any case, once the hindrance is out of the picture, we're gonna have to go in ourselves to keep up appearances. Don't hold it against me if I end up injuring any of your kids. I won't be aiming for kill shots, but I gotta make my allegiance look believable. The others would be more than happy to go all out, but most of them are Stain fans, so we got him to convince them not to go too hard. We'll hold off on charging in until Shouda isn't in the picture, so I recommend gathering your brats while you've still got a chance. Shouda nodded. Understood. Thanks for the warning. Dabby grinned. Thank me by finding a way to take out Sensei. I don't like the idea of him sticking around in the shadows plotting who knows what. Not to mention, he basically bred Shiggy for his own purposes. That never sits well with me. Before Shouda could ask what the hell that meant, Dabby faded into the shadows of the trees, just as Pixie Bob burst out of the ground. Eraserhead. What's going on? Two of your kiddies dropped the game and split up. She paused and glanced around the clearing. And where are the other kiddies? Shouda grunted. Todoroki is here, along with several other villains. Midori is holding him off, and I want to go help support, but I'm currently Todoroki's main target. Our priority is getting the remaining students inside the lodge. Where's Ragdoll? Tiger climbed out of the tunnel that Pixie Bob had left behind. She's posted in a clearing halfway along the trail, at a table with the tags for the students. Last I checked, Mandalay was heading out towards her, but we haven't heard anything back from either of them yet. Shouda nodded. Understood. Fan out. 15-degree difference between the three of us. Pixie Bob in the center, Tiger on the right, me on the left. We need to be far enough apart to cover as much ground as possible, but close enough that we can support each other if necessary. The two heroes nodded their understanding, and the three of them sprinted into the trees, spreading out and glancing around frantically. You'd better be safe out there, Hellspawn. Izuku's world was nothing but flashes of white-blue ice and red-orange fire. Every one of Todoroki's ice spikes was met and evaporated by a swing from his masked hammer. The surrounding trees had all been destroyed by this point. You know, for being the burning death of all heroes, I'm not seeing a lot of burning on your end. Todoroki scoffed. The bastard wants me to be the #1 hero using his fire, so I'll throw it back in his face by becoming the #1 villain with only my mother's ice. His pitiful power will be relegated to counteracting frostbite and nothing else. I'll prove that I don't need him. Izuku sighed, before sidestepping an ice spike and lunging forward. Todoroki's eyes widened as Izuku closed the distance in seconds. One of his hammers swung forward, slamming right into Todoroki's stomach. Fire burst to life, and the other teen was sent flying into the side of the cliff, leaving an impact crater about twice his height in the mountainside. Izuku spun one hammer in his grip. You know, that's a really stupid way of thinking about your quirk. Todoroki scowled. You dare insult me? Izuku huffed. Think about it, Todoroki. You're deliberately discarding half of the power available to you. Do you really think you'll be able to accomplish anything if you only use half of your full strength? Heroes and villains can't half-ass anything if they expect to keep going. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. You know nothing of strength. You are nothing. Nobody. You have no background, no history, no power. Izuku gripped his hammers tighter. Background isn't everything. All Might came from nowhere. And yet he rose up to become the greatest hero of his generation. Todoroki grunted. A single outlier does not change the facts. Only those born with power are worth anything. Everyone else is their pawns, to do with as they please. I was born with all of the power in the world. You, meanwhile, were born with nothing, so you are nothing. Simple as that. Izuku sighed and shook his head. You sweet summer child. Nothing is ever as simple as that. Todoroki peeled himself off the cliffside, frost forming on his right side. Enough talk. You will be the first to die. But don't worry, I'll send the rest of those failures to join you shortly. Starting with that horrible excuse for a teacher. Ice burst from his right foot, surging across the ground. Izuku brought one arm back while holding the other across his chest. The hammers caught fire, and Izuku spun on his heel, a tornado of flame roaring to life around him. Fire met ice, and the air exploded. Izuku dug his feet into the ground and just barely kept himself from being flung into a miraculously surviving tree. Todoroki was sent flying back into the mountainside, deepening the impact crater from before. The area stood still for a few seconds before Todoroki crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Izuku heaved a sigh of relief and let his hammers drop to the ground, walking up to the other teen's prone form. He reached out a hand to grab Todoroki's wrist, only for the ground to rumble. His instincts flared, and he jumped back as a gray blur smashed into the cliff face, showering him with a spray of rubble. As the cloud of dust began to settle, a large figure in a gray cloak stepped forward. Dabby said we could move in once the dumbass was down. Well, he's down. Time for some old-fashioned carnage. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Muscular, S-ranked villain and known serial killer. Your convoy to Tartarus a week ago was intercepted and destroyed, and you escaped in the aftermath. I'm guessing you ended up with the League of Villains. The man laughed, tossing aside the cloak. Man, Shiggy was right about you. You're pretty damn smart for a brat. Let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Izuku sighed, and green balls of light coalesced into his right hand, forming into a black baseball bat with red grip tape and yellow circles close to the end. He quickly glanced around, before his eyes zeroed in on the horizon. Tartarus should be in that direction. Muscular paused. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was standing right in front of the villain, already leaning back in a perfect batter's stance. Give the Hekatonkers my regards. The bat swung forward, and a loud smash rang throughout the area. Muscular was sent flying, streaking through the night sky at near-sonic speeds. Izuku let the bat fall onto his left shoulder in the follow-through, raising a hand to his forehead and peering at the rapidly retreating form of the villain. Yeah, that'll do. Suddenly, his world turned bright blue. Atsuhiro chuckled to himself as he picked up the marble containing the Midoriya boy, stowing it in an inside pocket of his coat, before turning to the prone form of the Todoroki boy. My, you're a troublesome one. What to do, what to do? Black mist swirled into existence next to him, and Atsuhiro turned to see Kurogiri standing there with an unreadable expression. Sensei has ordered that the Todoroki boy be brought to him. I suggest that you compress him for now, so that it will be easier to transport him to the bar. Atsuhiro sighed, before stepping forward and tapping the boy's arm. The body vanished, and in its place sat a light blue marble. Atsuhiro plucked it from the ground, turning it in his fingers. Such a shame, isn't it? So much talent, and yet he insists on wanton death and destruction. Kurogiri huffed. We should hurry. Sensei is not feeling very patient right now, and I'm certain he will be upset when we return without Ragdoll. Atsuhiro hummed. Is that so? Well, I certainly have no intention of upsetting him any further than that. Dabby grunted as Kurogiri appeared in the clearing behind him. I take it we're done here. The misty villain nodded, opening a warp gate. Indeed, it is time for us to take our leave. Dabby grinned, only to turn at the sound of footsteps. Eraserhead burst into the clearing, eyes locked on the two of them. Dabby raised a two-fingered salute to his forehead. Sorry, Eraser. I'd love to stick around, but Shiggy's got us on a tight schedule. See ya. He stepped backwards through the warp gate, his breath hitching as the hero dove forward, capture scarf twisting through the air towards Dabby's face. Thankfully, the warp gate closed as he stumbled into a bar stool, drawing a couple of stares from the others as he caught his breath. Compress pulled his mask off, sporting a concerned expression. Are you all right, Dabby? Dabby nodded, collecting himself and sitting firmly on the stool. I'm fine. Just had a close encounter with Eraserhead on the way out. One of their younger recruits called Mustard scoffed. Can't have given you too much trouble. If he was anyone dangerous, I'd have heard of him already. Dabby glared at the kid and opened his mouth to retort, but the crackling sound of static from the TV in the corner drew everyone's attention. Enough. Did you manage to claim your prize? Compress nodded, pulling a marble out of his coat. We managed to capture a student, but unfortunately, Ragdoll escaped our grasp, and we lost Muscular and Moonfish. Kurogiri has also informed me that you wished to meet with our acquaintance. With a flourish, he pulled another marble out of a different pocket, tossing it on the floor and snapping his fingers. The marble burst in a shower of blue sparkles, and Shadow lay there on the floor of the bar, unconscious. All for One hummed in disappointment. A shame. It appears he was bested by one of the students. No matter. Kurogiri, bring the boy to me. Tamura, you may do as you wish with your target. The TV shut off, and Shadow's body fell into a warp gate on the floor. Dabby felt something in his chest pinch. Don't die on me, kid. I'll be damned if my baby brother gets killed on my watch. Shadow bolted upright, immediately taking a defensive stance when he didn't recognize his surroundings. What is this? Where am I? A low cough drew his attention to the other occupant of the room, a man missing the entire upper half of his face, sitting in a wheelchair and strapped to a life support system. Greetings, young Todoroki. You've caused quite a splash in the underworld. I simply had to meet you myself. Shadow's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The man smiled. You may call me All for One. Shadow huffed. Impossible. All for One is a myth. If there was truly a man with the power to take quirks, he would already be living like a king. The man chuckled. I did, once. But then that infernal All Might appeared and reduced me to what you see now. I have chosen to rule from the shadows, building up my resources until the time was ripe to strike back against that blonde buffoon. Shadow scoffed. Foolish. It is the right of those with power to conquer those without. And a man with multiple quirks is the most powerful of all. To sit back and let others claim your deserved position is cowardly. The man frowned, and the air grew cold. I suggest you watch your tone, boy. Shadow crossed his arms. Prove it. Remove my father's fire. It is a curse upon me. It holds me back, even if I do not use it. If you are truly the villain of legend, then surely such a task would be child's play. The man raised his arm, and Shadow's face was pulled into the man's grasp. Red light filled his vision for a few seconds. When it faded, he slumped to the ground, still conscious, but without the strength to stand. The man before him flexed his hands, and fire sparked in his left palm. Shadow smirked, only to pale when ice formed on the man's right arm. Goodness, what a marvelous quirk. I must thank Endeavor for delivering this power to me. Shadow pulled himself up, leaning against the nearest wall for support. What is the meaning of this? I instructed you to remove his fire, not her ice. The man tutted. You naive fool. The fire and the ice are two parts of a magnificent whole. You only ever had a singular quirk, and yet you squandered its potential over a simple resemblance to Hellflame. Shadow scowled. I demand that you return my mother's ice to me. All for One side, standing up from his wheelchair. His fingers turned black with red lines running along them, before they elongated into thin rivets and stabbed Shadow through the shoulders, pinning him to the wall. He cried out in pain, and All for One walked forward, emanating an air of danger. You demand nothing, child. You hold no power over me. Even if you still had your quirk, you still would not have had the strength to make demands of me. My quirk cannot be beaten. It is perfect. All for One scoffed. Foolish child. No quirk is ever truly perfect on its own. But that is the beauty of my own power. Rest assured, your quirk will be put to good use. Unfortunately, I cannot trust you to be able to use it properly, and so it will remain with me. Through the pain, Shadow managed to glare at the villain. Then kill me. Without my quirk, there is no reason for me to continue living. Without power, I am worthless. All for One tutted. Normally, I would, with nary a thought. But after such blatant disrespect, killing you would be a mercy. I heard that a peer of yours was berated and abused every day of his life because he was believed to be quirkless. Why don't you see what that's like for yourself? The pain flared, and Shadow's eyes rolled back in his head as he fell unconscious again. The last thing he heard was the soft laughter of the monster who took everything from him. The moment Izuku was released from his prison, he came out swinging with the home-run bat still in hand. However, it was immediately caught and disintegrated. Geez, chill. Nobody's hurting you while I'm in charge, player 2. As Izuku's other senses caught up to his instincts, he registered that he was standing in the middle of a bar, with Shigaraki sitting on a bar stool in front of him. Kurogiri was behind the bar, scrubbing at a glass with a clean rag. Dabby was sitting a couple stools down from Shigaraki, and other villains were sitting in the various booths. After taking in as much information as he could, Izuku backed up a couple paces and took a deep breath before plopping himself in the closest empty booth. What do you want, Shiggy? The villain sighed, glancing over at the TV in the corner. Sensei told me to grab someone from your class. He never specified, so I figured I'd go for someone I could actually effing tolerate. Izuku grunted, taking in the identities of the others in the bar. There was a kid wearing a junior high gakurin and a gas mask, polishing an old-fashioned revolver in a nearby booth. In the corner was a lizard man running a cloth over a giant blade made of smaller blades secured together by belts. At the bar sat a man wearing a black jumpsuit, red bracers, and a gray mask with white eyes. Hanging from the chandelier by her legs was a blonde girl around Izuku's age, wearing a strange apparatus around her neck with a wide, fanged grin on her face. In another booth, there was a muscular person holding a large object wrapped in cloth. Finally, leaning against the door to the upstairs was Mr. Compress, watching Izuku with interest. Somebody's beefed up their selection process for new units. Finally going for quality over quantity, I see. Shigaraki shrugged. After the utter failure at the USJ, I figured a few S-rank units would have better DPS than dozens of D-rank units. Izuku leaned back in the booth, lacing his fingers together. So, did your sensei tell you what to do if you succeeded, or? Shigaraki opened his mouth to respond, only for a cloud of black sludge to form in the air in the middle of the bar. A couple seconds later, the unmistakable form of Todoroki fell out, slamming face first into the floorboards. Kurogiri sighed as the sludge disappeared. It seems sensei has finished his business with him. I'm surprised he's still alive. Todoroki bolted upright, kneeling on the floor and gasping as he clutched at his forearms. My quirk. That bastard took my quirk. Dabby choked on his own spit as the rest of the bar glanced around at each other. Before anyone could say anything, the TV in the corner flickered on to reveal an audio-only screen. A distorted voice rang out. Ah, you must be Tamura's coveted player too. I'm afraid I don't have the pleasure of knowing your name, young man. Izuku huffed. I'm not dumb enough to give out personal information like that. Call me save point. Clapping could be heard from the other end. Goodness, UA truly does know how to weed out the brightest from the pack. Izuku grunted. In any case, you wanted someone from my class. Why? Sensei huffed. So impatient. Can't an old man build up to a dramatic reveal anymore? Still, I suppose I'll allow it. You see, I've heard of many rumors surrounding a certain UA student, and I wish to learn the truth for myself. What better way than to hear from someone who knows them? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Well, how much I'll tell depends on the student in question. Sensei chuckled. How cute. You actually think you have a choice in the matter. Kurogiri, send the boy to me. The misty bartender jolted. Of course, sir. A warp gate formed underneath Izuku, and he nimbly dropped through, landing on his feet in an enclosed room. There wasn't a single entrance, not even a window, and the only source of light was a single bulb in the center of the ceiling. Izuku's attention was drawn by the man sitting in a wheelchair before him, strapped to a life support machine and missing the upper half of his face. Ish, where'd your face go? Sensei huffed. You have all might to thank for my current state. Our battle 6 years ago reduced me to what you see now. But enough about me. One hand reached out, and an invisible force pulled Izuku's face into Sensei's grip. You will surrender to me all you know about this creati. There was an immense pressure on all sides of his head, and Izuku lost consciousness. Shouta slammed a fist against the doorframe of Yaoyorozu's room. Damn it, that's 3 students gone within the span of a couple weeks. Shio appeared out of nowhere and smacked his knee with her cane. She hissed, quiet. Do you want to disturb her? He glared down at the elderly heroine. You've said yourself that her current state isn't liable to change anytime soon. I doubt a little banging is going to do anything. He bowed his head, and his fist tightened. I can't deal with the fact that I've lost 3 kids, especially from this class. They've had the most potential of any year I've taught, and yet they've had some of the biggest losses. At the start of the year, I thought they'd stick together like glue, but, Shio sighed, you've grown attached to them. Losing any of them feels like a chunk taken out of your heart, doesn't it? Shouta nodded wordlessly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his signature yellow goggles, staring down at them morosely. When I accepted the teaching position, I swore that I wouldn't lose anyone else important, that I'd keep the kids safe. And then I managed to screw that up, too. The sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention, and he raised his head as Hisashi walked up to him. Hey, press conference is in an hour. Nedzu wants you ready as soon as possible. Shout aside, pocketing the goggles and standing upright. I still don't know why the F we're doing this. Hisashi hummed sympathetically. I don't know either, but I make it a habit not to question the rat god. Come on, let's get moving. Yaoyorozu's not gonna die just because you're not in the room with her. Reluctantly, Shouta allowed himself to be dragged down the hall, tossing one last glance at his class vice rep laying there. We'll find a way. I promise. We're not gonna let such a promising future be cut short. As the pressure on his head subsided, Izuku regained his senses as he fell to his knees on the floor, coughing as he tried to find his bearings. Above him, he could hear Sensei chuckling. My, so young Yaoyorozu is in a coma as a result of Endeavor abusing his youngest, is she? What a shame. A quirk as magnificent as hers deserves to be free. Perhaps I should pay her a visit at some point. Izuku snarled. You keep your filthy hands off my vice rep, or I swear on everything holy and demonic. Sensei hummed in amusement. Holy and demonic. That's a new one. Most heroes I've fought only ever swear on all that is holy. Izuku glared up at the villain. Sometimes, there's an evil so terrible that it needs God and Satan to take care of it. Sensei chuckled. My, you're quite the bold one, save point. Not nearly as haughty as your former classmate. But at least you know where to toe the line. Young Terminus believed he could make demands of me, and, well, I simply couldn't let that stand. Izuku slowly pulled himself to his feet, leaning against the wall away from the villain. So, what now? Sensei hummed. Not much, I suppose. Your quirk is an interesting one, but I've never enjoyed taking stockpiling quirks. It's just so annoying to have to collect a specific resource just to use a given power. And it's not viable for a Namu, since it requires some level of cognition. I suppose I'll just let Tamura have his way with you. He snapped his fingers, and Izuku coughed as black sludge poured from his mouth, covering him. Something shifted, and he fell onto the floorboards of the bar. As his vision cleared, he could see Dabby and Shigaraki standing nearby, ready to step in if necessary. Well, that was unpleasant. Todoroki stared at him. You don't seem very shocked. Did he not take your quirk like he did mine? Izuku pounded his chest with his fist, coughing a few times to clear the rest of the sludge out of his system. No, he hates stockpiling quirks, and mine's probably more annoying than others, considering it requires 2 resources to work, while other stockpiles usually only need 1. The kid with the gas mask huffed. As riveting as this is, UAS holding a press conference. Again, wanna put it on the big screen, Hansi? Shigaraki grabbed a remote from the bar with 4 fingers, pressing the power button. The flat-screen TV above the bar flickered on, showing a live feed from UAS conference room. Izuku could see Netsu sitting in center frame, with Aizawa-sensei on the mammal's right and Vlad King on his left. A reporter was speaking, but Izuku could only focus on how haggard his teacher looked. The bags under his eyes were worse than normal, and his eyes were red and puffy. The man obviously hadn't taken Izuku's capture well, but he was somehow managing to hold it together for the conference. Suddenly, Izuku's senses tingled, and he tore his gaze away from the TV, scanning the room for whatever was making him uneasy. Glancing over the bar, he could see a smaller screen by the wine rack that was displaying security footage from the entrance. Izuku went pale as he recognized the signature flaming costume of Endeavor. Shit. He hurled himself away from the outside wall, just as a tremendous force tore a hole through the brick and sent a huge gust blowing through the bar. Maruko stepped in through the breach, grinning widely. Knock knock, mother effers. Kamui Woods swung in and released his lacquered chain prison, binding everyone else in an instant. Before anyone could react, a thin red line stabbed through Kirigiri's head, and the bartender slumped over, unconscious. The red line emerged and unfolded to reveal the form of the number 4 hero, Edshot. Nowhere to run, League of Villains. Shigaraki grunted. Guess it was inevitable, given how much we've pestered UA already. A low voice rumbled. Hold it. Izuku's eyes narrowed as Endeavor stepped in through the hole in the wall. I heard that my errant son is among you. I will be taking him back now. Todoroki scoffed from where he was still sitting nonchalantly in one of the booths. I doubt you'd be interested in another null. Endeavor huffed. You stoop so low as to lie that you do not have the power I gifted you. Your attempts at humor are pitiful, Shouto. Todoroki snarled. I have never made jokes, and I have no intention to make jokes in the future, if I even have one. My quirk was stolen, my revenge foiled before I even had a shot at your sorry hide. Endeavor took a few steps back, his eyes widening. Then he growled, fine, rot with the rest of these scum. I have no use for quirkless filth. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. So, are you finally going to pull Mother out of that mental hospital to try and make another masterpiece? Endeavor huffed. I have no reason to explain anything to worthless scum like you. Izuku held his hands up. Gentlemen, now's not the time to air your family's dirty laundry. Endeavor glared at him. Stay out of this, boy. This is not your business. Izuku snarled. When your abuse makes your kid put my vice rep in a coma, you bet your fiery ass it's my business. Endeavor scoffed. Children should keep their noses out of where they don't belong. Suddenly, pressure surged in Izuku's throat, and black sludge erupted from his mouth, alongside every one of the villains. Before the sludge swallowed him completely, Izuku could see Maruko lunging towards him. Gravity took hold, and Izuku fell out of the sludge into what looked like the destroyed ruins of a warehouse. Sensei's voice rang out. My, that was a close call. Do not worry, Tamura, I will always be here for you. As Izuku took in his surroundings, he recognized the tall buildings of Kamino Ward lining the area. The warehouse had been mostly destroyed, save for a single wall, but his attention was focused on the bodies of heroes strewn about the area. Best Jeanist, Tiger, Gang Orca, and especially the massive form of Mount Lady lying against a ruined skyscraper. Best Jeanist looked the most injured of the 4, with a massive hole in his stomach and his breathing labored. Shigaraki slowly climbed to his feet. How come you didn't warp the hero killer with us, Sensei? I thought you told me that he was an important member of the League. The villain smacked a hand against his skull-themed helmet. Oh, dearie me, I seem to have forgotten. Not to worry, just a simple flick of the wrist, and another cloud of black sludge formed in midair, and Stain dropped out of it, clad in full costume, looking just like how Izuku remembered from the broadcast during internships. Took you long enough. I was expecting to be gone before I heard the cries of the heroes in the bar. Though, I'm surprised they didn't think to check upstairs for any stragglers. Sensei tutted. Such is the way of heroes in this generation, isn't it? so blind to anything not thrust in their face. Izuku nearly froze as Stain's gaze passed over him. That's the save point boy, isn't it? Shigaraki's supposed player too. Sensei nodded. Indeed, Tamura seemed so fond of him. I believed it prudent to bring him with the rest of the league. Stain huffed, walking over and crouching in front of him. As he leaned closer, he whispered, All for One has exposed himself. Now seems like a good time to break code. Izuku's eyes widened in understanding. Before he could do anything, there was a rush of wind, and All for One pivoted in midair to catch Maruko's signature Luna fall. You're going down, potato face. All for One chuckled. Really, the number 6 hero. I would have expected All Might to show up at the very least. Maruko huffed. Apparently the big lug's too injured for hero work. Something about the Todoroki brat. All for One let out a small noise of surprise. Is that so? Perhaps I judged the boy too harshly, if he managed to cripple All Might himself. Suddenly, a bang resonated throughout the area, and Maruko jumped back just as a concentrated blast slammed into All for One's upper chest, incinerating the lower part of his mask and sending him flying back several meters into a wall, causing a pile of rubble to fall on top of him. A familiar voice roared, F off, egghead. Another wall crumbled, and Izuku's heart soared as he saw the hero hopefuls of One standing there in full hero costume. Kyuka's gaze locked onto him, and he swore he saw her shoulders sag a good few inches. Clambering to his feet, Izuku turned on his heel and tossed up a 2-fingered salute towards the league. Well, it's been fun, but babe's calling, and I'd be damned if I didn't accept. He fell backwards, manifesting his extreme gear in midair behind him. As expected, the force from the board pushing off the ground set him flying through the air, backflipping until he landed safely in Kyuka's arms. Without missing a beat, she grunted, I'm getting Gremlin to install a tracking chip in your hero costume. Izuku chuckled. That's fair. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and All for One rose from the rubble, his attention locked on the 8 of them. Why, UA deems it necessary to send children into battle. What has the world come to? Izuku slid out of Kyuka's arms and nimbly landed on his feet, striding forward to stand next to Katsuki. Children, sure, but pretty damn powerful children. And your world's about to come to a screeching halt of the Tartarus variety. All for One chuckled. How cute. You children actually think you stand a chance against one who possesses hundreds, even thousands of quirks. Truly laughable. Katsuki grinned. Who said we had to deal with your quirks? Suddenly, All for One dropped to the ground, looking at his hand in confusion. Strips of gray cloth wrapped around him and pulled him back into the air, just as a dark figure dropped from the sky and slammed him back into the ground. As the dust faded, Izuku's grin widened as he saw a Racerhead standing on top of All for One, glaring down at the villain with his quirk activated. You're effing insane if you think you're laying a filthy hand on any of my students. Unfortunately, the mood shattered when All for One's body started glowing. Eraserhead paused, only to jump back as the villain started expanding, his suit ripping and his shoes flying off of his feet. The helmet started creaking, then burst as All for One's head started inflating at a rapid pace. Different colored beams of light started flashing from various points on his body, and an ominous hissing noise began to fill the area. Izuku went pale as he realized what was going on. Eraserhead cut off his primary quirk, which means there's nothing protecting his body from the strain of the thousands of quirks he has stored up. He's literally going to burst from the power. Katsuki swore under his breath. The blast radius isn't going to be small, I'll tell you that much. How do we get his ass out of here? Izuku grinned. Simple. We recreate the quirk apprehension test, but on a larger scale. Huh. Izuku spun on his heel. Gravity. Send his ass into the stratosphere. The brunette nodded, immediately tapping her chest and shooting forward, bounding across the open landscape. On it, Izuku turned to the others. Everyone else, get the injured clear. We want as few people sticking around when this nuke goes off. With any luck, we'll detonate it high enough that it won't cause any damage, but it pays to be prepared. The group nodded and immediately split up. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's arm before the blonde could head towards the wounded heroes. What? You need to pop a cap in his bitch ass. The guy's gonna do as much as he can to keep himself from detonating. And Eraserhead can only have his quirk active for so long. If Erasure shuts off before the villain goes kaboom, then he's going to get his quirks back under control, and we can't let that happen. This guy needs to go down here and now. Katsuki shook his head. I don't have that kind of precision. My AP shot still needs more work before it can travel the distance that we need. You're the only one who can do it from far enough away. You've got a sniper rifle in your inventory, right? Izuku quickly checked his supplies, and the classic appeared in his right hand. If we need to make him explode, then this one's my best bet. Go help the others. As Katsuki ran off, Izuku turned and took a deep breath. Just gotta make one shot to save all of Japan. No pressure, right? His instincts flared, and he snapped off a shot that knocked away the revolver of the kid in the gas mask. Boy, I'm trying to save the country here. The kid scoffed, purple mist flowing from his arms. Why should I give a crap about the country? You're one of the idiots who lives in it. The kid raised a hand to retort, paused, then sighed. Fair. Izuku nodded and turned his attention back to where Ochako was standing ready. He raised his left hand, suddenly holding his Meta Knight sword, and sent a crescent shot flying straight upwards. On cue, Ochako lunged forward and slammed her hands into All for One's body, activating her quirk and sending the ball of flesh rocketing upward. Izuku pulled back on the trigger of the classic, feeling the mechanisms of the rifle whir. As the villain's form soared higher and higher, Eraserhead kept his gaze locked on it. As the rifle clicked to signal a fully charged shot, Izuku brought the scope up to his face and tracked the villain's path as he shot skyward, running through several mental calculations in his head. Izuku shifted his aim to where he knew that the villain would be on the edge of Eraser's range. The second that the barely distinguishable head was within his crosshair, Izuku let go of the trigger, the bullet streaking upwards and leaving a distortion in the air behind it. The explosion was almost a replacement for the sun itself. The surrounding sky was filled with rings of varying colors, a spectrum of destruction radiating from the blinding white core. Izuku pulled out his Hylian shield and ducked behind it, mere moments before a blast of hot wind scorched the area. For a brief moment, Izuku was scared that the others wouldn't make it, but out of nowhere, several walls of deep blue ice shot up from the ground. The heat managed to melt the first few centimeters, but more ice walls sprung up to support the first ones. After a few seconds, the blinding white ball in the sky began to fade, and the intense heat started to let up. The sky began to return to the black of night, and Izuku finally felt brave enough to emerge from underneath the shield. What he saw was enough to take his breath away. Kamino Ward resembled a photo of pre-Quirk Kirishima after the detonation of the atomic bomb. Save for the areas behind the ice walls, everything was blackened and burned. The closest skyscrapers were charred to a crisp, and the ones behind those weren't much better. Thankfully, there didn't appear to be any casualties, since the area had evidently been cleared out beforehand. As the rest of the raid team started emerging from behind shelter, Izuku raised an eyebrow at the white-haired woman standing nearby. He walked over and placed a hand on his hip. And who might you be? The woman grinned. Todoroki Fayumi. I'm here for my dumbass younger brother. Though, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure my dumbass older brother is here, too. Shadow pulled himself out from behind the wall of ice protecting the league, and his eyes widened. Fayumi. How? Father never trained you. Fayumi huffed. He also never bothered to keep anyone from visiting Mom, aside from you and Tanya. Mom is Dad's opposite, remember? Powerful ice quirk that matches Hellflame in raw output. Dabby pulled himself up and over the ice wall and chuckled. Can't believe you forgot that Yumi is my opposite as much as Mom is Dad's. Bet she considered that heat a light breeze. Fayumi scoffed. It was very warm, I'll have you know. Oh, and that reminds me. She immediately shot forward and slammed a beautiful right hook into Dabby's jaw. As the villain went reeling, she shouted. That's for leaving me to take care of Natsuo and Shadow by myself for 10 years, you a hole. Shadow's eyes shot open. Since when do you swear? She rounded on him. Oh, don't even get me started. Mr. Broadcast my location to every person in Japan. Izuku chuckled as the woman berated her two brothers, before glancing over at the rest of the league emerging from behind their cover. He walked over, glancing over at Shigaraki. So, are we gonna do this the easy way, or the hard way? Shigaraki snorted. You already know I'm going the easy way, brat. A chorus of protests rose up, only to fall silent when the man snapped his fingers. Oi, listen up. I was never the true leader of the league, and I was already planning to defect before you guys even attacked the camp. How? The only reason the heroes knew to attack both locations was because of the info Kurogiri and I gave them. You can make your own decisions, but I'm done being a pawn. Stain grunted. I will be going off on my own, since I was never an official league member in the first place. He glanced over at Izuku. I will not target heroes, unless they prove that they cannot be trusted to change their ways for the better. I will, however, look for ways to atone for my more unsavory actions. Tonight has proven that there are those who carry out their evils under the cover of anonymity. Perhaps Stental will rise again. The man stepped backwards into the shadows, vanishing in an instant. Izuku turned his attention to the rest of the league, raising one eyebrow in a question. So, what will the rest of you do? The kid took a step forward, purple mist flowing from his hand. A simple glance from Eraserhead cut off the mist, and Izuku stepped forward, laying a short right hook into the kid's mask, knocking him flat on his back. Anyone else? One by one, the rest of the league raised their hands in surrender. Mom was beside herself with tears once Izuku got back to the apartment. He was immediately wrapped in a blanket and deposited on the couch, Kyuka and Katsuki positioned on either side of him. As he leaned into their warmth, Aizawa-sensei took Mom into the kitchen and explained what had happened. Izuku knew for a fact that Mom had her hand over her mouth the entire time Aizawa-sensei was describing the events in the ruins of the warehouse. Aizawa-sensei finished. Afterwards, everyone present was checked over at Kamino General Hospital. Thankfully, none of the students were injured during the events of the raid, and civilian casualties were minimal. Mom breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. However, this isn't the first time UA's been attacked this year. What guarantee can you give that the students won't be put in danger again so soon? Izuku twisted in his seat to stare over the back of the couch. Mom, you can't seriously be considering pulling me from UA, can you? Mom smiled. I couldn't do that, sweetie. You've been so happy, I couldn't take that from you. But I'm sure it's a concern that other parents might have. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Fair point. We have implemented extra security measures, but after one of our students was kidnapped away from school grounds, we're making a few changes in order to ensure that said security measures are in use as often as possible. Namely, the introduction of on-campus dorms. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Dorms? We've constructed several dorm halls on campus, all secured by various protections that I legally cannot discuss, but rest assured that nothing gets in or out without our permission. Every class has its own dorm hall. And while using them isn't mandatory, it's highly recommended by the staff so that we can ensure our students' safety. Mom hummed. Interesting. What sort of amenities will there be? Every hall has its own kitchen, dining room, common room, and courtyard. Each room will have its own bathroom, air conditioning, and balcony. Students will be allowed to decorate or remodel their rooms as they please. Also, students living on campus will be provided with access to any of the gyms so that they can keep up their training regimens on their own time. We're still working out the details of scheduling, but after the Todoroki snafu, we will allow for regular breaks. Mom nodded. Good to hear. Is there some sort of extra fee for moving into the dorms? I'm aware that some of UAS students may be experiencing financial difficulties. Aizawa-sensei shook his head. Using the dorms doesn't change the cost of tuition by even a single yen. If anything, it makes it cheaper to attend, since students won't have to pay for transport. There will be a basic supply of ingredients paid for by the school, but specific materials need to be purchased by the students on organized shopping trips. And before you ask, there will be at least one teacher assigned to each dorm hall, and we've all been given a crash course in cooking by lunch rush. Recovery Girl is on standby in the event of medical emergencies, and dietary changes or restrictions go through her. We want to make sure our students are getting enough to eat, and that they aren't eating something they shouldn't. Mom smiled softly. Good. I'm glad to hear that UA isn't skimping on the quality of their care. Izuku snorted. Plus Ultra is kinda their thing. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the dorms aren't mandatory, but the teachers will be going around to their students' families and discussing the possibility. Since I already had to bring Midoriya here, I figured I'd knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Mom chuckled. Of course, so long as they're allowed to visit their families every so often, I don't see a reason to keep Izuku from going. Toshinori stuck his head through the doorway, taking in the prone form of young Yaoyorozu. Still no change, I take it. Shuzenji-sen nodded, a clipboard in her hand. Her vitals are as steady and low as they were the day of the final exams. I've been calling in as many favors as I can to find someone who can help her, but they've all been a wash so far. Toshinori sighed. I suppose I should resume my search for a successor. Shuzenji-sen gave him an odd look. And why do you think you need one? He opened his mouth to respond, but paused. She continued, think about it. All for One is dead and gone. And the League all got arrested, save for Stain, who we already know won't be much of a problem for us. You've said that One for All was meant to fight All for One, so isn't its purpose fulfilled? There's no reason to burden anyone else with it, as far as I can tell. Toshinori nodded slowly. I suppose you are correct that One for All no longer needs to be passed on. But doesn't the country still need a symbol of peace? Shuzenji-sen sighed. Not anymore, it doesn't. We only needed a symbol before to counteract All for One's silent tyranny. With that gone, and with more competent heroes than ever, maybe it's time for you to step back and let the young ones take the helm. Izuku gazed up at the building in front of them. So, does every dorm hall look like a miniature of UAS main building? Or is this a special treat? Aizawa-sensei slapped a hand over his face as he let out a noise that Izuku recognized as a barely concealed snort. The hero cleared his throat and stood upright. Every dorm hall has the exact same design. Though the resemblance to the main building was not intentional, I assure you. He walked up to one of the sets of double doors at the front and swung them open, and one it took that as their cue to head inside. Set by the entrance was a lowered area with several cubbies on the right side, which the students instinctively stowed their shoes in. Upon further inspection, the cubbies were labeled with their seat numbers, which prompted a writhing tangle of limbs in order to make sure the correct shoes were in the correct spot. To the left of the entryway was a common room, featuring 2 couches of similar size set in front of a large flat-screen TV. Behind the common room was a decently sized kitchen, complete with a refrigerator, dishwasher, range, microwave, toaster oven, and several cabinets. There was a door visible in the wall of the common room placed right before the entrance to the kitchen, which revealed a courtyard in the center of the building. An elevator was visible right next to said door, along with another door that led to a flight of stairs. To the right of the entryway was an extension of the common room, which had several tables and chairs. Behind that was a room holding washing machines and dryers, along with cabinets that probably held all manner of cleaning supplies. Another door to the courtyard was set just outside the laundry room, and another elevator and flight of stairs next to that door. There was also a door set in the back of the laundry room that was labeled with Aizawa-sensei's name. Must lead to his room. Aizawa-sensei brought them into the west side common room and turned on the TV, which displayed 4 floor plans that seemed to match the upper floors of the building. Your luggage has been brought here ahead of time and has been placed in your assigned rooms. You are free to decorate your rooms as you see fit. Now, before you're dismissed for the afternoon, a few ground rules. You are required to be in your assigned dorm room at 10 every night. The exceptions are if you arrange a sleepover with friends and clear it with me beforehand. After 10, you are not allowed to be loud enough that you can be heard at least 2 rooms away. Boys' rooms are to the west, girls' rooms are to the east. You cannot leave the building after 9 p.m. Any questions? Silence reigned, and he nodded. Good. Dismissed. I want you all unpacked by the time classes resume on Monday. Tamura raised an eyebrow as a scarecrow-thin blonde man walked into his cell. And who are you supposed to be? The man coughed into his fist. Apologies. My health isn't what it used to be. My name is Yagi Toshinori. I work as a business teacher at UA. Tamura grunted. Nifty. Why are you here? Yagi chuckled. Oh, I'm just the taxi. His shirt wiggled, and Tamura hummed with surprise as the principal of UA popped out. Greetings. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? What's important is, I have an offer for you. Tamura huffed. Really? And here I thought the commission would insist on me being thrown in Tartarus for life. Nedzu chuckled into his paw. Well, I just so happen to know someone who is quite well versed in making powerful people listen to them. One quick phone call later, the commission was willing to hear me out. In any case, how would you like a second chance at a normal life? Tamura hummed. Depends. What kind of second chance? Nedzu strode forward and linked his paws together. The man you knew as sensei took you when you were young, and began raising you into the ways of villainy almost immediately. As such, you didn't have much of an opportunity to live your life normally. I'm offering to rectify that mistake. After a brief rehabilitation course with Ketsubutsu High School, you'll be allowed to walk free and live as you wish. Tamura raised an eyebrow. That's it. No other restrictions. I just do some time at a rehab program and I'm a free man. Nedzu let out a short bark of laughter. Well, there is a slight caveat in that you won't be allowed to become a villain again, but I think you've had quite enough of that. Tamura snorted. You've got that right. What about the rest of the league? Are they gonna get second chances, too? Nedzu smiled. Well, that all depends on if they accept. Naturally, I plan to make the offer to all of them, though I have my suspicions on how some of them will react. Well, all of them except for one. Tamura raised an eyebrow. And who would that be? Nedzu clasped his paws together. You see, we've hit a bit of a snag with Kurogiri. Immediately after All for One detonated, Kurogiri became unresponsive, exactly like the Namu that you used at the USJ. Upon further examination, we've discovered that he shares many of the same traits as the Namu, namely, containing the DNA of multiple people. We're operating under the assumption that his autonomy was achieved through the use of some form of mind control quirk, which became inactive upon All for One's death. However, he did react very briefly when Eraserhead, Present Mike, or Midnight entered his cell. As such, we'll be transporting him to UA in order to try and get a better idea of what his situation is. Tamura huffed. Good. If you ever find out, let me know. Yeah. Nedzu smiled. I believe that can be arranged. Izuku flopped onto the 2-seater couch in the common room and sighed deeply, sinking into the cushions. Who knew that unpacking could be so exhausting? Katsuki huffed as he sat down next to Izuku. Well, when you've got to unpack as much stuff as you brought, I wouldn't be surprised if you're ready to crash at any moment. Izuku cracked one eye open in a half-hearted glare at the blonde. What, are you saying I packed too much stuff? Katsuki snorted. Not even close. Too much would be about half again as much shit as you brought along. And even then, you'd still be leaving a good 50% of your stuff back at the apartment. How did you even fit all of that in your room when it's the same size as your dorm? Izuku grinned. Tetris. Katsuki groaned and grabbed the throw pillow on his side of the couch, immediately twisting and smacking Izuku in the face with it. Naturally, Izuku retaliated in kind, and the common room quickly turned into a pillow fight. At first, it was just the two of them, but the hero hopefuls quickly joined in. Kirishima and Kaminari took Katsuki's side, but the others were on Izuku's team. Just as it seemed that Katsuki was getting outnumbered 5-3, Zero and Ishido jumped in to help his side out. The entire time, Ito was yelling something about proper behavior, but everyone tuned him out. Sue was watching with interest, and Hagakure was clearly entranced by the ordeal. Sadu, Shaoji, and Fumikage were silent watchers, though the latter was clearly rooting for Izuku's side, going off of the small noises he made every time someone landed a hit. Ajiro's attention was ping-ponging back and forth, and he would occasionally comment on a good hit from either side. Aoyama simply sat in the kitchen and watched with stars in his eyes. After a good 10 minutes, Aizawa-sensei marched out from the laundry room and snagged Izuku and Katsuki in his capture scarf, bringing them under his sharp gaze as the others fell silent. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Izuku swallowed nervously. Getting comfortable, sir." Aizawa-sensei stared down at him. A bead of sweat rolled down his neck. After a few tense seconds, the hero grunted. "You get a harder impact if you swing wider. Watch." In the blink of an eye, his capture scarf wrapped itself around a discarded pillow and swung it around, right into Shaoji's face. A collective gasp went up, and the taller boy stood there silently for a few seconds. He started chuckling, and he grabbed 6 pillows from the floor around him. Immediately, there was a massive scramble to find an available weapon, and the pillow fight resumed in earnest. Hizashi frowned at the odd sounds coming from the first floor of 1A's dorm hall. "It's only the first day, and something's already up. Shouda's probably gonna have a field day with expulsions once he shows up." He opened one of the doors, and was suddenly hit in the face by a flying pillow. The noises stopped, and he removed the pillow from his face to see all of one frozen in place, pillows in hand. After a few seconds, Hizashi realized that Shouda was among the frozen. Itoshi clamped to his waist. He couldn't help but grin and shift his grip on the pillow in his hand. "Oh, it's on now, kiddos. You've just challenged the master." The area exploded into motion, and Hizashi laughed wildly as he ducked and weaved around the swinging pillows and waving limbs. "Shouda, you sour grumpus, I knew it was a matter of time before you mentally adopted these kids." Inko glanced over as her phone dinged. She pulled herself out of her office chair and walked over to where it was sitting on her bedside table. Picking it up, her eyes widened when she saw that she'd received a text from Izuku. "Oh, no. Did something go wrong with the dorms already?" Nervously, she opened the text, mind filled with every possible disaster. However, as the words and attached image registered, the tension bled out of her shoulders as she sighed with relief. "Izuku, not even a day in and the place already feels like home. Aizawa-sensei might even be better than you." The image showed Izuku and his class laying in a giant pile in the dorm common room, pillows and feathers strewn about everywhere. Inko giggled to herself as she noticed Aizawa-san and Yamada-san trapped near the bottom of the pile underneath the students. In the photo, Izuku was laughing, and she wiped away a tear at the enormous smile on his face. "You've come so far." Summer break soon came to a close, and classes resumed. That Monday, Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom and was met with complete silence. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now, as I mentioned at the start of the training camp, the HPSC has made it mandatory for the first-year hero students at UA to attend the provisional license exam this September. In fact, after the events of Camino, they've doubled down, citing the rise in criminal activity as a need for more heroes in the field. While UA would love nothing more than to take it slow with you Hellions, our hands are unfortunately tied." He scanned the class and nodded at the lack of complaining. "Right. In other news, Todoroki has disappeared." Izuku frowned. "When?" Aizawa-sensei sighed. "Apparently, his oldest sister brought him home with her, but after that, we lost track of him, and we don't have any leads on where he might be. In any case, since he left, we had an open spot in the roster, and due to a lack of qualified or interested bodies in other courses, we had to get creative to fill the final seat." The door slammed open, and a stocky boy with slanted eyes walked in with a huge grin on his face. "Greetings, Class 1 of UA. I wasn't expecting us to meet each other like this. I hope to become a passionate hero alongside all of you." His hands smacked into his hips, and he dipped into a bow that sent his head slamming into the floor. Izuku immediately fell into a laughing fit, clutching at his sides and causing the rest of the class to exchange confused glances. Once he'd recovered, he stood up out of his seat and walked over, pulling the newcomer into a headlock. "Knew you'd show up eventually, Twister." The hero hopefuls let out various noises of recognition, and Katsuki started cackling. Aizawa-sensei sighed, before raising his head to address the others. 1A, this is Irashi Inasa, a transfer student from Shigatsu. He had actually beaten Todoroki in the recommendations exam, but refused his offer. Due to his score, he was the first one we reached out to for potentially filling the missing seat. "Irashi, you've got the open seat behind Takoyami, the one with the raven head." Once everyone was seated, Kyuka raised her hand and asked, "Sensei, how is Momo doing?" The hero winced. "Not much improvement. She's holding steady, but she hasn't shown any signs of consciousness yet." We're still holding out hope for Recovery Girl to find someone with her connections, so we're keeping Yaoyorozu's spot open for her. Unfortunately, we still haven't found a good solution for her state yet." The class fell silent. Izuku's smile melted off his face, and he clutched at his left arm. I should have said something. I knew something was off with Todoroki, but I didn't say anything out of fear that it might backfire on me. It's my fault that this happened. Aizawa-sensei clapped his hands together, drawing everyone's attention. Right. You have until the end of homeroom to get acquainted with your new classmate. Classes will resume as normal, though we are having a special guest for Foundational Heroics this afternoon. Dismissed. He walked out of the door, and the hero hopefuls were immediately crowded around Yurashi's desk. Izuku stepped forward with a grin and said, "Right, introductions. Midoriya Izuku, class rep and Bush boss." Katsuki smirked. Bakugo Katsuki, vice rep and King Explosion. Jiru Kyuka, totally jacked and Izuku's girlfriend. The Hitoshi, Insomnicat. Uraraka Ochako, Newton's Bane. Kudakuji, Snow White. Kaminari Denki, Sparky Way. Kirishima Ajiro, Rock Riot. Yurashi grinned. Yurashi Inasa, Mr. Twister. But you already knew that. He frowned. Wait, where's baby gremlin? Izuku smirked. May. She's in the support course. You'll probably meet her at lunchtime. She handles all of our costume and gear maintenance and upgrades. Top-notch quality. Fumikage coughed. Izuku, I believe the rest of us would like to get familiar with our new classmate. I am Takoyami Fumikage. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Yurashi-kun. Yurashi smiled. Great to meet you too, man. The morning classes went by in a blur. Yurashi quickly made himself comfortable, throwing himself into the coursework with the same enthusiasm that he wielded during gaming sessions. He wasn't half bad, either, being on par with Kyuka academically. In addition, he was great at lifting the mood. He always had a funny line or a nice compliment ready, and he was more than willing to throw them out whenever someone got even the slightest bit down. He and Kirishima seemed to feed off each other's energy, and just being near them lifted Izuku's spirits. When lunchtime came, Hatsum took one look at him and immediately deduced his identity. Hey Twister, took you long enough to show up. How come you never checked in on Discord? Yurashi laughed, setting his tray down and rubbing at the back of his neck. Believe me, I wanted to. But Shiksu is super strict and doesn't like their students having outside contact or relationships. They're more like a military boot camp than a school. Honestly, I'm glad that UA offered me a transfer between semesters. I was getting tired of how stiff the teachers were. Izuku frowned. So, how come you declined your offer to UA in the first place? Yurashi's expression plummeted. See, I was really excited about getting recommended, but then I happened to be in the same group as Todoroki. I tried talking to him, but he coldly brushed me off. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I had a bad experience with Endeavor a few years before that. Katsuki scowled. Are you saying you assumed Isawa was as bad as his old man? Yurashi shook his head vehemently. No, nothing like that. I just didn't trust myself to be nice to the guy. If I'd accepted, I didn't think I'd be able to look at him without seeing his dad and getting annoyed. Kyuka huffed. Well, if you'd accepted, he wouldn't have gotten in on recommendations. You watched him hijack that press conference near the end of last semester, right? Yurashi nodded. Yeah, I doubt Endeavor would have been pleased if his masterpiece didn't pass the recommendations exam. I kinda felt sorry for him, having such an unpassionate hero for a dad. Izuku grunted. We've all agreed that Endeavor sucks. I honestly don't know how he's still active after the whole Todoroki snafu. Katsuki huffed. Simple. While people hate his guts, and for good reason, they can't deny how efficient he is. Like it or not, the guy puts away more criminals than any other hero. He'll probably drop below Maruko at the next ranking, since his popularity ratings tanked. Izuku sighed. God, I hope so. That man desperately needs a swift boot up the ass. As the bell rang to signal the start of afternoon classes, Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom to the expectant stares of the class. Right, let's not waste time. Grab your costumes and get to Gym Gamma. Be sure to memorize the route. You'll be taking it a lot in the next few weeks. It took Yurashi a few seconds to catch up to the others, but he fell into place alongside them quickly, and they were dressed and at the gym in only a couple minutes. As they filed through the large double doors, Aizawa-sensei nodded in satisfaction. Good. You've improved since the start of the year. In any case, you'll be spending your next few weeks of foundational heroics classes in this gym. He nodded to Cementos, who took that as his cue to step forward. While the USJ may be 13's pride and joy, Gym Gamma is my personal laboratory. The cement floor allows me to create varying platforms and terrain for different training exercises. In addition, Ectoplasm here will be able to provide you all with personal advisors and sparring partners. Both resources will be vital for your next assignment. Super moves. Izuku raised his hand. Sir, you mentioned a special guest. Aizawa-sensei sighed. Yes. He placed a hand by his ear and said, You can come in now. A side door swung open, and most of Class 1 shrieked as Shigaraki strode in. Ashido screeched, "Villain!" Izuku lightly smacked her across the back of the head. "Calm down. Shigi defected after the Kamino incident." Shigaraki huffed. "Don't call me Shigaraki. That was the name given to me by All for One. I don't want it anymore. I'm taking up my old username, Shimura Tenko." Izuku smirked. "All right then, Chimichanga." Shimura threw back his head and started cackling, and the class slowly relaxed their stances. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat and announced, "Initially, the plan was for Shimura to attend the rehab course at Ketsubutsu High. Unfortunately, they can only hold so many at a time, and their spots were already filled. As such, Shimura will be fulfilling his rehabilitation requirements at UA." Katsuki frowned. "Don't villain rehab courses require that the subjects stay on campus at all times? Where's the guy gonna sleep?" Shimura chuckled. "Well, policy dictates that I remain within easy grabbing distance of my parole officer, so I'm bunking with you brats. Don't worry, they stuck me on the second floor next to player 2. Cementos coughed into his fist. "In any case, we were talking about your current assignment, yes?" Aizawa-sensei nodded. "Right. Pop quiz. What's a super move?" Ida raised his hand. "Sir, generally speaking, a super move is any technique that can be reliably used to end a fight quickly." The hero nodded. "Good. Not all super moves are directly offensive. They come in various forms. The 4 most basic types are attack, defense, mobility, and restraint. Attack is the most common type. They're your Luna Falls, Canyon Cannons, etc. Defense is less common, seeing as Limelights tend to prioritize offense over durability. Mobility is something like Ada's Recipro Burst. While the technique itself isn't a direct attack, the huge boost in speed is more than dangerous enough to be considered a super move. Lastly, restraint moves don't cause damage to your opponent, but still render them unable to continue fighting. A good example is Lacquered Chain Prison. Itoshi raised his hand. "You said that Limelights prioritize offense over defense. What about underground heroes?" Aizawa-sensei smirked. "Good question. The main difference between Limelight and Underground is presentation. Limelight heroes call out the names of their techniques and are very flashy and eye-catching. On the flip side, Underground heroes don't name their techniques and focus on function over form. They do have specialized techniques, but we refer to them as finishers instead. Finishers don't have categories or names like super moves, but they do share some similarities. Most finishers you'll see involve restricting an opponent's movement, then taking them out while they're trapped." Izuku snapped his fingers. "Like that movie pulled on All for One in Kamino." The hero coughed into his fist. "Well, that was technically a variation involving being dropped from above by hawks, but yes." Shimura frowned. "You know, I've been wondering, how were you in Kamino and at UA at the same time?" Aizawa-sensei grinned. "I wasn't. During second year, hero students are allowed to take an elective course in espionage and disguises. UA employs an underground hero for that class who happens to have a quirk that changes people's appearance, including himself. The Eraserhead at the conference. That was him." Izuku frowned. "How come he made himself look like he was run ragged? When I watched the conference from the bar, you looked like you'd gone a week without sleep." Aizawa-sensei huffed. "Had to sell the illusion that I was beating myself up too badly to do anything. We thought it'd make it more of a surprise when I showed up at Kamino." Izuku nodded. "Makes sense. But back to super moves. Following the logical deduction, I'm guessing we're going to be developing our own super moves and finishers to use in the provisional license exam." Aizawa-sensei smirked. "Bingo. Super moves and finishers can make or break a fight in either direction, and both take quite a lot of time to devise and refine. I'm certain some of you have already started the basics of your own super moves, like Bakugu's AP shot. Work on refining those to the point that you can practically do them in your sleep. The rest of you, start thinking about what potential super moves you could add to your own arsenals. Remember, a good hero is more than a one-trick pony. Now get to work, Hellspawn." Later that afternoon, after classes had let out, the hero hopefuls dragged Urashi down to the support workshop. As Izuku swung the double doors open, he stepped to one side and caught May in one arm in a practice maneuver. She pulled her goggles onto her forehead and grinned, her face covered in soot. "Hey, boss, didn't think you were scheduled for a tune-up today. What's the occasion?" Izuku huffed warmly. "Figured I'd give Urashi an introduction to your work. Besides, his costume needs some upgrades." May wiped the soot off her face and grinned over at Urashi, who was clutching his costume case. "You heard the man. Gimme." Reluctantly, the teen let go of the case, watching as May connected a cord from her workbench monitor to a port on the case, which pulled up a set of blueprints on the screen. Izuku whistled in admiration. "I don't think that was a thing before final exams." "When did that happen?" May grinned wider. "Power Loader noticed how often you guys were coming here for costume adjustments. So he redesigned the cases to hold the blueprints for the costumes. Everyone's got monitors that can access those files, and we can make changes in the files themselves before making the actual costume." It's great. She turned back to the screen and frowned. Ish, what are the costume designers at Shiksu thinking? This thing's super bulky, and there's basically no head protection. Urashi rubbed at his neck. Well, I originally wanted to have something like an aviator's cap in there, but my support technician vetoed that, since we're required to wear our uniform caps in our hero costumes. I did say that Shiksu is a lot more strict than UA. Izuku hummed. So, you're going for an aviator theme. Makes sense, considering your quirk. What is it, by the way? Urashi beamed. My quirk lets me control the air around me. I can whip up huge gusts for attack, defense, and even speed. With the help of that apparatus on my back, I can even fly. Izuku rubbed at his chin. What about fine control? Urashi tapped at his chin for a couple seconds. I'm not sure about specifics, but during my semester exam at Shiksu, I could use my quirk to lift up a pile of rubble and sort it into piles of different materials in midair. I don't know if I could do something like sending a gust under a door and opening it from the other side, though, but I want to. Katsuki hummed. Okay, important question. Do you prefer raw output or precision? My fighting style involves overwhelming an opponent with raw power, so my costume helps to increase my output. Izuku likes to dodge an opponent's attacks, then strike as hard as he can while they're open, so his outfit is designed to be protective without sacrificing mobility. Your costume is supposed to amplify your strengths and minimize your weaknesses. Urashi frowned and brought his hand up to his chin in thought. After a few seconds, he glanced up and nodded. I tend to prioritize using my quirk as either a method for trapping an opponent, or as a hold on something more physical. In my experience, wind on its own isn't very strong in terms of power output, especially when an opponent is low to the ground. My usual tactics involve blowing someone into the air or picking something up with my wind to smack them with it. Izuku hummed. So why all the exhaust ports? Urashi sighed. When I first had my costume designed, I didn't really have a style solidified yet, so I basically left it up to my support technician. I guess they figured I'd go for higher output based on my personality. May huffed. So, we're basically going for a complete overhaul. Urashi shrugged. If that helps, I don't see why not. You're the expert here, not me. She grinned. You're damn right I'm the expert here. She tapped on the screen and swiped the blueprints into a trash can in the bottom right corner, then cracked her knuckles. So, first things first, we need a basic shape for the costume. How mobile are you in a fight? Urashi frowned. It varies, really. Against a more powerful opponent, I tend to stay away and blow them from a distance, but if I'm facing someone small and quick, I'm darting around the area trying to find a good direction of attack. So, something variable, I guess. They hummed. Okay, so definitely a jumpsuit for the base, since they're the most flexible, literally and figuratively. Now, if you want to be mobile, giving yourself a third dimension is your best bet. You really liked the jetpack thing on your old costume, right? Urashi nodded. Definitely. I can't really get air moving that well on my own, but I can redirect pre-existing wind currents and keep them going really easily. Since wind currents are stronger higher up, I want to be as high as possible in order to get the most effect out of my quirk. May rubbed at her chin, before launching into a series of taps and swipes on the monitor. When she backed away, the screen displayed an image of a mannequin with some sort of device on the back. The general shape was a wide obelisk cut in half through the top vertex, with the cut being at right angles to the short side. Set in the base were two cylindrical holes that ended near the shoulder blade. Inside the holes were small fans that resembled helicopter rotors, and the blades were angled so that the two rotors would spin in opposite directions. There were also two angled holes on the back that led straight to the topmost blade. Urashi frowned. What's that supposed to do? I don't see a power supply anywhere. May grinned. That's the beauty of it, you're the power supply. She swiped her finger across the screen, which pulled up an internal view of the device. She pointed at the diagram, which showed that the blades near the top were different from the others along the shaft. See how these blades here are perpendicular to the axle? The idea is, you get these top blades spinning through these holes on the back, which in turn spins the angled blades that add some thrust. Of course, this is only a supplement, so you're gonna need to lift yourself directly with your quirk a bit, but I'm sure you can handle it. Urashi hummed and pointed at the screen, in between the two shafts. What if you added an empty cone in the middle? There'd be a lot of surface area in there for the wind to push on, so if I pushed a gust in there in addition to the spirals on the sides, it'd be more effective. May snapped her fingers. You're right, that might work. She quickly tapped away at the screen, inserting a hollow tube into the center of the pack. And hey, maybe we could do the same for the backs of your legs. More tubes, more thrust, right? Urashi frowned. Dunno, haven't tested how many wind streams I can keep up at the same time. Besides, I still kinda need at least one solid gust active for a long-ranged attack. Can't expect to be able to fly in and tackle my opponent every time. Izuku grinned. True, sounds like we've got a lot of experimenting to do tomorrow during training. Urashi leaned back and laughed heartily. You betcha. 5 weeks later, Izuku stared up at the massive stadium in front of them as Class 1 filed off of the bus. Wow, and here I thought UA had a monopoly on Plus Ultra. This thing is bigger than the sports festival stadium. Maybe even bigger than the USJ. Urashi walked up next to him. Oh yeah, I've never been to the USJ. I've heard it's really cool. Shame your first time with it had to be ruined by the villain attack. Izuku shrugged. We'll probably get a better look at its features next year, once the attack isn't fresh in our minds. He turned on his heel to address the class. Right, 1A, listen up. His chest swelled with pride as everyone stopped talking and turned to face him. Remember, while you're here, your behavior represents UA. So don't do anything too embarrassing. Looking at you, Sparky. Kaminari blushed deeply and rubbed at the back of his neck. Still, so long as you don't get into anything stupid, you should be fine. Now, let's go take this on with everything we've got. Plus Ultra. The class roared in agreement, only to pause when loud chuckling made itself heard. Wow, you've got a hearty batch this year, huh, Racer? Aizawa-sensei groaned as a woman wearing a dark blue corset with baggy green and orange striped shorts walked up. Izuku grinned as he recognized Ms. Joke, one of the few hybrid heroes in Japan, working both in the limelight and underground. She walked up to him and immediately said, "Come on, let's get married." Itoshi choked on his own spit and had to be resuscitated by a very worried Kaminari. The rest of the class all sent her confused glances. While the hero hopefuls had already known about Aizawa-sensei's marriage to present Mike, they'd kept quiet about it initially out of respect for the two heroes' privacy. However, after the blonde kept showing up night after night, the rest of the class was getting suspicious. 2 quick ambushes and 1 interrogation later, the entire class was in on their relationship. So to hear Ms. Joke proposing to an already married man, well, it was concerning. After a few awkward seconds of silence, Aizawa-sensei huffed warmly and crossed his arms. Relax, Hellspawn. It's just a running joke between the two of us. The heroine dropped her huge smile and adopted a much more genuine grin. Yeah, we've been friends for years. Initially, I had considered a relationship with this dolt, but then I met my current wife and realized how massively gay I was. It was around that time that this idiot finally got married, too. We've got a private chat where we gush about our partners. She quickly switched her gaze to Itoshi. Don't tell Mike. The purple-haired teen merely grinned. Almost an exact replica of Aizawa-sensei's logical ruse face. I haven't the slightest clue what you're talking about. Why would I waste such prime blackmail material? Ms. Joke snorted. Adopted or not, you're definitely a racer's kid. She scanned the class and frowned. You only expelled 1 student this year. You're getting soft. Aizawa-sensei coughed into his fist. Actually, I expelled 1 at the start of the year, who Itoshi replaced. Urashi replaced Todoroki. And the 20th is currently in a coma. We don't like to talk about it. The heroine winced. Yikes, that sucks. Still, to be able to face this exam with everything you've got, even with all that, takes guts. I'm impressed. See if you can impress me some more out there during the exam itself. Yeah. Izuku grinned. Plus Ultra, remember, I don't intend to disappoint. Class 1 streamed out of the changing rooms, now clad in their hero costumes. The various HPSC employees standing by directed them to the auditorium, which was quickly filling up with 2nd and 3rd year students from other schools around the country. Izuku glanced around the massive room and whistled in admiration. Damn, it's almost twice as big as the entrance exam auditorium, and they're still struggling to fit everyone. Just goes to show how much competition there is out there. Itoshi nodded. UA may be the most well-known, but it definitely isn't the only producer of great heroes. See those guys in the ninja outfits over there? They're from Seijin High School, the alma mater of Edshot. And those girls in the matching white uniforms are from Sei Academy, whose headmistress is said to rival Nedzu himself in intelligence. Katsuki grunted, checking over his gauntlets and fiddling with his new visor. Big names don't mean shit. Let their abilities speak for them, not their reputation. Izuku huffed, checking through his equipment and making sure it was all in working order. You said it. The hero hopefuls had been working with May a lot in the weeks preceding the exam. Izuku's jumpsuit now sported pouches on the upper arms for more storage. Katsuki held flashbang-shaped capsules on his belt for carrying medical supplies, along with a small tank of drinking water on his back. Kyuka wore earrings shaped like metal balls, which she could plug her jacks into and detach them from the piercing to use as tiny flails. She also wielded her new combat guitar, made of a carbon steel alloy with tungsten strings and embedded speakers. Achako's old high heels were replaced with boots similar to 13's, matching her costume's color scheme and containing gyroscopes to orient her in midair, along with gauntlets that contained 30-meter grappling hooks. Kaminari's wrists sported tiny crossbows that would launch copper spikes, which would then draw his electricity into a focused point at long range. Kirishima wore a shirt keyed to his DNA, meaning that hardening wouldn't tear it, so he had a measure of defense without his quirk activated. Kuta's costume now had pockets for throat lozenges and various types of animal food. Itoshi's mask could alter his voice to sound like someone else, and even helped him throw it around so that it sounded like it was coming from different directions. Of course, the biggest change was Yurashi's costume. Gone were the bulky pipes, massive cloak, and enormous left glove. He wore a dark blue jumpsuit over his body, made from the same material as everyone else's costumes. On his chest, he wore an aviator jacket, made of the same material as Izuku's vest and sporting several pockets for medical supplies. His head was covered by a standard pilot's helmet, complete with a tube leading to an oxygen tank that sat behind his shoulder blades. He also wore boots that had extending anchors and gloves that let him grip to rough surfaces easily, along with elbow and knee pads. In addition, his jetpack had its point cut off partway down the slope to leave a shelf for his oxygen tank, and it now sported tiny aesthetic wings on the sides. Once the auditorium had reached its max capacity, the doors slid shut as a man with messy beige hair walked up to the microphone on the stage up front. "Hello, and welcome to the official provisional license exam. My name is Mara Yokimura, and I'm the representative from the HPSC in charge of this event. Now, due to recent events, we've decided to make the passing requirements a little more strict. To be blunt, only 100 of you will pass this exam. At most. For reference, there are 1540 of you taking the exam today, so you'll need to really go above and beyond if you want to pass this time." The auditorium devolved into mutters, and Izuku frowned. "That's only a 6.5% chance of just getting through the first half. We're really gonna need our game here." Mira clapped his hands, grabbing everyone's attention. "Right, let's get this over with so I can go back to sleep. This exam will be divided into 2 sections. The first half will be a kind of elimination round, to weed out the best from the pack." He pulled out 2 objects, an orange ball and some kind of black disc with a silver rim. "You will each be given 6 balls and 3 targets. You must place the targets somewhere visible on your person. If a person's 3 targets are hit, they're eliminated. Your goal is to eliminate 2 other opponents. The first 100 students to meet this requirement will move on to the second half of the exam." He touched the ball to the target, and it lit up red. Once the 100th person passes, the first half will end. Several HPSC employees began moving through the crowd, handing out balls and targets to each person. Izuku pondered the situation for a bit, before placing his targets in an inverted triangle in the center of his chest. Katsuki glanced over at his placement and raised an eyebrow. "Aren't they easier to hit there?" Izuku shook his head. "They're actually the hardest to hit there. If they're on my chest, then anyone trying to hit them will have to attack from the front, where I can see them coming. If I placed one on my back, that'd just be a free hit for anyone who can sneak up on me." Katsuki hummed, before nodding. "Makes sense." He placed his targets on his chest in a triangle pattern. The rest of the class quickly followed suit, arranging their targets on their chests in various formations. Once all of the balls and targets had been distributed, Mira announced, "Now, I believe you all have different terrains that you prefer, so we've decided to provide a range of scenery." The ground rumbled, and the crowd gasped as the roof and walls fell away to reveal the sprawling arena around them. Izuku spotted a raised highway, a sprawling industrial complex similar to Ground Gamma, a flowing waterfall rimmed by a forest, a mountain range with a spiraling path up the tallest peak, a collection of office buildings, and a street lined with shops. "You'll have 10 minutes to fan out and prepare before the exam begins in earnest. Now move quickly so I can get back to sleep." Immediately, the other schools began to spread out among the massive area. Izuku put his fingers in his mouth and let out a piercing whistle, then shouted, "1A, huddle up." Immediately, his classmates formed a tight circle around him. "All right, the name of the game here is teamwork. People are going to be likely to ally themselves with people from their own school, since they're more likely to know each other's abilities." Katsuki nodded. "Makes sense." Izuku held up a finger. "Another thing, we're most likely prime targets for anyone else." Ashido frowned. "Why? What did we do to them?" Yurashi huffed. "It's because of the sports festival. Every year, UAS students have their capabilities broadcasted to the world. And while they won't know your names or exact quirks this year, they're likely smart enough to be able to connect costumes to names, and names to powers." Izuku nodded. "Exactly. So, we need to focus on what we've done since the sports festival. Look through your available moves and figure out which ones they won't expect. And most importantly, stick together. I would suggest moving as a class, but we've all got such different styles that wouldn't work out well. So, I'm thinking we'll split into specialized teams. Itoshi, Fumikage, and Hagakure. You 3 are our stealthiest group. Stick together and attack from the shadows." Fumikage nodded. Understood. Embrace the darkness, but do not lose sight of the light. Ada, Achako, Tsu, and Siro, you're our most mobile. Get in, hit fast and hard, and get out before they notice you. Achako grinned and smacked her fist into her palm. They won't know what hit him. Ajiro, Satu, and Shaoji are our big guns. You guys probably hit the hardest out of our class. Aoyama, Ashido, and Kuda, you go with them to provide long-range support. Kuda signed, I'll do my best. Urashi, I think you're one of the only ones in the class who can do this solo. You're the wild card, since you weren't there for the festival. Nobody's going to know what you can do. Get out there and kick ass. Urashi grinned. You got it. All right. Kaminari, Kirishima, Kyuka, Katsuki, you're with me. We know each other's fighting styles the best out of anyone in the class. Teamwork is going to be our biggest advantage. Katsuki grinned and slammed a fist into his palm, letting off a quick explosion. You effin' know it. Izuku nodded and scanned the class. All right. We all know our assignments. Now let's get out there and kick some ass. Right. Shouta grinned with pride as the blob that was his class split up into smaller groups, all running in different directions. From what he could tell, they'd split into smaller groups based on similar fighting styles, and Urashi had headed off on his own. Smart thinking. Emi huffed from her seat next to him. You'd think they'd stick closer together in a bigger group. Strength in numbers, and all that. Shouta grunted. They're going to be outnumbered no matter what they do, so they're splitting up the attention on them in order to make it more manageable. It's easier to fight off a combined attack from a single direction than several combined attacks from multiple directions. Emi frowned. So how come the one kid went off on his own? Is he cocky enough to think he can go solo? Shouta crossed his arms. Considering he's the wild card of the class, it's not exactly unfounded. He's the transfer student from Shigatsu. Not only does he have the element of surprise, but he's probably more powerful than just about any other single student in the class. Emi hummed and scanned the field. I guess that's fair. You didn't tell your class about the crushing of UA, did you? Shouta snorted. Didn't need to. Even if Urashi hadn't transferred to UA, the class rep probably would have figured it out regardless. Emi raised an eyebrow at him. You seem awfully confident in your class abilities. What happened to the eraser that constantly downplayed his students' strengths? Shouta grunted. They're a good bunch. They actually lift each other up instead of just competing with each other all the time. Teamwork is one of their biggest strengths. And they're closer than any of my other classes from the experiences they've been through. Emi gasped and held a hand over her heart. Why, Eraser, if I didn't know you any better, I'd say you're fond of these brats. Shouta blushed and turned away, feeling his face grow hot. I might have gotten attached. Blame Mike. He's the one who infected me with his infuriating optimism. Emi giggled. I might have to send him a gift basket. Is he still hooked on banana matcha? Shouta grinned. Actually, he's moved on to grape. We've recently gained an appreciation for the color purple. Izuku stared up at the students surrounding his team on the cliffs above. The one in front with bushy black hair shouted. Everyone knows it's logical to team up with your own class. Strength in numbers, UA. Izuku huffed. You seem to be laboring under the delusion that we're going to. What was the phrase? Come quietly. Well, I can tell you this. We have no intention of failing this exam. A blonde girl standing near him, clearly a woman of culture, shouted, Enough of this. Take them. As the rest of her class glanced at her in confusion, Izuku grinned and equipped the masked hammer ability, sending up a tornado of fire as a distraction, drawing the enemy's attention as his group split up. Better go easy on her. Gotta respect a fellow nerd. Fumikage tapped on his leg in Morse code, sending a message to his two teammates as he stared up at the collection of Seijin high school students standing on the pipes above him. The one in front, dressed in red, called, You must be pretty cocky if you're taking us all on by yourself. Kuriyami of 1A. Fumikage grunted. I take it you watched the sports festival? The red student huffed. Even if you're a UA student, you're still just a first year. There's no way you can hope to match an entire class with your own power. Fumikage chuckled. True, in a scenario such as this, I would not have a chance of succeeding on my own. The student in red laughed. So you admit that? Fumikage cut him off. Which is why it's a good thing that I'm not on my own. The red student paused. What? Suddenly, two of his classmates standing behind him were flung through the air by an unseen force, just as Ayama's capture scarf flung out and slammed another 3 students into each other, effectively taking them out of commission. The remaining half paused, still unsure of what was going on, and Fumikage moved. Abyssal shroud. Dark shadow covered his head and forearms like a second skin, and he leaped off the ground, streaking through the air towards the clear leader of the group. Mustering a fake tone of confidence, the Seijin student shouted, Gather yourselves. It's just 5 on 3. Fumikage grinned, aware of how unsettling such an expression was when one had a raven's head. Not quite. Dark Shadow's eyes turned red, and their body expanded to massive proportions. Their shadowy form grew to cover not only Fumikage's arms, but also his legs. In only a few seconds, he was implanted in the center of a massive shadowy figure, complete with a raven's head and massive claws, avatar of Tsukuyomi. Fuji frowned as the pigeon he'd summoned gave its report. He reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a handful of birdseed. Glancing over at his teammates as it began to feed, it says that there are several people on the highway, but only one of them looks normal. The rest are changed, it said. It was too disturbed to properly describe them. Xiaoji hummed, turning a hand into an ear and pressing it against a nearby support pillar. I'm definitely hearing multiple heartbeats. A lot of them are elevated, like they're in a state of panic. But I'm not hearing any screaming, which has me concerned. Fuji glanced back down at the pigeon. It looked up at him and cooed, having finished the handful of birdseed. Fly away. I don't want you to get caught in whatever might happen. The pigeon trilled and flapped away, and Kuda knelt on the ground, laying one hand on the tarmac. He whistled, and a line of ants marched out of a hill, falling into formation at his feet. Ashido shivered. Gonna take me a while to get used to you doing that. Did your buddies have to help you get over your fear during the summer camp? The rest of the group sent various expressions her way as Kuji spelled out his instructions. The pink-skinned girl huffed and crossed her arms. What? I get that it's really useful, but it's still kinda weird to see a bunch of ants march out of an anthill and line up in rows. The ants started crawling up a pillar, and Kuji stood up, dusting his knees off. It's all right. I understand that not everyone has the same perspective on bugs. That kind of behavior is odd to see from insects, even if ants are the most predisposed to marching in file. Ashido nodded. Right. So, what you tell them to do? They'll find the one person up there with the normal heartbeat, then form a ring underneath his feet on the underside of the highway. There should be enough natural lighting for them to be visible. Once I give the signal, I want you to hit that spot with your most corrosive acid. Though, please try not to hit the ants. Ashido grinned sheepishly. I'll try my best. What's the signal? Fuji chuckled. You'll know it when you hear it. He moved towards the service ladder, motioning for Ajiro and Aoyama to follow him. The three of them quickly climbed up onto the highway, coming face to face with a teen wearing a shiksu cap and surrounded by several balls of flesh. The teen scowled at them and announced, "And so, 3 more maggots crawl into my domain. Do you have the power to rise and become the best of the best? Or will you sully the reputation of the great with your incompetence? Let us not wait until you graduate to find out." Ajiro huffed. What the heck are you going on about? Fuji's senses tingled, and he ducked as something flew in from behind and slammed into Ajiro, picking the boy up and compressing him into a ball of flesh, eyes, hair, and clothing, not unlike the other forms on the road. Ajiro was dropped into the shiksu student's waiting right hand, as 5 fleshy globs floated in midair behind him. The teen huffed. Good reflexes, I suppose, but pure instinct will not be enough. Aoyama went pale. What are you doing, monsieur? Surely, you could have passed on your own after trapping a mere 2 other students? Non. The other teen scoffed. This is not about simply passing or failing the exam. I do not trust the examiners to uphold the high standards that should come with heroism, so I am taking it upon myself to weed out those who do not fit the qualifications. Fuji frowned and signed. And why do you think that you know what those qualifications are? The shiksu student tilted his head. If you wish to speak to me, use words, not meaningless gestures. Aoyama gasped and placed a hand over his heart. Monami, surely you have heard of sign language. The other teen huffed. If such a thing were to exist, it would not be necessary for me to learn it. After all, why would a prestigious institution such as UA allow a lesser student to walk its halls? Surely all UA students are capable of speech. Fuji scowled. That's rather rude. Just because someone can't talk doesn't mean they can't be a hero. The boy huffed again. I said, if you wish to speak to me, use your words. Your sign language, as you call it, means nothing to me. Fuji sighed. I'll give you one more chance to end this peacefully. Otherwise, this might get rough. The teen scowled, the balls of flesh in midair tensing. Fine, if you will insist on this meaningless endeavor, then I will end this quickly. Then your companion and I can have an intellectual conversation, freak. Then again, with his ridiculous accent, I doubt I could understand him anyway. The balls of flesh shot forward, and Kuji shouted, don't say I didn't warn you. On cue, the road underneath the student's feet melted, and he let out a high-pitched scream as he fell to the road below. There was a loud smack, and the people on the road began shifting, growing, and unfurling. Kuji walked forward and glanced through the newly formed hole in the road. Ashido grinned back up at him, pointing to where Xiaoji and Sato were standing over the shiksu student's prone form, looking quite angry. Xiaoji heard the whole thing and relayed it to us. We don't like this guy very much. How's the situation up there? Kuji glanced around as the other students started to recover from their transformation. Not good. The sooner you can get up here, the better. We need to fill in the numbers gap. Achako raised a hand to her helmet, activating her comms system. Guys, be careful. I just took out a sniper on this rooftop. There are probably a lot more students waiting inside. Ida responded. Thank you for the warning, Uravity. We will do this quickly and efficiently. It would be appreciated if you could join us when you can. Achako hummed, glancing over at the side of the building opposite where her group was entering. I might be busy ambushing them. They're currently entering the building on the opposite end. Send Froppy around the outside a couple floors up for surveillance. Zero sarcastically whined. What? You don't think I can do surveillance? I'm hurt, Uravity. Achako snorted. You know damn well what I meant, Cellophane. Now shut up and move in with ignition. Roger that. Sue croaked. I'm in position, Kiro. They're set up by the elevators, which are close to the side of the building. There's a window looking into the hallway connecting the two sides, and I've got a good view of the back of this girl who seems to be the leader. I'll crawl a floor up into camouflage to let you know which side, Uravity. Achako grinned and cracked her knuckles. All right, let's do this. Inasa grinned widely as his wind snatched the balls from the crowd of people on the streets below. I'll be taking those. One of them shouted, Hey, give those back. We need those to pass this exam. Several of the others started nodding in angry agreement, and the feeling spread until the entire crowd was yelling up at him. He soaked in the noise like a sponge, letting it grow until it reached a fever pitch. Eventually, he called out, Man, you're all so passionate. I love passionate heroes, you know. So as a gift, I'll give you your balls back. Here, see if you can catch them. With a swipe of his right hand, the whirling tornado of balls was sent streaking through the street below, slamming into target after target. In only a few seconds, he'd eliminated the entire street of people. As he basked in his achievement, the HPSC guy shouted, Wait, one person just eliminated 120 people all at once. His targets lit up blue, and an automated voice said, You have passed the first half of the exam. Please proceed to the waiting room at the edge of the arena. Inasa chuckled and swirled the wind into his pack, sending him speeding through the air towards the large room set into a wall of the arena. As he passed over the now destroyed mountain range, he glanced down and grinned at the sight of a familiar uniform. The wind stopped, and he dropped to the ground right behind the familiar face. Her targets lit up blue. Hey, Kami-senpai. Wasn't expecting to run into you here. The Shiksu upperclassman turned to face him with a grin. Illa bro. Been a hot minute. Totes yeet that we found each other. Looks like you're doing high-key great at UA, Broseph. Inasa snorted. Still as hard to understand as ever, I see. Izuku and his team walked into the waiting room, grinning at the slew of familiar faces watching the entrance. Nice work, 1A. Congratulations on a full passing rate. Urashi grinned widely. I found so many passionate people. They were great. Almost a shame I made them all fail. Ashido choked on her spit. Wait, are you saying you're the guy who eliminated 120 people at the same time? Urashi smirked. Well, I didn't exactly count the number of people on that street, but I did get them all at once with their own balls, so I think that's a safe bet. A taller girl standing next to him whistled. Damn, Broseph. That's high-key impressive for a first year. Lit. Izuku stared at her for a couple seconds. Do you need a vibe check, or is that your normal behavior? The girl snorted. You're pretty lit too, Broseph. What's your name? Izuku grinned and stuck his hand out. Midoriya Izuku, Aka save point, Aka 1A's class representative. I take it from your cap that you're a Shiksu student. She shot finger guns at him. Ain't capping there. Urashi groaned lightheartedly and slammed his palm into his face, before quickly removing it and grinning. Midoriya, meet Utsushimi Kami. At Shiksu, there's a lot more interaction between the different years, so we know each other better than you probably know your upperclassmen. I'm surprised you can understand her. Katsuki scoffed. The nerd's obsessed with pre-Quirk culture, so I'm not surprised he's familiar with the slang, even if it's honestly excessive. Kaminari nodded. Definitely. I mean, I consider myself a meme guy, but that's a little much, even for me. Utsushimi smirked. Cope. Izuku grinned. Seeth. The blonde Ketsubutsu girl popped up and said, and mouthed. Izuku whirled on the spot to grin at her. Hey, you made it. She grinned and gave a small wave. Yep. Nakagame Tatami, Aka turtleneck. I also go by Master Roshi online. Izuku gasped with delight and pointed at her. You're that Wendy main that I kept running into in Smash Ultimate tourneys. She pointed back at him, still grinning. And you're that bush boss guy who mains Ivysaur. Oh man, this is great. Before they could geek out any further, the loudspeakers turned on, and Mira announced, we now have our first 100 passers. All of those still on the field, please make your way towards the doors leading to the stands. After the field is cleared, you'll have 5 minutes to prepare yourselves while we rearrange. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Rearrange. Nakagame tossed up a salute. Welp, it's been nice meeting you, but I gotta get back to the rest of us who managed to pass. Thanks for not taking me out when your team stormed our class, by the way. Izuku grinned. Don't mention it. Us nerds have to stick together. As she ran off, Utsushimi stuck up a peace sign and said, I high-key gotta get back to my crew. Peace. Izuku tossed out a thumbs up as the other girl turned and wandered off into the crowd. Turning around, he placed his hands on his hips and pursed his lips as he glanced up at the large screen showing the testing field. So, the first half was mainly focused on speed and combat, fighting other examinees quickly to pass before anyone else. What do you think they'll test next? Katsuki huffed. Probably something about saving people. After all, rule 1 of heroics. Prioritize the rescue, the class recited in harmony. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and Izuku's attention snapped to the large screen as the field suddenly crumbled. Buildings collapsed. A landslide wrecked the waterfall, the industrial sector fell apart, and the mountain range. Well, there wasn't much to make the mountain range even more ruined after what Shindo did to it. What the heck? Mira announced. The first half tested your fighting prowess. As such, the second half will test your ability to save. The scenario is as follows. A recent villain attack has left this area in shambles. Your task is to rescue the various civilians trapped and injured out there. Once we open up, it's up to all 100 of you to decide how to handle it. Oh, and don't worry about the civilians, they're volunteers from the Help Us group, an organization of professional actors. Izuku hummed. That's a big area. We're going to need to coordinate, not just among the class, but between the different schools, too. Katsuki huffed. Good luck with that. A lot of them seem to hate us for surviving the USJ. Urashi frowned. That's stupid. Why would they hate you for getting attacked on school grounds? Izuku shrugged. The number 1B and the Gen Ed classes were the same, even declaring war on us before the sports festival. I genuinely have no clue why people seem to think that we wanted that to happen and are flaunting it. Still, if we want to make this efficient and quick, we need to coordinate with them. Nakagame appeared out of the crowd. I can help with that. Ketsubutsu's got a good reputation, so we'd have better chances of everyone coordinating if it's one of us pitching the idea instead of you guys. Shame, but it's the truth. Izuku grinned. Works for me, as long as the civilians get rescued. The waiting room fell apart, and Shouta grinned with pride as his class immediately shot out into the field, spreading out to maximize area coverage. The other schools did much the same, but a little later. And, as usual, the UA students who survived the first half are the first out on the field. Emi frowned at the remains of the waiting room, where one of her students was standing and barking out instructions for some of the remaining students. I wasn't expecting Tatami to be the one to take charge. Usually it's Yo or Shikui who does that kind of thing. Then again, they didn't make it to the second phase, so I guess she's picking up the slack or something. Shouta nodded in satisfaction as Ida began ferrying civilians from his classmates to the medical station that was being set up in the remains of the waiting room. Good thinking. Get the fastest ones to get the civilians out of harm's way in case a villain decides to make a move. Suddenly, part of the wall opposite the waiting room exploded, and several figures streamed out of the hole, including the unmistakable figure of Gang Orca. Mira announced. I said that this area had been hit by a villain attack. I never said that the villains had left for good. Shouta placed a hand on his chest. A logical ruse after my own heart. Emi snorted, and Shouta grinned as he mentally added another point to the running tally they kept of instances where one had made the other laugh. That's 25-53 in her favor. Keep spending time with the Hellspawn, and I might start to catch up. Izuku hummed in thought as he considered the new threat of Gang Orca and his minions. He ran through a few mental calculations before raising a hand to his headphones. Who's not currently evacuating civilians? After a few seconds of silence, he winced. Okay, yeah, dumb question. Who's in Gang Orca's area? Achako responded. I'm close, but I'm currently busy trying to lift a building off of a group of civilians in the apartment zone. Jack Sabbath is with me, but she needs to get them out from underneath. Katsuki growled. I'd help, but I'm currently stuck by the landslide area helping dig people out of the wreckage, which is dumb because explosions aren't going to help anything. Can anyone take over for me? Kirishima fired back. I would, but I'm over by the highway ruins helping Baker's Dozen and Tentacle move this debris. Kuda called. Give me a few seconds and I can get over there. Save point. I just need to get this man out of these pipes and to where Ignition can pick him up. Sue responded. I'm busy over here in this skyscraper, Kiro. There are too many people on the different floors, and Cellophane and I are the only ones who can reliably move vertically. Yorashi called. I would love to fight, but I am currently needed to move this rubble in the downtown area. Itoshi grunted. I'm caught up in the industrial zone. They need my capture scarf to move the pipes. Also, these Seijin guys are getting really annoying to work with. I think they've got a grudge against me from the first half. Kaminari shouted. I'm busy providing power to the medical station. These guys brought some neat equipment, but they didn't pack their own generator, so I'm stuck. Ida announced. I need to ferry the injured, so I cannot be spared to deal with the villains. Aoyama called. My quirk is needed to provide light in the wreckage of the downtown area, monsieur. I must remain here. Ashido responded. I'm busy melting through the rubble of the highway, so I can't help you there. Ajiro grunted. I can be spared, but I'm not fast enough to get there in time to reasonably help. Besides, Gang Orca's sonic blast could easily put me out of commission. Fumikage called. Dark Shadow's claws are necessary to dig out the injured from the landslide area. I cannot be of assistance with the villains. Hagakure shouted. Even if I managed to get close, there's no way I'd be able to help with someone that big. Besides, I've got my hands full over here in the residential area with hauling people to safe zones. Izuku sighed. Alright then, Anima, see what you can do about getting here quickly, but don't rush too fast. I should be able to hold them off long enough for any civilians in the area to be relocated. He quickly fired up his extreme gear and raced between the collapsed buildings, shooting out in front of the horde and skidding to a stop between them and the civilians. Gang Orca scoffed. They send one child to stop me and my minions. How pitiful. Come, then, test your mettle against us. Izuku equipped his Meta Knight sword, allowing the mask to cover his face. Don't bother dropping a save. This is game over for you. 30 minutes later, Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes as he stared down at the plastic card in his hands. I did it. I actually did it. Katsuki clapped him on the back. Damn right, you did. Probably the first time an entire class of first years has passed the provisional license exam. And we couldn't have done it without you. A familiar voice called out. Darn straight. Izuku turned and grinned as Utsushimi walked up, dressed in her school uniform. That would have been high-key scary if we'd had to deal with the big bad ourselves. Thanks for the hand, Broseph. Izuku smirked. Not a problem. I couldn't call myself a hero if I couldn't protect people. Utsushimi grinned and held out a piece of paper with numbers written on it. Here's my number. Totes, call me if you've got a sec. Izuku stuck it in his pocket. I'll consider it. The older girl stuck up a peace sign and jogged off towards her waiting classmates. One of them glared over at the class, and Kuta smirked and signed something in his direction. The teen immediately started screeching something, only to be cut off by the large student covered in hair. He had to be physically dragged to his bus, kicking and screaming. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at Kuta, who had his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. What you sign at him? Even I'm not that good at riling people up. Kuta chuckled. What I signed didn't really matter. In the first half, I made him think that I was mute, then yelled to signal Ashido to melt the road out from under his feet. So he's already mad at me for that. But to really rub it in, I signed. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries. I don't think he understands sign language, but it was worth it anyway. Izuku snorted, and the rest of the hero hopefuls started cracking up. The rest of the class looked on in confusion as Aizawa-sensei walked up. All right, Hellspawn, good work today. Now let's get back to UA. There's a new opportunity available to you now that you have your provisional licenses. The class started groaning, only to go silent when the hero held a hand up. I never said that was going to happen immediately. He held up his phone with a grin, open to a text conversation. I let Mike know that you all passed, and there's about 10 pizzas waiting back at the dorms. The class cheered and charged towards the bus, somehow having enough presence of mind to file on in an orderly fashion. Izuku shook his head in mock disappointment, before glancing sidelong at his teacher. You told Mike to order the pizzas the second we all passed the first half, didn't you? Aizawa-sensei smirked. I might have. I might not have. I also might tell you if you get on the bus and stop asking questions. Izuku grinned and ran towards the bus, clutching his new provisional license tightly. Mom's gonna flood the apartment when I send her a photo. Toshinori poked his head in, sighing when he noticed that nothing had changed with young Yaoyorozu. Shuzenji-sen walked up to him, clipboard in hand. I've told you before, Toshinori, I'll let you know if her state changes at all. You don't need to keep checking on her. Toshinori sighed. I know, but I just can't help myself. Every time I try to keep the thought out of my mind, something draws me here to check on her. The fact that she looks so much like Nana doesn't help, either. Shuzenji-sen frowned and glanced at the sleeping girl. After a few seconds, she hummed to herself. For once, I see what you mean. There's definitely a resemblance. Maybe I should send a DNA sample to Tsukachi. Toshinori shook his head. After learning about young Tenko, I don't think my heart could handle learning of another relative of hers, even if she's a fine young woman. Shuzenji-sen shrugged. Suit yourself. By the way, I think Night-Eye was looking for you earlier. Something about potential interns among the first-year classes. Toshinori hummed. I see. Thank you, Shuzenji-san. She patted his knee, thankfully without her cane. Get moving, you oaf. I don't want you peering over my shoulder while I check her vitals. As the exam had been on a Thursday, the first-year hero students were given Friday off to rest, relax, and recover from the day's events. Monoma had come over to brag that 1B had only gotten 3 failures, only to fall silent when all of 1A pulled out their provisional licenses in unison. Kendo showed up to collect the blonde, and Izuku congratulated her on her class high passing rate, citing the numbers that 1A had faced and how 1B had surely faced similar numbers with similar success. Come Monday, classes had resumed as normal. Lunch was a quiet affair, with Wano wondering what could be coming next for them. When the bell rang to signal the start of afternoon classes, Aizawa-sensei walked into the room to complete silence. He walked up to the podium and announced, "Right, now that you all have your provisional licenses, there's a new avenue available to you, work studies. Think of them as the next step from your internships. While internships were required and offers were sent to you, work studies are optional and require you to request a position at an agency yourself. Of course, the best way to learn about something is to learn from an expert, so I've asked 3 third years to come in today and talk to you about work studies." He turned towards the door and called, "You can come in now." The door slid open, and Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the 3 students that entered: Tagata Mirio, Hadu Nejire, and Amajiki Tamaki, UAS current Big 3. Amajiki stepped forward as though he was about to say something, but suddenly turned around and planted his face in the corner, muttering something about potatoes. Hadu patted him on the back, before whirling around with a smile on her face. She immediately started flitting from person to person, asking questions at a breakneck pace that even Izuku struggled to keep up with. After a little while, Tagata cleared his throat, which drew Hadu back to the front. He walked up to the podium and looked over the class with a grin. "So, you guys are the first class of first years to pass the exam? Huh, pretty exciting. You know, with villain activity rising after Kamino, things look pretty grim, huh?" He stuck out a finger. "Well, that's where we come in. It's up to us as up-and-coming heroes to make everyone feel safer, right?" Dead silence. Someone coughed awkwardly. Amajiki mumbled, "I knew we should have just drawn up a PowerPoint." Tagata frowned. "Wow, tough crowd, huh? Maybe my public speaking skills need work. So, it seems like you guys value action over words? Huh, fine by me. What do you say to a little sparring match, eh? 19-1, all of you against me. How about it?" The class perked up, and Katsuki grinned maniacally as he slammed a fist into his palm. "Now we're talking." Tagata grinned back. "That's more like it. Grab your gym uniforms and meet me in Gym Gamma." It spoke to their levels of excitement how quickly they got changed. They were ready and filing into Gym Gamma in less than a minute. True to his word, Tagata was already standing there and going through some basic stretches. "Looks to me like you guys already know not to waste time. Good, that'll make this go faster." Aizawa-sensei held up a hand and stepped forward. "Before we begin, is there anyone who wants to opt out of this?" Izuku frowned and glanced over at where Hadu was grinning enthusiastically. A little too enthusiastically. "I think I'll sit this one out. Call it paranoia." Kuta rubbed at his chin, then squared his shoulders. Aizawa-sensei shrugged as Izuku walked over to stand next to Amajiki. "Well, I gave you an out. Don't come crying to me when this is over." Tagata grinned in excitement as he stared down the class in front of him. Izuku hummed to himself and leaned towards Amajiki. "They're gonna get curb-stomped, aren't they?" The upperclassman let out a whimper with an affirmative tone, and Izuku winced. Tagata crossed his arms and frowned. "Come on, I thought you guys knew better than to stand still. Where's the initiative I saw during the sports festival?" Immediately, Katsuki charged forward, swinging his right palm down through the air and letting off an explosion that ripped Tagata's gym shirt to shreds, but somehow missed his torso entirely. Katsuki stumbled forward, off balance, and Tagata struck, slamming a muscled arm into the younger blonde's stomach. Katsuki dropped like a rock, and the thin line of restraint snapped as the rest of the class launched their own attacks. Izuku hummed and leaned against the wall of Gym Gamma as Tagata proceeded to tear through one by one as if they were wet paper. Attacks miss him entirely, but still affect the area around him, including his clothes. Seems to be able to teleport, but not instantaneously. There's no effect when he disappears, and no warning when he reappears. Hadu leaned over, trying to figure out his quirk. Izuku nodded. "Don't blame ya. It's really cool." Tagata appeared behind Kyuka and chopped at the back of her neck, sending her falling to the floor unconscious. Izuku raised an eyebrow. No stomach punch, but he didn't hold back against the other girls. Hadu giggled. "He didn't want to make you angry by hurting your girlfriend too much." Izuku glanced over at her and raised an eyebrow. "Did we really make it that obvious during the sports festival?" Aizawa-sensei snorted. "Problem child. You literally swept her off her feet and carried her to the field before the tournament. Anyone watching would have to be blind to not see it." Izuku grunted. "Fair enough." A couple seconds later, Tagata was back in his original position, pants back on, and the rest of Wano was lying on the floor in various levels of pain. Aizawa-sensei stepped forward and announced, "The reason for this exercise in futility was to show you the difference a work study can make." Tagata nodded. "Right. What did you think of my quirk?" Kaminari groaned and sat up. "It's way too strong. How could you teleport and dodge all our attacks like that?" Izuku spoke up. "Actually, it's not teleporting. What happened was, he phased through the floor, then popped up in a different location. He didn't dodge your attacks, per se, but phased through them. His uniform didn't." Tagata grinned. "Exactly. And while it seems strong now, it was way worse when I first got it." Back in middle school, I used to fall through the floor and get stuck in walls all the time. I had to learn to run precise calculations in my head and make predictions in order to use my quirk effectively. Those predictions come from experience, and that experience came from my work study. Achako groaned and rubbed at her stomach. You couldn't have just said that and not beat the shit out of us. Tagada laughed and rubbed at the back of his neck. Maybe, but then it wouldn't have sunk in as well, would it? Katsuki coughed into his fist. Probably not. Actions speak about 10 times louder than words, after all. Tagada smiled wider and snagged his shirt from the floor, frowning at the large burn hole in the front. You know, I think I'll go without this until I get to the changing rooms. He slung the shirt over his shoulder and started marching towards the doors, but paused when he reached Izuku. How'd you know that was gonna happen? Izuku pointed his thumb over at Haru. Her grin was a little too shit-eating for my liking. She snapped her fingers. Darn, would have loved to see how you would have handled his quirk in real time. Gotta work on that. Amajiki pulled himself out of the corner and went to head towards the door, only to pause and glance over at Izuku. He hung his head and mumbled. Fat Gum wanted me to tell you that he'd love to have you back for work studies, if you're able. Aizawa-sensei hummed. Normally, we'd require students to go with a different agency to get a range of experiences, but I might be able to get Nezu to make an exception in this instance. After all, I don't think Midoriya got a chance to work with any other heroes at the agency during internships, so he could still get a different experience. I'll talk to the rat god about it. Amajiki nodded and headed for the door, followed by Tagada. Haru moved to follow, then paused and glanced back at where Katsuki was watching with interest. You worked with Maruko during internships, yeah. If you want to work study, find me later this week in ground beta after classes. Lady Ruku seems interested in you. She glanced over at Achako. Both of you. 1 week later, Izuku shoved open the double doors leading into the Fat Gum agency. Papa's home. Vibe check glanced up from the paperwork on her desk and grinned widely. Save point. Glad to have you back. Who's the redhead? Kirishima grinned and slammed his fists together. Kirishima Ajiro, Red Riot. Mido Bro said I could learn a lot here. Vibe check smirked. Well, we could certainly use a little more positivity. Her face fell. The place got pretty morose when we heard what happened to Creati. Izuku frowned. Yeah, she's holding steady, but she hasn't shown any signs of waking up soon. We're still holding out hope, though. Vibe check nodded solemnly. Right, boss man's waiting for you in his office. Save point, show Red Riot the way. Izuku nodded and led Kirishima past the desk towards the stairs. As they passed by the kitchen, Izuku swung one of the doors open and snagged a tray of takoyaki from a passing chef, along with a box of toothpicks from a nearby shelf. Kirishima frowned. Are you sure that's okay? We're technically visitors here, bro. Izuku grinned and handed the box of toothpicks to his classmate. It's fine. Fat Gum does it all the time, and the interns often pop in for a quick snack. Besides, I'm a familiar face. He led the way to the stairs, grabbing a toothpick out of the box and stabbing it into a ball of takoyaki, immediately popping it in his mouth and chewing. Oh yeah, amazing as always. These guys really know their takoyaki. He stabbed another ball of fried octopus and offered it to Kirishima. Go ahead, have one. Maybe blow on it first, though. TS pretty hot. By the time they'd gotten to Fat Gum's office on the top floor, the two of them had finished the tray of takoyaki, Izuku having taken 4 of the 6 rows on the metal plate. Izuku dumped the tray into a nearby chute and flicked his toothpick into a nearby trash can, before grabbing the handle of one of the doors and pulling it open. Fat Gum glanced up from his desk, grinning as he saw the newcomers. Midoriya, good to see you again. It's great that Nezu let you come back here for work studies. I'm guessing this is your classmate that you told me about. Izuku nodded, and Kirishima stepped forward with a grin. Kirishima Ajiro, also known as Red Riot, sir. Fat Gum waved a hand dismissively. Ah, forget the sir. We're pretty informal around here. He placed his hands on his hips. So, I'm familiar with Midoriya, but not so much with you. I remember you from the sports festival tournament, but I don't know the specifics of your quirk. Hit me with the details. Kirishima held up his right hand, hardening the individual fingers into claws in a shower of sparks. My quirk is called hardening. It lets me harden any part of my body to be as tough as solid rock, and potentially even harder with more training. Fat Gum rubbed at his chin and nodded. Interesting. You'd definitely get valuable experience if you got a work study here. But why should I take you on as an intern? I've already got multiple sidekicks and 2 interns I know are useful. What would you bring to the table? Kirishima slammed his left fist into his chest. I promise to protect everyone I see from any danger that might come their way. I'll be a solid wall that'll weather the toughest storms. Fat Gum chuckled. I like your attitude, kid. You've got guts and a good head on your shoulders. Now, let's see if you can measure up. Kirishima paused. Sir, Fat Gum grinned. Here at my agency, everybody needs to pull their own weight, no matter when that happens to be. Either out on patrol, in the office, or even in the kitchen. As a result, I need to make sure you can keep up with everyone else's pace. A bead of sweat rolled down Kirishima's neck. What does that mean? Fat Gum grinned wider and produced 5 skewers of various meats from behind his back. Above all else, we here at the Fat Gum Agency have to be able to eat fast on the go so that we're fueled up whenever and wherever we need to be. Here's your test. If you can finish these 5 skewers within 5 minutes while running on a treadmill, I'll sign your paperwork and take you on as an intern. Kirishima pointed at Izuku. What about Mito bro? Doesn't he have to go through the same process? Izuku grinned and pulled 5 empty skewers out of his back pocket. Why did you think I insisted that we run from the station to the agency? Had to get my application in early so that I could watch you try it. One of the sidekicks told me about the initiation when I was here for internships. Fat Gum smirked and plucked the sticks out of Izuku's hand, depositing them into a chute by his desk. Good work, save point. Vibe check notified me of your success once you entered the building. Let's see if your classmate is just as good. Katsuki crossed his arms as he and Uraraka stood by the front doors of Ruku's agency. Where the hell is the fairy queen? She said we had a meeting with Ruku at 10. And we're here at 10, so where the hell is she? Uraraka huffed. With her, there's no way to know. You saw how over the place she was when she and her classmates showed up to talk about these work studies. Based on how naturally it happened, I'm guessing she's like that all the time. Suddenly, the intercom by the door buzzed, and a woman's voice announced, "You would be correct. Nejire-chan informed me that the 2 of you would be here around this time. And I didn't think I could count on her to be here on time, given her nature. Please, come in." The front door clicked, and Katsuki huffed, grabbing the handle and swinging it open. Figures. So, what do we gotta do? The Dragoon hero walked out from a side room, arms crossed. Well, if I'm going to take you on as interns, you'll need to prove that you can contribute to the agency. This isn't like internships. Work-study interns have the same responsibilities as sidekicks, barring patrol schedules. The 2 of you need to show me that you can pull your own weight. Katsuki crossed his arms. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "How'd you like an extra model for Dragwar?" The heroine paused. "Pardon?" Katsuki smirked. "If you accept, Hada Mitsuki will model for Dragwar for 4 weeks. Ryukyu fell silent for a couple seconds before huffing. "Only if Bakugo Masaru agrees to collaborate on the designs for the same length of time." Katsuki nodded. "Deal." Ryukyu smiled, before turning to Uraraka. "Well, what can you contribute?" The girl glanced around the room, before frowning. "The interior seems a little confined, especially considering your quirk. How'd you like a remodel by the Uraraka Construction Company for a 50% discount?" Ryukyu tilted her head curiously. "Not for free." Uraraka scoffed. "Girls gotta eat." Ryukyu smirked. "How true. In that case, you have a deal. Welcome to the Ruku agency." Tenko frowned. "You're saying who contacted you, trying to find me?" Fat Gum popped a bowl of takoyaki in his mouth as he walked down the street. "You see, us heroes patrol during the day for 2 reasons. Riot. Care to hazard a guess what those reasons are?" Kirishima frowned, swallowing his own bowl of fried octopus. "Well, one of them's gotta be to keep crime rates down, right?" Izuku nodded as he stabbed a toothpick into his own tray. "Right. And the other is to make the public feel safe." Fat Gum nodded. "Exactly. When heroes are on patrol, civilians can look at them and think, okay, we're safe if something goes down. And criminals will say, uh-oh, there's a hero there if I try something. It works both ways." Kirishima hummed as he considered that. "That makes a lot of sense. But I thought it was our job to stop the criminals when they commit crimes. Why would we want them to wait until we're not out and about?" Fat Gum stuck a finger up. See, that's where the other side of the spectrum comes in. Us limelight heroes patrol during the day and discourage crimes while we're out, so that underground heroes can catch them while they're committing crimes at night." Kirishima snapped his fingers. Like how Eraserhead tends to patrol around Present Mike's agency and catches criminals that would have seen Present Mike during the day." Fat Gum grinned. "Exactly." Kirishima gestured at the bright lights all around them, lighting up the night sky over Isuku City. "So then, why are we patrolling at night, if limelight heroes are supposed to discourage crimes during the day?" Fat Gum chuckled. "Well, we've gotta do something to get paid. In order to look like we're actually doing our jobs, we've gotta catch a few criminals every now and then. Can't leave them all for the underground heroes. Otherwise the HPSC would think we're just sitting around wasting tax money." Amajiki pulled his hood lower over his head as he walked behind the 3. "I don't want to think about upsetting the commission." Kirishima frowned. "You okay there, bro?" Izuku sighed. Being in public makes Amajiki-senpai nervous. If he's by himself with close friends, then he's a lot better, but if he's around people he doesn't know, he clams up, which includes every time he goes on patrol. Fat Gum is working on it. The hero sighed and nodded. "We're getting there. I mean, he made a lot of progress while..." "Well, you know." Izuku nodded solemnly. Maybe coming back here for work studies was a bad idea. I keep getting reminded that Momo's not here to enjoy this with us. He was broken out of his thoughts by the sounds of fighting coming from up ahead. Fat Gum quickly polished off his tray of takoyaki and tossed it at a nearby trash can as he started running. That's never good. We get a lot of gang violence around these parts, but it's been getting worse recently. Izuku stuffed the remainder of his own tray in his mouth and tossed it towards the same trash can, jumping up and holding his right arm out towards the edge of a nearby rooftop. Good thing I started that game last weekend. Spider-Man's web shooters appeared on his wrists, and he latched onto the rooftop, swinging over the crowd. He was aware of Kirishima and Amajiki running after Fat Gum on the ground. In only a few seconds, he'd reached a break in the crowd. A large circle had been cleared out, and several gang members were brawling it out in the cleared area, and quirks were definitely being thrown around. Quickly scanning the area, Izuku sighed with relief upon seeing that no bystanders had been injured. He fired off several web shots, sticking each combatant to either the road, a vendor's booth, or the odd fire hydrant. He dropped to the road just as the others caught up to him. He tossed a thumbs up in Fat Gum's direction. They were using their quirks, so I thought it was appropriate to intervene. Nobody has been injured, and all of the combatants have been contained. Fat Gum nodded. Good work. He turned towards the struggling gang members. Now, what the heck happened for you idiots to start fighting in the middle of the market? One of the guys shouted. They were selling on my turf. I couldn't let that slide. Another guy shouted back. Oh, come off it. Your turf is all the way over in Tokyo. Asuwa is our territory. Izuku sighed and webbed both guys' mouths shut. Well, it doesn't matter who started it at this point. All of you are going in for illegal quirk use in public, which might be upgraded to assault and battery depending on your injuries. If you want to minimize your sentences, I suggest you keep your mouths shut, yeah. Or, better yet, don't pull this shit. Suddenly, all of his senses screamed at him to move, and a gunshot rang out. His mind kicked into overdrive, taking in every bit of detail it could all at once. Shit, I'm not in a good position to dodge. Bullet's already on its way. Volume suggests it's someone in the crowd. Seems to be someone standing in a side alley. Which direction? He felt a light impact against his left shoulder. Thankfully, his vest held strong, and the bullet simply hung from the fabric without touching his skin. Wait, shouldn't it have bounced off? Crap, no time for that. Who shot it? He whirled on the spot, eyes immediately locking onto a man standing in a side alley and holding a smoking gun. Bad idea. The man took a couple steps back, before turning on his heel and sprinting headlong down the alleyway. Before Izuku could make a move, Kirishima ran after the guy. Huffing, Izuku reached back with his right hand and removed the bullet from his left shoulder. Instead of a regular, solid bullet, it was a small red cylinder with a needle in one end, a syringe. Izuku hummed, before glancing over at Fat Gum. We need to get this thing to the police for analysis. Suddenly, a loud screeching sound caught his attention. He dropped the bullet into Fat Gum's massive hand and sprinted down the alleyway, pausing when he noticed the tableau in front of him. The guy with the gun now had several long blades sprouting from just about every conceivable point on his body. The blades were scraping against the walls of the alley, generating that loud screeching noise. The only thing standing between the thug and the civilians was Kirishima. As Izuku stepped forward, the thug shouted wordlessly, and blades shot outwards, aiming straight for the redhead. Izuku dashed forward, his Hylian shield manifesting on his left arm. But he knew he wouldn't make it in time, and Kirishima couldn't handle that many blades by himself. I can't fail the class. Not again. Red Riot, unbreakable. Katsuki grunted as he soared through the air. What the hell are these guys up to? It's prime patrolling time. Did they think they wouldn't get noticed by the heroes? The two giant villains paid him no attention, locked in their battle in the middle of Nagano. Uraraka shot into the sky on the other side of the conflict. This doesn't seem like a typical battle of giant quirks. These guys are a lot bigger than those usually get. That, and they seem a lot more mindless. One of the villains roared, and Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the giant's black tongue. At least one of them is on trigger. Probably both. But we can't let them work it out of their systems, or the city's gonna get wrecked. Fairy Queen giggled as she flew up above the squabble. Then let's knock him down a little early. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Uraraka grinned over at Katsuki, who returned the expression. Together, they flew down close to the giant's legs. Uraraka shot one of her cables over, and Katsuki grabbed it. The line went taut just as Fairy Queen shot both giants in the face with her quirk, and they stumbled backwards over the line, falling to the ground with a massive thud. Ryukyu appeared in her dragon form and landed on the thugs' faces, knocking them out cold and finishing the fight. As the thugs shrank back down to normal size, Katsuki and Uraraka walked over and checked their mouths. Sure enough, both tongues were pitch black. Ryukyu huffed. Trigger. Of course. That damn drug is never fully off the market. Katsuki scoffed. Of course not. People with weaker quirks are always gonna look for a way to make them stronger. and nobody can resist a quick, easy solution, even with the drawbacks it carries with it. The heroine nodded as Fairy Queen dropped to the ground and slapped a pair of handcuffs on each unconscious villain. Sad, but true. Good work, you two. Ruku taught you both well. You might even be able to help with that case. Katsuki crossed his arms. What case? Ruku sighed. Sir Night-Eye over in Tokyo has asked my agency to help out with a case involving a Yakuza family that's heavily involved in the drug trade. Since we've been getting a lot of trigger cases here in Nagano, he figured it might be connected. Katsuki grunted. Makes sense. Eraserhead always says that crime never exists in a vacuum. Better to be safe and assume it's a big ring but have it be two different ones, rather than prepare for two smaller ones and have it be a big one. Ruku hummed. Precisely. I also heard that he's been trying to recruit Fat Gum to the case, considering the rise of gang activity in Esu. Don't you two have a couple of classmates working with him? Katsuki nodded. Red Riot and Save Point? Yeah. Uraraka slammed a fist into her palm. Well, if there's a chance of stopping this thing from getting any bigger, I say go for it. Leave him alone, and they could get out of control really fast. Katsuki chuckled. And because Esu has a little too close to Mai for your liking. She snorted. And that. Toshinori poked his head into Mirai's office. You wish to talk to me? The younger hero glanced up from his desk. Toshinori. Yes, please come in. Toshinori stepped into the office, shutting the door behind him. He would never get used to how much All Might memorabilia his former sidekick had displayed in the most important room of the agency. Ignoring the fanboy's paradise around him, Toshinori pulled up a chair in front of the younger man's desk. So, what did you want to discuss? Mirai frowned, tapping away at his keyboard. Mirio had a strange encounter on patrol the other day. He happened to run into the subject of my current investigation, the head of the Shy Hasekai, and a young girl that the man claimed is his daughter. But from the descriptions Mirio gave, she doesn't look like they could be biologically related. I'm worried that he may have kidnapped the girl to keep up appearances, and for a potential hostage should a hero confront him in public. Toshinori frowned, snagging the incident report from Mirai's desk and skimming through it. I'm afraid it may be more than that. Young Tagada also noted how the girl had bandages covering her arms and legs, and she was wearing a hospital gown with no shoes. It's possible that this man might be experimenting on her. For what purposes, I'm not sure. The phone rang, and Mirai picked it up. Night-Eye Agency, Sir Night-Eye speaking. Ah, greetings, Fat Gum. How might I help you? You believe you have new information about my case on the Shy Hasekai. One of your interns was almost shot. That's awful. I'm sorry, the bullet contained what? And the man said it was supposed to do what? I see. I'll get back to you in a couple days once I have sufficient information. The hero hung up and immediately buried his face in his hands. Toshinori frowned. What happened? Mirai glanced over at the older man. On patrol, Fat Gum and his interns ran into a gang fight, and they broke it up with little issue. However, another gang member hiding in an alley attempted to shoot one of the interns, Save Point. However, the bullet was stopped by his costume, and the thug was apprehended by a different intern, Red Riot. However, when the police analyzed the bullet, they found that it contained human DNA, which didn't correspond to anyone in the system. In addition, when questioned, the thug admitted that the bullet was supposed to briefly erase the target's quirk. Toshinori went pale. The girl, she must have been placed in the head's care at a very young age, too young to be in the system. And the thug was connected to the Shy Hasekai. Mirai nodded wordlessly, staring down at the file on his desk. After a little bit, the younger hero straightened and looked Toshinori in the eyes. I need to find their base and a way inside. We have to take them down, not just to dismantle the drug ring, but to save that girl. Toshinori nodded, expression serious. Prioritize the rescue. 1 week later, Izuku raised an eyebrow as Katsuki and Uraraka got onto the same train as him in Kirishima. We're all going to Tokyo. Weird. Isn't Ruku's agency in Nagano? Katsuki grunted. Must be the case Ruku mentioned last week. Something must have happened. Izuku hummed. Probably related to the thing that happened with me in Kirishima. I remember Fat Gum saying he needed to call Sir Night-Eye. And Night-Eye's agency is in Tokyo, isn't it? Uraraka nodded. Looks like things are escalating. Guess we'll find out when we get there, huh? As soon as they arrived at the agency, they were met by Tagada, who escorted them to a conference room filled with several heroes. Several eyebrows were raised at the presence of Aizawa-sensei and Itoshi. The hero shrugged. I was called in due to my expertise in an area that's related to the matter at hand. You'll find out more once the conference starts. After a few minutes of waiting, Sir Night-Eye walked in and sat down at the head of the table, his back to the giant monitor. Thank you all for coming. All of you have been called in for a reason, but I doubt any of you know the full story. He clicked a button on a remote, and the monitor flickered on to reveal a symbol that looked like a flower with 8 blocky petals. For the past few weeks, I've been running a case on the actions of the Shy Hasekai Yakuza family. I've suspected them of being involved in the drug trade, but several events during the past week have made me aware of just what they might be planning. Izuku frowned. Yakuza? That is not where I was expecting this to go. Should prove interesting, at the very least. The hero clicked a button, and the screen changed to show a profile shot of a man with dark brown hair and golden eyes, wearing a red and gold plague doctor mask. This is Chisaki Kai, also known as Overhaul. He is the current head of the Shai Hasekai. However, recent developments have elevated him to S-rank villain status. He clicked the remote, and the screen changed to reveal a snapshot from a security camera outside an alleyway. The photo showed Tagata, in his hero costume, talking to Overhaul, with a small girl in a hospital gown clinging to the student's leg. The entire room breathed in sharply, and Night-Eye nodded. Indeed, Overhaul is currently in possession of a young girl, seemingly 6 years in age. Furthermore, it would seem Overhaul is currently experimenting on her, indicated by the bandages around her arms and legs. However, the intent of this experimentation was unknown until an incident with Fat Gum and his interns last week. Fat Gum stood up. Last week, my interns and I were on patrol when a gang fight broke out. Save Point managed to stop the fight quickly and painlessly, but a hidden gang member attempted to shoot him. Due to his costume, however, the bullet did not actually hit him, and thus it could be analyzed. Sir Night-Eye clicked the remote, and the screen showed a diagram of the bullet, indicating the container and needle. Fat Gum continued. It's worth noting that the shape and size of these bullets mean that any random thug with a pistol could theoretically dose any civilian, villain, or hero with any liquid drug before anyone could react. However, what's more concerning is what the police found inside the container: human blood. Specifically, blood with DNA that seemed to match that of a young girl. Now, what were we just talking about? Several heroes' eyes widened as the implications set in. Fat Gum nodded and continued. Now, the most worrying part about this is what the effects of the drug would have been. After questioning the thug that had shot the bullet, he revealed that it was supposed to temporarily erase the target's quirk. Gasps were heard, and several sets of eyes shifted to Aizawa-sensei, no, Eraserhead, who took that as his cue to stand as Fat Gum sat down. I was called in due to my experience in this field. Unfortunately, this method and mine are too different for my experience to be much help. Sir Night-Eye frowned. Explain, please. Eraserhead nodded. The way my quirk works is by emitting a specific frequency that blocks the neural pathways in a person's nervous system that allow them to activate their quirk. Since people with mutation quirks don't activate them, per se, I can't erase their quirks. After getting in touch with the police, we tested the effects of the bullet on a volunteer. Itoshi raised his hand. I was the volunteer. Eraserhead nodded and continued. Recovery Girl discovered that, when the drug is administered, it damages the quirk factor itself, rather than cutting off the connection between the quirk factor and the brain. However, the damage from the drug was minimal, and Hypno's quirk factor completely restored itself within 24 hours. He sat back down, and Ruku raised her hand. What does this have to do with me and my interns? Sir Night-Eye nodded at her. After we found that the thug in Isawa had connections to the Shai Hasekai, we questioned the giant villains from Nagano. Apparently, the trigger they had used had also come from the Shai Hasekai. Izuku smacked a fist into his palm. Sell the quirk enhancements to the villains, so that when they become too strong to handle, you can sell the quirk inhibitors to the heroes. Control the conflict on both sides, and eventually bring the Yakuza back to their former power. Sir Night-Eye hummed. That is one possibility, yes, but there was one more piece of information that raised this to S-rank priority. One of the doors to the conference room slid open, and Shimura walked in, wearing quirk-suppressing handcuffs. As it turns out, Overhaul hasn't gotten the memo that I defected from the League. He's asking around the underground, trying to find me so he can get access to my old boss resources. Supposedly, he wants to rise up to become the new king of the underworld, which fits the whole bring the Yakuza back thing, but his offer seemed a little weird. Apparently, if I helped him, he'd get rid of my quirk. Now, if he was just gonna sell the temporary quirk blockers, why would he phrase it like he could get rid of it permanently? Izuku's eyes widened. The girl. He's harvesting her blood, turning it into the quirk-erasing drugs, and he's trying to perfect the formula to make permanent quirk erasers. Shimura nodded. I called in a favor with a broker, and I got some info on Overhaul. Apparently, the guy's a huge germaphobe, obsessed with keeping everything clean. You've heard of the theory that quirks were originally a disease passed on from rodents, right? Well, what do you think would happen if someone who hates disease caught wind of that theory? Kirishima slammed a fist on the table. He's trying to get rid of quirks everywhere, permanently. Sir Night-Eye nodded. Precisely. Which is why I've called in all of you. We need be powerful heroes to raid the main location, along with local heroes to stake out the other locations without raising too much suspicion. I've already looked into as many possible locations as I could, and I believe I have found their main base, but I need to use my quirk on a member to confirm this. One of the local heroes, which Izuku recognized as Mr. Brave, asked, "Your quirk lets you see the future, right? Why don't you use it on one of us before the raid to see how it will go, so we can change our strategies to ensure victory?" Sir Night-Eye shook his head. "My quirk does not function that way. I can only see a single person's future from their perspective for 1 hour, and I must wait 24 hours after that until I can use it again. Furthermore, any future that I view through foresight becomes set in stone and cannot be changed. I will only use my quirk at a point when we can ensure the maximum possible chances of success." Another hero, who Izuku recognized as Rocklock, glanced over at Tagata. "If you ran into this girl last week, and you knew the guy was a Yakuza head, why didn't you take her then?" A loud slam drew everyone's attention to where Izuku was standing up, both hands on the table as he glared at the hero. "Enough. We're not going to get anywhere if we make accusations about what could have been. The past is in the past, and if there was a mistake, deal with it. Tagata-senpai may have had his reasons for not acting when he ran into her, but that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that we put everything we have into making sure Overhaul can't get away and continue torturing her. It doesn't matter that she wasn't saved then, because we'll save her now, and we will save her." Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.